5 years ago, the Johnson family was killed at the villa. And all because the head of the family, out of his own kindness, decided to save a little girl, thereby offending influential people in the capital. And only one child wanted to fight back. But the boy accidentally survived after falling into a deep lake, to the detriment of his enemy. Now, 5 years later, Michael Johnson has acquired immense power, capable of instilling terror by summoning ghosts and spirits into the real world. He returned to shed blood and avenge his fallen relatives. God returned to the world to take revenge, to kill. A girl walks through the heavily urbanized city of New York, full of cars and people. Then for some reason, she is stopped by a guy unknown to her until that moment. The girl turns around and sees a guy who tells her that he sees her soul turn black and predicts a bloodbath today. He justifies this by saying that it would be better to shed a little blood and hurry to prevent the consequences. The heroine is very surprised by what was said, asking again as if trying to make sure that she had not misheard. She then calls the guy a dirty pervert, refuses to date him, and walks off into the sunset. The guy reflects on how he just made a kind comment and now he's being called a pervert, how quickly women have changed in New York, but in the end, this isn't Chicago. Michael then remembers that he was born into a happy family, but his peers always bullied him for belonging to the Johnson family. But 5 years ago, it all ended because his father decided to save a little girl. But this did not please one high-ranking person, and therefore a few days later during a banquet at the villa, the Johnson family was destroyed. Only Michael survived. All the family's acquaintances did nothing and simply stood and watched this tragedy. Michael was very angry at the killer of his family. He swore to kill him no matter what. However, the boy's attack was unsuccessful, and the rich man only laughed at his stupid attempt. In the end, the mother miraculously managed to push the child into Lake Newark, where the master saved him and took him with him to Chicago, giving him the ability to summon ghosts and spirits. Now the master has given Michael the task of returning to New York, and he has vowed to take full revenge. After his memories, the boy feels that his body's not moving, and the oppressive atmosphere makes it harder to breathe. He then notices the spirit he suspects is responsible for these feelings and catches it. Passers-by on the street feel something strange, but cannot understand what exactly happened. Michael understands that before he can carry out his revenge, he must first complete the task assigned to him. Apple is one of the 500 largest companies doing business in New York City. 3 days ago, the old man learned that within 100 days, something bad would happen to Sarah Walsh, after which she would most likely die. The old man told her that he had something with her grandmother. Maybe Sarah was his granddaughter. Michael Johnson is stopped by security guards at the entrance to Apple. He asks if they know a person named Sarah Walsh. The guards angrily ask if he has an appointment with the aforementioned lady, to which he states that he has very important business and they need to meet in person. The security doesn't want to let him in and doesn't believe him, saying that Michael needs to leave immediately while he's still alive. The guy uses his strength and makes the guard fall to his knees in a fit of panic. The main character turns everything into a joke for those around him and goes about his business. He sits down in a comfortable pale yellow chair in the organization's lobby and orders the chief to be called to him. People start to panic. Something strange is happening. Michael is confused. An armed detachment bursts in and surrounds young Johnson. The head of security approaches the guy and threatens him with consequences for breaking into this office. Michael angrily repeats everything he told the security earlier. The head of security senses that something is wrong with the guy, and he is very strong, so he caves in and says that Sarah is not at her place today, but Michael can leave his contact information. The hero pretends to believe that his purpose is not in the workplace and therefore resigns himself to his fate. But he immediately reports that he has nothing to do anyway, so he can sit here all day, indifferently sending the squad to rest. The chief security officer is confused. He knows he will lose his job if he doesn't fire Michael, but he can't do anything about it. Then he changes his mind and orders his men to seize the young man who broke into Apple. A beautiful woman with good curves in heels appears and orders the security service to retreat. She attracts the attention of those around her and turns out to be a director named Jessica Nightingale, whose beauty can only be compared to President Sarah Walsh. The security officer tries to warn the headmistress of the danger, but she brushes his words aside like an annoying fly. Jessica introduces herself to the intruder and asks how she can help him. Michael looks at the director, and some images from the past begin to pop into his head. He recalls that Jessica was his deskmate in elementary school, and that they had a wonderful relationship until middle school. Johnson finds himself back in the events of 5 years ago, seeing himself return to the house that has already been sealed after the incident. The entire city turned its back on his family, and an attempt was made on his father's company. All of New York was in the power of one man. Despite the pressure from others, Jessica endured all the rumors and buried my parents on the mountain, putting up a tombstone. Michael didn't think they would ever meet again. Now he had to thank her somehow. Upon exiting his memories, the guy finds himself too close to the girl, which she delicately hints at. Jessica repeats her question, to which the guy replies that he has seen her somewhere. She becomes embarrassed and says that this is an old-fashioned way to start a conversation. The girl ends the conversation and, despite the shouts of the clerks, asks them to leave the guy alone and not create so much useless noise. Michael notices that Jessica has changed a lot since their last meeting, especially her breasts. He decides that his priority now is Jessica, not Sarah. Director Nightingale gets into her cool, expensive car. Then she notices Michael in her back seat, who shouldn't be there. The guy casually starts the conversation, as if this is how everything was supposed to happen, completely ignoring the girl's reaction. She doesn't understand what the guy wants to achieve, or how he ended up here at all. Michael sweetly expresses his desire to go for a ride with Jessica, again ignoring her confusion. The girl shyly asks if he was waiting for someone, but he says that it's not that important. Slightly irritated, the heroine says that she cannot allow a stranger to sit in her car, and therefore he needs to introduce himself. Michael says that he is ready to tell his name, while simultaneously feeling the darkness and bloody trace of her soul, which foreshadow a big event, and then he shyly says his name. The city center, a large, beautiful building that every office clerk would like to be in. Jessica appears at the banquet with Michael, wearing a chic dress that highlights her equally attractive figure. All eyes are on her. Everyone wants to know who she is and what kind of guy came with her. They sit down at a large banquet table, while those around them whisper that the director has never invited a man to an evening party. Wealthy men immediately gather around her, wanting to get to know her better. Michael remains pointedly silent as Jessica tries to divert attention from herself. Everyone offers Mrs. Nightingale a drink, to which she is very embarrassed. Michael intercepts the glass intended for his companion, asking how many glasses he needs to drink. Those who had recently communicated so pleasantly with Jessica are deeply outraged by the intervention of some unknown poor fellow. Michael doesn't ignore the insults, smiling sarcastically. The director takes the glass from the guy, demonstrating his control over the situation. Jessica sweetly informs him that she doesn't know how to drink wine, so she asks to be allowed to have just one sip. This does not go unnoticed by her newly acquired fans. A man with a charismatic personality appears from the crowd with a bottle of wine and asks if one sip would be too little. Jessica, with great strain, recognizes him as Raphael Burke. Everyone is gossiping about the young man's influence and about how Nightingale last threw a glass of wine on Burke, which made him mad. Raphael angrily informs Jessica that she must drink the entire bottle to atone for her guilt for the previous incident. He makes it clear that this is not a request but an order. The lady tries to wriggle out of it, insisting on one glass. Otherwise, she will cause trouble for the others, remembering that she splashed the glass on him that time because she thought there were drugs in it. Raphael, approaching her at a dangerously close distance, informs her that he has already booked the presidential suite, and therefore she will have a place to rest, and she should not hesitate. Jessica is afraid that this time there might be drugs there too, so she doesn't dare drink. The aggressor flares up in his displeasure, calling Jessica dirty names, hinting that even Sarah Walsh is drinking today. Sarah reflects on her situation with tears in her eyes, realizing that compared to his power, she means nothing. Michael bursts in between the two people, taking Raphael's bottle, leaving him in an angry confusion. Burke curses the hero, for which he immediately gets hit on the head with a bottle, causing it to shatter into pieces. The former offender complains of a headache like a small child. Michael responds to the complaints by saying that it is inappropriate to force a girl to drink. Everyone is shocked by what just happened to such a highly respected person. Someone points out that the guy won't live to see tomorrow morning because he went against the Burke family, one of the most influential politicians in New York. Jessica begins to beg for mercy for her friend, promising to drink any wine in any quantity, understanding the consequences. In great rage, Raphael curses at the heroine and hits her in the face, informing her that the two of them will have big problems today. Burke continues to come forward, but young Johnson interrupts him with a sharp kick to the balls. Raphael, writhing on the floor in pain, swears that he will kill Michael, calling him a bastard. The protagonist flares up with hatred and slams his opponent's face into the floor, saying that he will still see which of them will die first. A number of important-looking men in dark glasses appear, looking disapprovingly at what is happening and ordering them to stop. The man in front, with growing anger, repeats twice that Michael must let his victim go. Onlookers report that this is the head of the Burke family and also Raphael's father, and therefore Johnson is finished. Next to the head of the family stands a strange man with a long beard and an inscrutable gaze, who is most likely a legendary warrior. Jessica realizes that she and Michael are in big trouble, and Raphael calls his dad for help. Johnson lets the arrogant rich man go with demonstrative indifference. Formerly stately and charismatic, Raphael runs to his daddy like a little coward. The ancient warrior also possesses some secret power, like Michael, but does not express any emotions. Little Burke begs his father to punish his abuser for taking Jessica away from him. The father, in a rage, orders his pathetic son to shut up and get out of here, which surprises him greatly. The head of the family inquires about the young man's origins, from that same warrior named Jack Larson, addressing him personally while Burke's son hides behind his back. Larson reports that Michael also has powers, and that his youth makes it easier for him to activate them. The protagonist listens with feigned indifference, and then asks what else they can say and what they want to achieve in general. The disgraced head of the family sets his warrior on Johnson, telling him to leave the body if he begs for mercy. The legendary warrior warns the hero that the boy should not have messed with someone like him and begins his attack. Quickly approaching, the old man advises the young man to beg for mercy. Michael responds to his opponent with indifference, and Jessica is confused as to whether this is really the same ancient warrior in front of her. Young Johnson, with complete indifference, grabs the old man by the top knot of his hair, wondering if his family has prepared a coffin for him. The old man experiences an indescribable range of emotions from the boy's impudence. Jack Larson's eyes flash blue as he lunges towards his opponent, intending to deliver a crushing blow. Michael dodges the attack without any problem, leaving the warrior confused by his lack of control. The protagonist, using his advantage, delivers a crushing blow straight to the legendary warrior's face. Michael Johnson's power finally and irrevocably defeats the ancient warrior and pins him to the floor, leaving the protagonist complaining about the old man's dishonorable attack. Everyone around is shocked by what they just saw and is in a stupor from the shock they have experienced. Michael asks with absolute indifference who will be next. Father and son are shocked at how their legendary warrior was defeated with one blow. The old man asks how the main character could have such power, and Michael sarcastically asks who he is. A powerful sound wave emanates from Johnson, which does not go unnoticed by anyone present, including the great warrior Larson. Michael approaches the head of the family haughtily, without even taking his hands out of his pockets, and addresses him by name. Using his power, the young hero intimidates Burke Sr., repeating the threats that were previously addressed to him. Michael remembers that the Johnson and Burke families had been feuding for many years, even before the hero was born. Raphael's father orders his men to get rid of this impudent fellow. In hopes of a pay raise, security guards race to be the first to reach their opponent. All the guards rush at Michael at once, but he calmly deals with them in an instant. The protagonist says that ordinary people obey and leave, looking around at their defeated opponents. The Burke family members grovel before Johnson and apologize in every way, begging him to let them live, while Michael mocks their helplessness. The hero's eyes flash with the red flame of vengeance, and he says that debts must be repaid. Just in time to prevent anyone from getting hurt, security bursts in and orders this to be stopped immediately. The chief officer, a pretty young girl in a tie and shirt with epaulets, asks Michael to move away from the people. Finding the Burke family on their knees, she wonders what her son has done again. Encouraged by the arrival of security services, the father joyfully and with relief says that they are saved. She also, in great shock from what she saw, notices the defeated legendary warrior of the Burke family, who is dragging himself on his knees on the floor. Michael grabs the head of the family by the hair and says that he was just bravely defending a girl from a well-off family from the advances of this guy. The officer aims a gun at the protagonist, ordering him to let go of Burke's hair or she will shoot. Meanwhile, Michael reflects indifferently on the fact that the captain turned out to be a woman. Young Johnson fails to comply, resulting in a second warning, and all the other armed men aim their guns at him. Michael is going to deal with them too, once again connecting with his inner strength. At this moment, Jessica grabs his hand, apologizes, and says that the guy is not okay. He has cramps in his arms and legs. The lady invites the guy to stay here, to which he rightly asks why he needs this. The main characters argue. Jessica says that she will leave Johnson if he does not stop, to which he is indignant. At the same time, the head of the Burke family is worried about the state of his hair. Ms. Nightingale sits the guy down on the floor and tries to show the security captain that he's surrendering so they don't have to shoot. Michael is very upset that he was not allowed to deal with the security service. So he asks what to do next, and Jessica asks him to leave it to her. The director tells Johnson that he will have to go with the captain, fill out a statement that he defended himself, then everything will be fine. He replies that he will be able to leave without any problems anyway. It's late at night, the city is quiet and peaceful, the sky is clear, the stars are clearly visible, the police station. Another police officer enters the office of Captain Jenkins, who was at the crime scene, and reports that they have reviewed the video surveillance footage more than 10 times. The subordinate reports that all cameras show Michael Johnson acting in self-defense, except one. The girl asks what he means by doubts in one camera, to which he shows her the recording. The cameras show the old man approaching the boy at first, but in the next frame, he is already lying on the floor, and what happened at that moment is unknown. The captain speculates that despite their quick response, someone might have managed to erase the data from the CCTV camera. Despite the fact that he may have great strength hidden within him, there is no evidence against Johnson, and therefore it is recognized as self-defense, and he is released. A contented Jessica and an indifferent Michael walk out of the police station into a clear night, the girl glad that they got off easy. The young hero understands that if he leaves New York, the Burkes will get their dirty paws on her again. Michael decides that he needs to find time to deal with them. They walk through the city at night, chatting sweetly. The guy offers to walk her home. Jessica starts to get nervous. Johnson reports that he has just arrived in the city and has not yet managed to find a place to spend the night, and therefore he will probably have to spend the night on a bench in the park, to which the girl replies that she has a spare room in her apartment that she can allocate for Michael. Johnson begins to make vulgar jokes towards Mrs. Nightingale, which makes her very embarrassed. They continue their casual conversation, not noticing the car parked nearby. In this car is the already familiar Captain Jenkins, who is watching the couple, discussing Michael's strength, since all the Burke family bodyguards are former special forces. After some deliberation, she calls her brother and sends him the CCTV footage, in the hope that he will help her figure things out. Mountains at cloud level, here a lonely house with a couple of windows and a triangular orange roof has been built. Captain Jenkins' brother, who has solid muscles, a scar on his face, and a bunch of weapons on his back, complains about his sister because she always asks him for help. He is outraged by the current situation because he is the captain of the Dragon Spirit Squad and not a movie policeman, but he still takes it upon himself to help his sister and attracts the laptop with his power. Brother Jenkins turns on the device and begins watching the video sent by his sister. Smiling sarcastically, he expresses outrage at the bodyguard's inability to resist such a child. They should be fired. It's a disgrace. The Dragon Spirit captain notices a shot of Michael dispatching opponents without even touching them, realizing he has power. He says that this is mastery, this is the peak of possibilities, and Johnson is a true master of martial arts. Brother Jenkins calls her and says he would really like to know more about this guy in the video as soon as possible. There is a waxing crescent moon in the sky, light clouds, a panel house with a light on, and Jessica lives there. Mrs. Nightingale comes out of the bathroom and says that it is now free and Michael can go there. Standing under the hot water in the shower, bathed in steam, he begins to remember his past again. After being saved from death, he thought it was a blessing, but an even more terrible nightmare began. On the very first day, without any explanation, the master threw him into a cage with a tiger that had been starving for 3 days. But in the end, Michael survived and defeated the tiger. But this was only the beginning of his trials. The master sent him to dangerous places, hardening his body and soul. Each time he faced hopeless situations, and each time he survived, so he feels alive only when he is constantly in anger and hatred. The last Johnson swears that he will find all those who were at that ill-fated banquet, and they will pay for everything in full. Meanwhile, Jessica is slicing up a watermelon, thinking about how Michael has nothing to change into, and remembering that she forgot to hide her underwear. She runs in a panic to pick up what she left behind, hoping that the guy hadn't seen anything yet. The girl runs into the shower, asks Michael not to come out, but notices that he has already come out and is standing in front of her, covering himself with a towel. In front of him, she can't say what she wanted and starts stuttering, and he can't understand what she wants, asks her to wait while he gets dressed and pulls off the towel. She runs away, slamming the door behind her, leaving the guy in great confusion. A very embarrassed Jessica is in her room trying to prove that she didn't see anything unnecessary. Michael understands that she won't go out again, but that's a good thing, because he still has some things to sort out. It's late at night. The Burke family's luxurious villa with a swimming pool and the lights on in the room. The father grinds his teeth from public humiliation. The son tells the father to stop shaking with hatred because it makes his head spin. Dad is very indignant. He shouts that because of his useless offspring, the legendary warrior Jack Larson is seriously wounded, and instead of him, only his grandfather can protect the family. The son, sobbing, suggests calling his grandfather, since he is not doing anything anyway, and the father says that he cannot leave it like this, so he will not calm down until he deals with that guy. Together they decide to call the elder Burke, and Raphael imagines how he will mock Michael by undressing Jessica in front of him. During the conversation, a dark figure appears, suspiciously reminiscent of Johnson, who asks what they are talking about. The Burke family members present are in incredible shock at the appearance of their newfound worst enemy. Michael casually sits down on a chair and offers them to chat, while the others are afraid that he will kill them. The Burkles don't believe he's capable of killing, but the protagonist begins to use his power against them, turning his supernatural strength against his son. The father begins to tearfully beg Johnson to let him live, explaining that he has no claims against him, to which Michael only laughs madly, sarcastically, and questioningly, repeating the phrase about claims. The guy angrily reminds the father of the Burke family that 5 years ago, there was a banquet at which all the Johnsons were killed. Berkeley suddenly begins to understand that his opponent is the same boy who fell into the lake and is surprised that he still survived. Michael slams his hand, full of magical power, into the face of Berkeley Sr. The last Johnson, before killing Burke Sr., says that he is not an ancient warrior at all, but the god of medicine, and then laughs at his idea that a warrior is the peak of possibilities. Michael uses his magic on the man and shouts that he can deal with anyone with one single blow. On this day, New York shook. Above the mountain, Claude Burke, the eldest of the Burkes, materializes in extreme displeasure, dressed in a kimono with magical energy flowing around him. He sees the death of his relatives, but does not know who dared to do it. The old man swears that he will find the one who did this, behead him and cut him into thousands of pieces. In Jessica's apartment, Michael meditates in the company of the spirit of his power and reflects on how he needs to exercise more while he's there. Johnson holds a black stone in his hands, a gift from his father for the boy's 10th birthday. He still doesn't know what to do with it, and in a week the day of his parents' death will come, and therefore he will need to visit them. The guy notices a strange inscription in red on the stone. He suggests that he needs to drip some blood on it. The stone jumps out of the hero's hands. The artifact begins to spread large waves of energy around itself, pressing on Michael, which makes his head spin. He cannot hold out like this for long. The young hero appears in a cemetery, beaten and half naked, surrounded by nothing but clear night, swords stuck in the ground, and tombstones. Michael comes to, his head is splitting, and he notices a black fog around him. He ended up in the cemetery of rebirth and doesn't understand what's going on there, or how he ended up there. Magic swords glowing with purple fire begin to fall on him from the sky. Red eyes with vague outlines of a mouth appear among the swords. They seem to have evil intentions. Roth angrily says that, being in the late stage of life, the hero dared to enter the graveyard of reincarnation. Multiple dark spirits command the boy to leave immediately if he wants to live. Michael wakes up on his bed in a cold sweat with a black stone in his hand and a sore head. He remembers last night and how his strength has not yet reached the threshold of entering the graveyard of reincarnation. There are exactly 100 tombstones there, therefore 100 souls. A knock on the door interrupts his thoughts. It is Jessica who informs him that breakfast is ready and she is waiting for him. Having finished his reasoning, the guy goes out and sits down at the table, where Mrs. Nightingale is already there, and a hearty, appetizing breakfast is being served. Michael tells Jessica that she cares for him so much that he doesn't want to leave and offers to wash the dishes, cook for himself, and warm the bed on cold winter nights. She points out that she has heated floors in the winter, and even if he wants to stay, it's impossible because she has monthly rent and housework to do. The guy sheepishly says that he has no money now. Jessica suspects that he has decided to live at her expense. Young Johnson snatches up a napkin, begins to write something on it intensely, and then hands her a piece of paper with some kind of prescription. This anti-aging product from a friend of mine is considered low quality, but if you register it, the rent won't be a problem. Jessica laughs at his proposal and says that no company in the market will be interested in his offer. Michael envisions the product's complete success in his mind. Then the director's phone rings and it turns out to be Sarah Walsh. Jessica jumps up and runs to the meeting, leaving the guy alone and confused, recommending that he find a job instead of thinking about the elixir. The Central Market, where Michael is trying to sell his miracle cure, Miracle Hands, which cures all diseases. Passers-by notice the exorbitant price of $100,000, and they clearly have no intention of buying this product for that kind of money, considering the guy a madman and a charlatan. Suddenly, a pretty girl in a beret and pink windbreaker appears in the crowd. She calls the seller over to her, jokingly calling him a charlatan. Michael leaves with the girl. Upon arrival, they see a big, beautiful house. The guy is advertising his medicine again, but the girl explains that she didn't bring him here for that at all. She introduces herself as Anna S. and says that she was extremely captivated by his desire to outsmart everyone, to which Michael says that he has no time for games, and then he tries to leave. After this, she gives a card with the balance equal to the promised $100,000, and the protagonist changes his position and says that he is entirely at her disposal and will go through fire and water for her. Anna tells a sad story about her family and her father's illness, who has only a couple of days left to live, and she is also afraid that after his death her mother will do stupid things. She asks Michael to take her father to the mountains for a pretend treatment so that his mother can cope with his loss easier, and the guy notes that this miss is not very smart. Finding a benefit for himself, the hero promises to do everything in the best possible way. They enter the house and are greeted by the doctor, who remarks that now is not the best time to receive guests, as her father Robert Clark is ill. The boy and girl enter the chambers, discovering the elder Clark looking ill. The girl tells her father that she is back again. Michael understands that things are really bad. He sees that this man will soon pass away to another world, since his chest is already filled with dead air, and when it reaches his head, nothing will help him. The daughter also sees her father's condition and tells Michael that they have been treating him for a long time, but not a single doctor could help him, and the last one said that her father has only one day to live. She asks the guy to help her hide this fact from her mother at any cost. Then the mother comes into the room and asks if it is true that the father has only one day to live, as the doctor told her. Some guy remarks that there is no point in hiding this information from his mother. He introduces himself as Percy Clark, Anna's brother, and says that he has already arranged the funeral, which will take place in a picturesque place. The daughter complains about her brother's indifference and callousness, with which he says this in front of her mother, but he says that his father has suffered enough, and when Percy himself becomes the head of the family, he will not offend anyone. Michael understands that if his mother is gone, there will be even more money for Percy, and Anna says that their father will never allow him to become the head of the family, telling her brother that he is just an animal. Percy curses his sister, threatens her cruelly, and raises his hand against her. Michael defends the girl by attacking her brother, saying that their father is not dead yet and that he has already planned everything. The doctor intervenes and states that the protagonist has just hit the future head of the Clark house and asks who he even is. The god of medicine asks for a price of $10 million and promises to heal the father of the family. The mother asks her daughter if the guy can really help her father, to which the girl lies that she has known him for a very long time and has complete confidence in him. Anna reasons that he simply has to cure Dad because he has asked an incredible price for his services. Percy is clearly unhappy with the intervention of some charlatan sent by his sister and feels that he is a danger to himself and his plans. He doesn't care what happens next. The main thing is that he will definitely receive the inheritance. Michael approaches the bed of the Clark family's father. There is no one else in the room. The guy decides that he will not let him die. Since they have already met, particles of his power begin to appear around him. He says that the knowledge of medicine he has acquired should be enough to pull the old man out of the ghostly gate. Michael's eyes glow with a pinkish-purple flame as he casts a spell. Robert rises into the air to the loud cry of the guy who shouts, "Get up!" Black energy begins to emerge from his eyes and mouth, along with dark smoke. Michael realizes that this battle will be much more difficult than he expected, as the man is enveloped in the energy of death. But the old man still has a pulse, and therefore not all is lost. Michael continues to fight the dark force of death for the body of the father of the family. A dead spirit bursts out of the man's body and Michael catches it in his fist. The remnants of the dark essence are forcefully ejected from the old man's body, heading towards Michael's fist. Exhausted but alive, the old man falls onto his bed, and Michael reflects on how saving him was harder than killing any of his previous opponents. The god of medicine comes out the door to his waiting relatives and announces that their head of the family's fine and will wake up soon. Percy can't believe his ears and that his plans will go to waste. Anna doesn't understand whether her new acquaintance is deceiving them, and her mother cries from her newfound happiness. Michael asks to pay him. The delighted wife of the reborn thanks him and gives him the card, naming the password for it. But Percy, clearly unhappy with this turn of events, intervenes and brings his mother down to earth, reminding her that his father has advanced lung cancer and it is not possible to cure him. Percy points his finger at the supposed charlatan's face, insisting that he must see results first, to which the god of medicine replies that it wasn't that easy for him to earn that money and grabs his finger. The next moment, Percy is already writhing on the floor in pain, and Michael says that he took the money as for a consultation, and the gentleman will wake up for 3 days, and after that they can turn to him again, and if they do not come, then death for their relative is already guaranteed. Percy is furious and vows to kill Michael, but the doctor tries to calm him down and says he will help him figure everything out. Then unexpectedly for everyone, Robert comes out to the family. The son is in incredible shock from what he saw, and the mother and daughter are sincerely happy to see him. The father's first words are to ask where the doctor who saved his life has gone. The head of the Clarks thanks his wife and daughter for calling such a wonderful doctor for him, and sarcastically remarks to his son that he has done a lot of good things lately. The father angrily attacks his son, knowing full well what he was really planning, and that Percy would never see his father's money again unless he found the doctor who saved his life again. At the same time, a director's meeting is taking place at Apple's office, where it is announced that the stock is falling, the company is in a difficult situation, and that the forecast will not change in the near future. Everyone is talking about how they need to launch a new line of cosmetics to avoid bankruptcy. Jessica sits there completely confused, remembering Michael's recent dubious proposal. She's all on edge, her chest is itching. She's trying to do something about it and finds Johnson's note. The paper contains the recipe for the very elixir that the young man was talking about. While Jessica is discussing how something like this could be worth $10 million, a girl in glasses comes up behind her and snatches the paper from her hands. Carmen wonders what the headmistress is hiding in her underwear, and then asks what the recipe is. The girls start arguing over the piece of paper, as Carmen doesn't want to give it to her and mocks Jessica, hinting that she got the recipe through bed, to which the heroine hints that not everyone is like her. The rival ignores Mrs. Nightingale's requests and tears up the paper in front of her. Jessica is incredibly angry and can't say a word from anger, and then pushes Carmen, shouting that it was her piece of paper. The others, noticing the squabble, completely ignore what is happening, since this is not the first time this has happened. The girls are arguing and angrily grabbing each other by the hair, arguing over the piece of paper they just destroyed, and Carmen even insults Jessica, who threatens to tear up her painted face, like that note. A seemingly powerful woman appears and tells the girls to stop arguing immediately. Apple president Sarah Walsh walks into the room, her eyes glowing, and behind her the flame of her employees' fear of her person blazes. Everyone calms down and the meeting begins. Everyone present listens attentively to the president's speech. She is very unhappy with the R&D department because their products remain at the same level for many years. The workers try to justify themselves by complaining about high competition and the fact that they have already searched through all known recipes, but this does not help improve the effects of cosmetics. Sarah reasons in her head that she has been working towards building her biggest cosmetics company for a very long time, and therefore she cannot just give up. Carmen snidely remarks that Jessica had some kind of recipe from a famous person. Everyone gets excited when they hear this person's name, wondering if she really has something like that. She says that this is not entirely true because this recipe was written by her friend. Jessica desperately shows the torn piece of paper, trying to say that her friend just wanted to joke. Everyone around is disappointed by the priceless formula written on a napkin, and Carmen is glad that she was able to humiliate her rival, making her look like a fool. Here, one of the employees of the Research and Development Department notices that the recipe is true, despite all the buts. All the hatred of those gathered was directed at Carmen, since everyone saw that she had torn this napkin to anger Jessica. Sarah promises to fire the culprit, and if the recipe is not restored, then to prosecute her. Carmen begs for mercy, noting that she did not do it on purpose. The employee reports that with this formula, they will be able to make a real breakthrough in the industry, overcoming their competitors. The president is extremely encouraged by the information received and orders an immediate search for the pieces and restoration of the elixir recipe. Carmen is shocked that Jessica had the recipe and even helped present it, so she freezes on the spot, and Sarah tells her to go to the shopping department. They will look after her there. The director returns home and calls Michael, but he seems to have already left. Jessica sits down on the couch, lost in thought, wondering if her new friend who wrote that recipe will ever return. Michael amazes the girl's imagination with his actions, because in fact he is a stranger who spent the night with her and wrote the correct recipe. She even begins to think that he is the hidden ruler of the world. Someone's hand falls on her head. She starts screaming in horror, breaking out in a cold sweat, and behind her appears the guy the heroine had been thinking about just recently, who asked why she called him and how she is doing. Jessica asks when he managed to return. The guy says that he just did when he heard her call. They talk. The girl is incredibly embarrassed. She asks to write the recipe for the elixir for her again, since the previous formula turned out to be spoiled. Michael says that the recipe is not so good yet, it is just a note. The guy offers to write another recipe. The guy's getting ready to go to bed, so he says that Jessica should also go to bed early today, but she tries to continue the conversation by grabbing his hand. Michael jokes that he is ready to listen to her if she asks him like a man, to which the girl says that she can still call the police. Jessica changes the subject to his search for Sarah Walsh and says that she wants to see him herself. The guy with a dissatisfied face repeats the name of Sarah Walsh and says that he will not go to her. He can't, he is busy. The girl tries to remind him that he went through a lot to get to her, and now he is resisting. He sarcastically remarks that yesterday his love was ignored, so today it is his turn to be untouchable. Michael insists that Miss Walsh call him herself tomorrow, as he is not in the mood to go to her, after which he ends the conversation and goes to bed. Then Jessica's phone rings, and it turns out to be her boss, who is interested in what she was able to achieve from Michael. Sarah says she'll think about contacting him herself, but for now, let the director keep an eye on the guy. The president, hanging up the phone, talks about what an unusual young man he met, who first makes a scene in the office and then doesn't dare come. The next morning, Michael walks into the Temple of Humanity, contemplating the odd appearance of a pharmacy. Michael notices a long line at the drugstore, so he decides he needs to take a look around first, at the biggest drugstore he's ever seen. Michael stops in front of a huge painting that he really likes, even though he knows it's just a fake. Michael notices that someone behind him is asking where this beetle came from, turns around and sees in front of him Lily and Jacob Sanders, who are grandfather and granddaughter. The girl is indignant that the guy called their family treasure a fake, noting that it cannot be one since it was bought in the capital. Jacob delicately points out that several collectors have noticed the authenticity of the image, to which Johnson replies that this only proves their and the collector's ignorance. He notices the flaw but dismissively says that the copy is very good, and therefore they can continue to deceive people, and then sadly remarks that he expected to find something worthwhile here. The granddaughter begins to glow with magical turquoise energy, and the grandfather tries to stop her, reminding her that this is an ordinary person. She can't let this bastard get so cocky and prepares a magical strike, swinging her leg at him. Grandfather shouts that ancient martial arts cannot be used against mere mortals. Michael easily grabs the girl by the leg, which she wanted to deliver a magical blow with, dismissively asking if this is really all she is capable of. Lily is shocked in her head that the guy defended himself so easily against her move, which she uses to easily knock out 2 sandbags. The protagonist asks if she has calmed down and begins to tickle her recently grabbed leg. The tickling causes the girl to lose concentration and fall to the floor, leaving her grandfather shocked by what is happening. Michael jokes and laughs at the girl's abilities, but says that a couple more years of training could have fixed everything. Lilia Sanders screams in rage at her attacker, who remains completely indifferent. The adult notes that he handled her reception without any problems, and therefore it is only by his mercy that she is still healthy, and she complains that he simply pissed her off, otherwise she would have easily won. Michael hints that he might repeat it at full strength by showing her terrifying visage behind him. The girl wants to run away. The grandfather apologizes for her behavior and also orders his granddaughter to apologize. After this, the old man asks Michael to tell him more about this painting, since he is already too old for such riddles. Michael uses his superpower to show the old man why he said the painting was a fake, and also explains that sometimes it's very difficult to tell a fake from an original, and that the artist who created this work put a lot of effort into it, and it wasn't for a small fee. After the story, the hero receives the medicine from the hands of Lilia Sanders herself, the granddaughter of the chief physician. Michael offends the girl, to which she flares up again and declares that today is simply not her day, and in general, her grandfather interfered with her. Jacob puts the girl in her place, saying that even her master could not learn the powers that the boy standing in front of them possesses. Michael orders more medication. They say they will do it for free for the inconvenience, but the guy insists on paying. Johnson says he has enough money to pay, but the girl makes faces at him to get to him somehow. Jacob tries to explain to his granddaughter that this warrior is from a famous family, and if it is really him, then there will be unrest in the city in the near future. Michael walks through the city and remembers his plan for revenge, and that it is time to prepare for it. But first he realizes he needs to deal with the annoying fly, meaning the suspicious guy behind him. Meanwhile, in the pharmacy, the argument about who it was that was there just now continues. The girl doesn't believe that he's special, but the grandfather says that he's actually stronger than her master. Rumor has it that he can destroy entire armies with his bare hands. All weapons are powerless against him, and people are just ants to him. The girl says that he is too young, but the grandfather continues that he is not even a master, but something more powerful. You wouldn't give him more than 20, and he already has so many opponents, so we should not become one of them. The Clark family's messenger is pleased to have so quickly located the one he was ordered to find. Michael turned into an alley. The guy thinks that he was noticed, but it turns out that his target has completely disappeared. The guy is still confused, but Johnson is already diving down on him with his magical power. The servant ends up under Michael. The young hero tells the servant not to force him to kill. The pursuer begs for mercy, promising to tell everything he knows. The guy turns out to be a private detective and tells everything about himself, his family, profession, hobbies, complains about his living conditions, and says that he took out a loan. Michael explodes and screams that he needs the customer's name, not all that nonsense he just heard. The detective reveals that the Clark family's father is searching for him everywhere and has offered a $1 million reward for his capture. Michael remembers the old man who was not fully cured, and the detective simultaneously offers him a lucrative offer, asking him to go with him to the client. The hero leaves indifferently, advising the guy not to do such things again if he wants to live. The character returns to the house and notices a very beautifully dressed Jessica there, who is getting ready to go somewhere. She tells Michael that they are going shopping together to buy him some new clothes and a phone to keep in touch. He tells her she shouldn't spend so much money on him, and Jessica tells him not to worry about it, taking his arm and heading to the store. Michael stands in his new dress suit. It suits him very well, perfectly complementing his appearance. Jessica sheepishly remarks that he looks quite attractive in this suit. She winks and says that he's not even ashamed to pick up female students like that, and also asks if he has anyone, and talks about her friend's older sister as a real beauty, to which the hero sharply replies that he doesn't have and never will have a girlfriend. The girl suspects that Michael has never fallen in love and is actually a virgin, but he remembers in his head that he clearly had no time for this. He spent 5 years honing his skills, and therefore, he had no time or desire to communicate with girls. But once upon a time, when his family was still alive, he liked Lucy Vox, who was the most beautiful in school. He even wrote her a love letter, to which she responded. The answer was a request to confess this in front of everyone at the school assembly, which he did in his naivety, and she turned him down in front of everyone. It was a trap, and he fell for it. That's when he realized that girls were a waste of time and resources and not worth it. The guy is seething with rage, and the girl tells him not to worry so much, because she had no one either, but life is still beautiful. They walk to another store, chatting peacefully, and on the way they meet Maria, the friend of Michael's first love. Dahlberg ignores the hero, turning only to Jessica, noting that she hasn't changed at all and seems to have a boyfriend. Then she notices that he looks suspiciously like Michael Johnson. Then she tells her friend the story that the hero recently recalled. After searching the internet, they discover that the victim of their disputes has already died along with her entire family. Michael flares up and wants to shut up his stupid old acquaintance and her vile boyfriend. Jessica notices the guy's condition, grabs his hand and tells him not to pay attention to them, and leads him further into the shops. Insults are thrown at them from behind. Michael says that he could easily get rid of them, to which Jessica gently hints that the guy was at the police station a couple of days ago anyway. They spot a really cool suit that would look great on Michael, and the consultant notices them and tells them they made a great choice, and it's only $360,000. Jessica realizes she doesn't have enough money on her card, so she tries to pretend that the suit doesn't suit him that well. Maria Dahlberg appears again and speaks, insulting Mrs. Walsh, to which she tries to justify herself. Jessica is very angry and wants to hit her friend, but she threatens with her connections and says that there will be consequences. Michael doesn't hold back his emotions and gives this pathetic woman a juicy slap in the face, telling her that she better shut her mouth forever. Everyone is shocked by such an act. Jessica is surprised. Her old friend is surprised that she was hit after all. Her boyfriend is very confused. The bitch's suitor threatens her with his status, while simultaneously doing something on his phone, saying that such poor people as they can only dream of having the kind of money he has. In the midst of the argument, Percy and his father appear, confused by what they saw in the store. He wonders how anyone could dare threaten the god of medicine using his own company's name. The suitor cannot believe his eyes. He sees in front of him the president of the company, who must now be seriously ill. The girl and the rich guy bow to the authority of the Clark family's father. The president ignores the clingers, heading straight to his savior, thanking him for saving his life in sincere gratitude. Everyone around is shocked by the relationship between the rich man and Michael, especially Jessica, who thought that her friend had no power. Michael expresses disappointment that, unfortunately, most of his family is not happy to learn that he survived. But the master says that his son is ready to improve and orders him to kneel before Johnson. The guy sitting on his knees apologizes for the inconvenience caused to the god of medicine. Those who knew Percy were shocked by his behavior because he had always been very proud and incapable of such things. Michael pointedly ignores everyone around him and turns to Jessica, saying that it's time for them to go to some women's clothing store to buy something for her too. The father punishes his son, believing that Michael's ignoring is due to his behavior, and also informs him that if he does not earn forgiveness, he will spend the rest of his life on his knees. The bitch's suitor notices that the company president has made a mistake, to which he slaps the backbiter and announces that he and his father no longer work there. Maria Dahlberg notices that they crossed the wrong person, and her boyfriend is crying because he has nothing left, and he is the pauper here now. Jessica and Michael leave the store with a bag of clothes. The girl happily reports that the guy was unable to pay the rent, but allows himself to buy clothes for her. Mrs. Nightingale is very touched by Johnson's behavior, and he knows that she felt sorry for him by buying only discounted goods. Although everyone understands that he has millions in his hands, she really is a good girl. Clark's father, Robert, catches up with them on the street and asks the young people to wait for him. With a helpful face, he invites them to take a walk. Behind him are two of his employees with their hands full of boxes of expensive brands. Michael asks what he needs, and the head of the Clarks says that he does not need Johnson. But the girl next to him, he says that he has gifts for her and hands over everything that his servants had behind their backs. Jessica realizes that these are the things she wanted to buy, but didn't have enough money for. Johnson understands that Robert is no slouch, and so he decided to approach the girl from the side, who is easier to please. Michael notices his interest in saving his life, and therefore says that he will come to them tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning, giving him one last chance. Robert is very happy that Johnson has taken notice of him and says that he and his company are always ready to help him in any way. An unknown mansion, where Dahlberg tries to prove to Lucy Vox that she saw Michael Johnson, who has not changed at all in appearance, but his character has undergone strong changes. The girl is very interested in the words spoken by her friend, so she listens very attentively to the detailed story of the guy's adventures. Lucy remarks that the young man must have a very high status and power for Robert Clark to crucify himself before him, and if Michael had survived, he would have been homeless. So this whole situation is simply unthinkable. The girl reflects on the fact that 5 years ago, the Johnson family was weaker than the Vox family, so even if he survived, the situation cannot be compared to hers. The couple gets to Jessica's house, and she is very interested in how Johnson knows Robert Clark, since she could only dream of buying such expensive things. Interrupting her enthusiastic thoughts, The girl remembers work and wonders if Michael will meet with the president of her company. Jessica teases the protagonist, but he calmly parries her attack and sits down to watch TV. Television reports that 2 male bodies were found in one mansion. The report identified the victims as Raphael Burke and his stern father, and police confirmed it was a brutal and premeditated murder. Jessica, horrified, says that, of course, she would like to take revenge on them, but clearly not in such a harsh way. Michael states that bad people tend to make enemies, so this is a common occurrence, and also indifferently says that this is his doing. Mrs. Nightingale does not believe that her friend could have done this, because being able to fight well is not the same as being able to kill. She denies the guy's words, changes the subject, and goes off in a cheerful mood to try on the new things that she had just bought. Michael goes out for a walk through the quiet night city and talks about the drugs he bought, realizing that now he has everything he needs to practice his skills. During his thoughts, he meets Captain Jenkins, whom he already knew, and she is glad that they finally met again. The hero remembers who it is and says that he is currently busy and is trying to leave. The officer, as if to the point, asks if the guy heard about what happened to the Burke family, even though she doesn't believe that it could have been him, but the Johnson family has gone into oblivion. Michael interrupts her by grabbing her by the neck, sparking with his power, and asking what she is hinting at. A frightened Jenkins realizes that despite her martial arts training, she can't handle the guy, and also says that there are still some things they need to discuss, but she wanted to do it over dinner. He makes excuses and leaves, saying that he has other plans for the time being, and the girl tries to catch her breath after being captured. She talks about how the guy has achieved perfection in ancient martial arts, but even in 5 years it is impossible to achieve such a result. What happened to him during this time? Michael is standing in the kitchen of Jessica's apartment, chopping ingredients for something. He plans to use Nightingale's microwave while she sleeps to practice alchemy. Something goes wrong, and the guy realizes that the ingredients the doctor gave him have already gone bad. But at the same time, he still manages to create at least 5 red spheres, although he should have been able to create much more, but this should be enough. In the morning, Jessica wakes up from some noise and goes out into the living room sleepily, yawning loudly. In the hallway, she finds Michael, who is busily getting ready to go somewhere. He says that he is going for an examination, and if necessary, he will be happy to take her call. She says that she wouldn't call him a doctor because he talks nonsense all day long, and she talks about how he knew the recipe and therefore could treat. Then she remembers the incident that happened to the Johnson family. She doesn't understand why such a good family could be hit by such a disaster, each member of which was extremely kind. Anna is standing somewhere in the middle of the city and seems to be actively waiting for someone. Some guys are thinking about who such a beauty could be waiting for, a girlfriend or a boyfriend. One of them says that a rich girl can't wait for a guy. People like her only drive around in an expensive car with a security guard. The second agrees that this makes sense. A third one appears and says that she is clearly not waiting for one of them, and they are intrigued by his words. Michael says that he doesn't understand women, but this girl is clearly waiting for him and no one else. The guys start to make fun of Johnson, since a beauty with such a luxurious car cannot wait for an ugly man like him, but at that moment Anna notices him and calls the main character. Anna runs up to Michael and is genuinely happy to see him, leaving the other 2 guys confused. She takes the hero to her home, to a luxurious living room, where Robert Clark and his wife are already waiting for them. Michael hands over 5 already blackened balls, and the patient asks if it is really edible, and asks no, and if there is some alternative, like acupuncture or a decoction. The hero says that he needs to eat all 5 at once. Robert obeys and throws them into his mouth. The father of the family immediately bursts into magical energy, shocking those around him. Robert feels full of strength and energy, under the control of a large number of medicinal herbs. The head of the family, now completely revived, almost flies into the sky with joy. His relatives think that he fed him stimulants. Robert says he will be grateful to Dr. Johnson for the rest of his life, giving him $100 million for his help. Michael says it's just a deal, and there's no need to praise him too highly. The restless father of the family announces that he has a vacant property and hands over a key card to Michael for use, and also hopes that the doctor will find time to have dinner together. Michael thinks that he can store his medications in the empty apartment, and Clark himself could be useful to him because he understands business, and therefore he can help with the company taken from the Johnsons. The hero happily accepts the key card and makes an appointment to meet for dinner the following evening. and Robert agrees. The young god of medicine says goodbye and silently leaves the Clark's house to go about his business. Michael stands next to a huge pile of medicines that the eldest of the family of doctors has prepared for him. The recipient is satisfied with the quality of resources for his work and thinks that these doctors successfully maintain the standard. The seller sets the price at $5 million, remembering that Johnson will not accept the goods for free, but Michael understands that the price of the goods is at least twice as much. The protagonist wonders where his granddaughter has gone, and upon receiving the answer that she has gone to the mountains with the master, Michael gives the old man an incomprehensible piece of paper for his granddaughter and tells her to pass it on to the master if she doesn't understand what it means. Michael asks where he can buy alchemical supplies in New York, and the old man wonders how this young gentleman even knows about alchemy. The apothecary notes that alchemists disappeared thousands of years ago. Only a few pills remain on the market, but they are priceless. It was once believed that a family with an alchemist could become one of the leading families in just 3 years. The old man is shocked by Johnson's capabilities, but he jokes that he doesn't understand anything about alchemy. He just likes the look of the alchemical furnaces. Having received the answer that the stove will be available at auction in 5 days, Michael asks to contact him and leaves. Then Lilia Sanders suddenly returns with her master and shouts to her grandfather that they are back. First, the grandfather asks if his granddaughter behaved well, and then tells him that Michael Johnson was there again, and last time she offended him, and this time she ran away. The girl insists that his master is cooler, and the teacher himself tells the girl not to say stupid things, because her grandfather does not say meaningless things. Jacob tells her that Johnson left something for her and hands her a piece of paper. His granddaughter, of course, cannot understand what is written there. She throws the paper away, saying that everything is written in terrible handwriting. The note ends up with the master, and he asks if her grandfather mixed something up and if it is really for Lilia. The master determines that this note is from a real professional and very nervously asks Jacob to meet this young man. The teacher says that in his youth he trained and his strength was of astronomical proportions. After a long time, he noticed that something had even touched his internal organs. The girl says this explains the discomfort she feels after training. The master reassures the girl that there is nothing to worry about because he is watching her to make sure nothing happens. He says that if he continues training himself, he will die, but Johnson wrote on this piece of paper a salvation that will help him become even stronger. The girl thinks that even if the master calls this guy a nobleman, she does not understand who he must really be. Michael stands next to a huge villa and realizes that this is exactly what Robert Clark has prepared for him, and not some luxury room that he was counting on. The guy didn't think that it would be so big. He is simply delighted with the apartment provided to him and praises the furniture and remarks that he likes Robert more and more. The guy thinks that it's a bit lonely here for just one person, so he's going to invite Jessica here too. At the same time, Jessica calls Johnson to say that she needs to go back home to her parents for a while, so they will not meet in the evening, and Michael is a little worried about her. The hero reflects on how his house used to be smaller, but it always had a harmonious and lively atmosphere. Michael remembers that tomorrow is the anniversary of his parents' death. He promises to avenge them. He has already managed to escape from the whirlpool, which means revenge is just around the corner. Michael hears the doorbell ring and goes out to take the large quantity of medications he has been given, noting that he will have no problem fitting all his purchases into this building. The elder Sanders, along with his granddaughter and the master, personally calls him over, informing him that they are ready to help him at any moment if anything else is needed. Here Michael turns his attention to the ancient warrior who came with them, and he greets him and bows slightly. Michael politely invites them to his new mansion, asking who this great warrior is. He falls to his knees and introduces himself as Jason Reynolds and thanks him for saving his life. Lilia is shocked that her master fell on his knees in front of the guy. The master calls him a benefactor and a great master, to which Johnson asks why they call him that and scratches the back of his head. Reynolds is very surprised, thinking that he is even stronger than the great master, since this is basic knowledge that everyone has. Michael pretends that he is a newbie and does not understand the martial arts rank classification that is used here. The master is glad that he can teach such a warrior something and enthusiastically explains that there are 4 levels: external strength, internal strength, the master of semi-transformation, and the master of transformation. Jason tells Michael that he is at the highest level and belongs to the class of transformation masters, and is looked up to by countless martial artists. The idea occurs to the protagonist that his strength is an order of magnitude higher than the classifications accepted in New York, which goes without saying. Recalling the correct classification, Michael understands that he is approximately on the same level as the strongest current masters in America. Although he is still very far from the true top, Johnson believes he has underestimated the masters and therefore asks Reynolds how many there are in total and speculates on whether there might be someone stronger than him nearby. Jason states that he doesn't know the exact number, but he knows that most of them are somehow connected to the Hodges family, and also says that despite the current era of technology and progress, those who truly control their rights know about martial arts. Jacob says there are 4 main families in New York, and the fourth of them is the Burke family. It's a pity they were recently killed, but their old man is a master who secretly practiced the arts. Michael recalls that just before his death, Raphael's father threatened to kill the eldest in the family, calling him a strong master. Among the other families, Lucy Vox made the biggest impression. If it weren't for her humiliation, he wouldn't have been branded a worthless person. He tells himself that he will soon deal with her, showing who is really the worthless one here. Reynolds senses a strong aura of hatred surrounding Johnson from the outside and wonders how much blood Michael has on his hands at his age. The protagonist is walking through the evening city, surrounded by cheerful crowds of people busy with their evening rest. And he talks about how Jessica is not answering his calls and is afraid that something has happened to her. Michael's stomach insists that they need to find somewhere to eat. He goes into his old friend's diner, remembering the past that united them and how there was always delicious food there. And even when he was deeply depressed, his friend was always there. But it turns out that there is no one at the stall, but Michael still decides to order something. Michael asks to bring him some of the signature shashlik and a bottle of something, but is refused as the owner is already closing the stall and recommends that he eat somewhere else. A woman Michael knows tells him that they are moving to a new place tomorrow and he can visit them there. The hero is genuinely surprised that they are changing places after so much time and becomes wary at the sight of a bruise on his friend's face. A man appears out of nowhere and brings the young man's order, saying that there is no need to drive away the guests. The guy also recognizes his face and becomes even more worried since he was also beaten and they had always been friendly. There can be no violence in their family. The hero salivates at the sight of a delicious shashlik, which he associates with his childhood. Michael is enjoying his meal when a chair flies past him, which he successfully smashes with his magical powers, already in a fighting mood. 3 big guys burst into the cafe and notice that the guy is no slouch, but today they need the store so he can finish his food and get lost. The owners of the establishment had clearly already met these guys, fearfully calling the leader Tiger. Tiger attacks his old friend Michael, forcing him to pay for security, starting a squabble. The big guy threatens that he knows where the cafe is moving to, and therefore threatens to destroy it too if he doesn't have $50,000 tomorrow. Tiger condescendingly recommends that Michael leave, and the hero sharply replies that it would be better for them to leave. The big guy is irritated by such insolence and is about to show Johnson that he can't be trifled with like that, but Michael knocks the wind out of him with one punch. The owners of the establishment are shocked that this guy knocked out the creator of their problem so quickly that they didn't even have time to see him, and Michael asks if everything is okay with them. The tiger comes to his senses and with a wild cry, pounces on the young defender of small business in a sharp counterattack. Michael counters the attack with a sharp uppercut that sends his opponent's head crashing into the ceiling, ending up on the next floor. Tiger's henchmen are shocked by what they saw and don't know what to do now, looking at their boss, who is stuck in the ceiling. The protagonist, spreading his aura everywhere, clearly explains to the extortionists that he promises to give them a good reception if they show up here again. The gang kneels before Michael, begging for mercy, promising that they will never do such a thing again and will not dare to disturb the owners of this establishment, and then run away, released by the young man. Johnson surveys the mess in the cafe left after their fight and thinks that it would be a good idea to make the villains clean up before letting them go. The owners ask the guy if he is Michael by any chance, to which he happily remarks that they forgot about him. Everyone is happy to have met an old friend. The owners of the establishment note that Johnson was always different from the other customers, so they could not forget him. Michael returns to Jessica's apartment late in the evening and asks if she is home. The hero finds the girl and asks why she didn't answer his calls. Then she turns to face Johnson, and it turns out that it is not Jessica at all, but Sarah Walsh herself. Michael doesn't quite understand what this girl forgot at his friend's house, but she comes up with an excuse, to which she asks why he lives there, and he says that Jessica gave him shelter for a while. Michael notices that Sarah looks great and doesn't need anyone's help at all, even though the master sent him specifically to her. They begin to talk, and during a two-way interrogation, they realize that neither of them can contact Jessica, causing Michael to fear that she has become a target for his enemies. Young Johnson suddenly rushes off to look for his girlfriend, and Mrs. Walsh is shocked that after all this, he just up and leaves her, even though he himself had recently been looking for her. Sarah is not ready to put up with the insolence of a guy who has the recipe she needs and decides to come up with an approach to him. Michael left, and she wonders what kind of person he is, because there is no information on him in the public domain, and comes to the conclusion that it exists, but is protected by higher authorities. Such a guy can be useful for the company, but it will not be easy to control him. The girl cannot come to terms with the loss of such a person, and therefore decides to get him at any cost, since this is very important for her company, and besides, he himself was the first to come to her. Michael wanders alone through New York at night, realizing that the city is too big and he has no information, and therefore it is impossible to find Jessica alone. He is afraid of being late. The hero decides to seek the alliance of the man with whom he promised to have nothing more to do, but he understands that this is his only way out now. John Locke stands in his luxurious office in the middle of a luxurious building that is entirely his own, looking out over the city skyline. His phone rings and he thinks out loud that no more than 6 people on the entire planet know this number, and therefore this call definitely means something. Michael threatens John not to try to trace the call or find the caller, otherwise he will take away everything he has given him, including his life, and then asks for help finding an Apple executive named Jessica Nightingale, who has not been in touch for 10 hours. He then explains that he should have the information about this person in the next 5 minutes and hangs up, leaving the listener in a state of nervous confusion. A man with an interesting tattoo on his arm says he kept this phone for 3 years and waited impatiently for this call. John tells Michael that Jessica is now in the hospital because she received a call about a patient's critical condition. She is still there. An urgent operation was needed. The director has already managed to sell the car for $50,000 while she was there. Mrs. Nightingale is very upset. She has already used all her finances and even sold her car, but there is still not enough money for the operation. Jessica's parents say they have also already collected all their money and even contacted distant relatives with whom they have strained relations and have not communicated for a long time. Jessica's uncle, who obviously has a lot of money, arrived at the hospital and asked what had to happen for them to start looking for him. Relatives beg for money for the operation, but the uncle says that his business is going through hard times and therefore he has no money. The uncle's wife notes that a match needs to be found for the son of an influential man, and Jessica is beautiful, and there is no doubt about it. If she marries, her husband will be promoted. Auntie not quite politely hints that if Jessica agrees to a marriage contract with the rich man's stupid son, then they will find money for her brother's treatment. Jessica is shocked. Her uncle's wife says that this is the only solution available to solve their problem. The parents are against selling their daughter. A distant relative puts pressure on a girl, saying that her brother is only 14 years old, and how can she calmly watch him slowly die, since you are his own sister? But then Michael's questioning cry comes from the door, asking who is going to marry off his girlfriend. He wonders why Jessica didn't tell him about her brother's illness. For him, as her boyfriend, it's too much, and all the relatives are shocked by what's happening. Jessica's greedy distant relatives are trying to destabilize the guy, as his existence is not beneficial to them. The girl, in order to prove that Johnson is her boyfriend, kisses him on the cheek, stunning even him. Uncle insists that not every man can afford such an expensive operation. Michael, with a smug look, says that $400,000, a mere trifle, he paid for the operation on the way to the hospital. Johnson realizes he didn't make it in time, but he's glad he got here before Jessica agreed to marry, even though he was found out. Michael laughingly says that the money did not go to the hospital, but directly to the best doctor in New York, Johnson, who will cure the guy in no time. The uncle's wife remarks that for some reason, she has never heard of this doctor. The hero thinks this woman should work as a detective, and he confidently replies that, of course, she didn't hear, because this doctor is himself. The uncle dies laughing at this statement, and his wife says that if he is a doctor, then she is a god. Two doctors come in and ask the patient's relatives to be quiet. One of the doctors turns out to be Robert Clark's attending physician. This doctor immediately rushes to Michael as soon as he notices him, to warmly greet him as a true god of medicine. All the relatives were on the verge of fainting after hearing this from a highly qualified doctor. Michael tries to cover up what happened at the Clark's house, hinting to the doctor that they saw each other at the hospital, but the doctor doesn't take the information he received seriously and directly tells him where they saw each other before. Jessica's uncle is shocked that such a scumbag as Johnson can call himself a doctor, and such a well-known one at that. The doctor is fed up with the constant speeches of distant relatives, so he calls security, who immediately escort them out of the premises. The doctor suspects that they may have rabies and suggests placing them in a dispensary to prevent the spread of the infection. Michael, hugging the doctor, says that despite his average skills, his methods are quite cruel, to which the doctor remarks that they dared to show disrespect to the god of medicine and deserve such punishment. Jessica lightly tugs the guy's sleeve and asks him to help her brother. She and her family will definitely cover the cost of the operation. The doctor convinces the relatives that he will undertake the operation and that he will do it completely free of charge as a sign of Michael's services. The guy doesn't stand aside and quickly writes something down on a piece of paper for a doctor he knows. The doctor reads the note and sees that it describes an ancient needle insertion technique that will significantly improve his work. Michael also takes out his card and wants to pay despite the doctor's previous words, but he strenuously refuses, saying that he will figure everything out himself. The relatives themselves are on the verge of ending up on the operating table due to the overwhelming surprise they feel from everything that has happened before their eyes in the last 5 minutes. The parents are very surprised that their daughter has a boyfriend, and one who is capable of such actions. As she leaves the hospital, Jessica's parents send her home to rest, telling her that they will be able to look after their son themselves from now on. Here the father calls his daughter to him and says that he and Michael, while they are not yet married, should not forget about contraception, leaving Jessica in great confusion. Michael, hearing this, further confuses the already offended girl, saying that he had not thought that her father was so concerned about safety. Jessica is seething with anger and embarrassment, yelling at Michael for eavesdropping on someone else's conversation, to which he merely remarks that he simply has acute hearing. As she ends the conversation, Jessica is about to leave for home by car, but remembers that she pawned it and will therefore try to get it back tomorrow. The guy pretends not to understand what Jessica is talking about and says that she left him the keys to her car. The girl throws herself into Johnson's arms, warmly thanking him, who clearly did not expect such an outburst of feelings. Already behind the wheel of the car, Mrs. Nightingale asks why Michael is helping her so much, to which he says that she might find out about it tomorrow. The girl feels cold, saying that the air conditioner is broken, but Johnson understands that unfortunately, everything is not so simple. He senses the spirit of extermination nearby. The guy asks Jessica to follow all his instructions exactly, and he jumps out of the car, telling her that she needs to go home to the apartment and not stop so that she doesn't hear from behind. Next, the girl needs to hide in Michael's room and call the last contact from his phone and ask him to send the strongest person to her within 30 minutes. And when the people come, do not resist, wait for me. Michael is left alone on the road, watching Jessica's car as it turns the corner. A black car drives up to him. Two figures emerge from it. The guy says that it is time to meet the enemy. The man who killed his family 5 years ago appears before him, claiming he didn't think any of the Johnson family were still alive. Michael asks if the man wants to kill him, and the man, laughing, says that the guy is a real scumbag and doesn't deserve to be killed, and sets his driver on him. The villain lunges at Johnson, who stands in the same unchanging pose, ignoring the threat. The hero delivers his signature blow, knocking his defeated opponent away, calling him a weakling. The main villain says that it was useless to give such a weakling a chance. The man admires the perfection that Michael has achieved in 5 years. Today, Liam Sparks himself will let him die. The hero pointedly remarks that his rival is talking too much nonsense. The handsome man begins his speech by revealing that he was the one who killed the entire Johnson family 5 years ago. Liam offers Michael to become his loyal dog, instead of the guy the last Johnson just killed. The protagonist reports that Sparks is taking on too much, relying on his amateurish kung fu. The young hero wonders if his opponent has noticed that his main weakness is illusion, and multiple images of dark spirits appear behind him. Michael blazes with the quintessence of all his power and strength, and warns that he will not allow the killer of his family to die so easily, nor his subordinate. The main villain cannot believe that there is such a young master in America. He himself has been improving for 40 years, spent countless efforts and wealth, and only just became a master. Even though he doesn't understand how the guy achieved such a result in such a short time, the gap in experience between them is colossal. Liam screams about his intention to blow Michael's head off, and all blazing with anger, rushes into the attack. Young Johnson blocks his opponent's deadly attacks, ignoring his skill and training. Michael notices that Sparks was able to cause him some minor damage in the form of scratches on his arms, albeit more severe than he expected. Liam, meanwhile, spewing blood from his eyes and mouth, is horrified to discover that he broke his fingers during the attack on Johnson. Michael, with a smug smile that even the spirits of darkness behind him would envy, wonders if this is the gap in experience that his opponent spoke of. The protagonist, blazing with magic and hatred, shouts that today Liam Sparks, the killer of the Johnson family, will pay in blood for his actions and rushes into the attack. The villain reassuringly notes that Michael decided to attack him in the air and believes that this is his chance to win, thinking that his opponent is still extremely inexperienced. Sparks focuses all his power into his left hand and delivers a critical blow, cutting off the legs of the last Johnson. The main villain, with a smug smile, haughtily asks how Michael plans to fight without legs. But a moment later, with horror in his eyes, he realizes that it was only a transformed illusion, calling out to the higher realm. Johnson at this moment performs his true strike, filled with the full power of his magic from the back of his doomed opponent. The protagonist's blow sends Liam crashing into the road, breaking off huge chunks of the roadway with his body. Michael stands in the night over the place of his enemy's defeat, blazing with magical power. He notices that his opponent is still alive and says that the villain, as befits a master, is stubborn. Sparks, his face mangled from the blow, whispers that the guy's superiority over him is impossible. Michael lifts Liam Sparks by the hair and asks him to answer one question, and then the guy will think about whether to burn his enemy alive. He wonders who told Sparks about Johnson's existence and how many others know about it. The enemy wonders if he will really be released if he tells everything. In a very vicious manner, Michael shows that his opponent is in no position to negotiate with him and slams his head into the pavement. Sparks says he saw photos of the hero on the internet, and since he doesn't like being in danger, he ordered his people to find and track him and arrive to deal with him. The Dragon Lord said that no one from the Johnson family should survive in the end. Michael slams his boot into Sparks' back and demands to know the Dragon Lord's real name. Liam says that he has not had direct contact with the Dragon Lord, as he is not worthy of even knowing his name. Johnson wonders why the Dragon Lord decided to attack his family, and whether his father really insulted him. The Dragon Lord only said that he was looking for something, and in the end, the search led him to the Johnson family, and Michael remembers the stone that the old man gave him. If the Johnson family has anything worthwhile, it is the cemetery of reincarnation. They hear some kind of hum, then the bastard says that his people have already reached Michael's girlfriend, so he can spend his time on murder. But then there is no guarantee that Jessica will survive. The hero once again presses the enemy's head into the asphalt, reminding him that it is not Sparks who sets the conditions here. Meanwhile, Jessica reaches her house but feels that someone is following her. She realizes that she needs to get home quickly. Running inside, she remembers that she needs to hide in Johnson's room and call the last number she dialed earlier. Locke listens to Jessica's instructions on the phone about calling the strongest person to her as soon as possible. The girl, screaming, asks him to be faster, since someone has already broken down the door. A crowd of unknown aggressive people stand near Jessica's door, listening to the instructions of the leader of them. While Jessica is calling Locke, the enemies are making their way up the stairs towards her. The man quickly ends the conversation. The girl does not understand why he hung up and thinks that she called the police. John loses his temper, not understanding what kind of bastard wants to harm his master. He orders 2 of his best men to go to Jessica immediately to protect her, and if something happens to her, they will be personally responsible to him, and also asks to prepare a helicopter. He flies to New York today. His men inform him that there is an important meeting tomorrow, and he can't cancel it like that, to which Locke snaps that everyone gathered should be told that he won't be coming. Meanwhile, Liam's men break into Jessica's apartment and actively search for her. Jessica is panicked that they are so close and notices that something is wrong with the door to Johnson's room. It seems to be glowing. One of the thugs says that he will kill the girl quickly if she comes to them herself, but the second says not to listen to the first and shouts that he will slowly torture her. The chief informs them that they must avoid murder today, as there has been no contact with Mr. Sparks for some time, and the plan may have changed. However, he also means that he does not forbid her to play with it for a while, leaving his colleagues delighted. One of them hits the door with all his might, but it doesn't give in to this inhuman pressure, and the one who hits it is shocked that the door remains intact after his attack. The one who hit the door bursts into flames of blue, and fiery spirits gather around his head, filling him with flames from within. The burned thug falls to the floor with hellish screams and stops moving. His accomplices don't believe that he's dead. The smartest one notices that this door cannot be dealt with by brute force. This time, Mr. Sparks has come across someone who is not so easy to kill. One of them offers to open the lock of this door, taking out of his pocket the tools necessary for breaking in. Jessica sits on Michael's bed in horror and realizes from the sounds that someone has died behind her door. She sees the door begin to slowly open, and from behind it appears a hand and a mask. The person wearing it frighteningly says that he has come. Jessica is horrified to hear compliments about her beauty from these thugs. She has no idea what they're going to do to her. Three strange figures in suits and masks stand in front of her. One of them says that she lost her brother trying to catch her, and therefore the girl will have to compensate for this. The same figure extends his hand to Jessica, who, turning blue with horror, begs Michael to save her. Out of nowhere, a throwing knife flies by and pierces the attacker's head, leaving him no chance of survival. The figure of Locke's assistant, who was supposed to come to Jessica's aid, appears in the window. The thugs are very angry about the loss of another brother, and what's more, the blow was dealt from behind. A second bodyguard appears from behind and plunges a knife into the skull of another masked man. The main thug, left alone and hearing that the bodyguards have arrived on Locke's orders, understands that he has no chance of survival. He tries to surrender, but is too late, because the fatal blow has already been prepared for him by one of the guards. The bodyguards bow to Jessica, saying that they are Mr. Johnson's men, but Jessica does not believe that she is saved. Michael drags his enemy to the cemetery, casually dragging him along the ground by the scruff of his neck. He throws the body near the grave of his parents and addresses them, saying that he came to see them on the anniversary of their death. Michael kicks Liam's mangled body and demands that he kneel before his parents. Sparks mumbles that he is the master of an entire generation. It would never happen that he would kneel before ordinary people and ask them to kill him. Johnson grabs him by the hair again and slams him against the tile 6 times in a row to convey to the cripple the seriousness of the guy's intentions. And then he decides to make a sacrifice for his parents by killing Sparks. He swears that everyone who was connected with the tragedy in their villa will be personally sent to hell by him to atone for their sins. Jessica shows up at the cemetery in the morning with flowers. The sun is shining all around. She talks about what a busy day yesterday was and what a mysterious person Michael is. At first, she mistook him for a charlatan, similar to a former deceased classmate. She would never have thought that it could be him. The flow of thoughts is interrupted by the fact that she finds Michael at the grave, drunk at the very grave where that classmate is buried with his family. Jessica realizes that he was an old acquaintance of hers all this time. She realizes that she should have guessed earlier. Now the girl understands the origins of the reasons why the guy protected her and tried to solve her problems. She considers herself stupid that she did not notice this earlier. She cannot imagine what he had to go through and hugs him tightly. Jessica sympathizes with Johnson, understands how much pain he was in, and says that now he won't have to go through all this alone. She turns to the grave of his parents and talks about how she didn't believe that Michael would return, but now she will look after him and will not allow him to do stupid things, even though he has already grown into a good, worthy man. The guy asks where Jessica came from, since he is still drinking, to which she exclaims that it's time for him to stop. He needs to go home already. Jessica takes a drunk Michael home to shower and go to bed. The confused guy points out that Jessica is not his wife to take care of him like that, and she replies that until he finds a wife, she will do her responsibilities for him. Michael thinks that perhaps this is exactly what his parents would like to see, instead of revenge for them. 3 hours after the couple left, Lucy Vox appears at the cemetery and discovers the sacrificed Liam Sparks at the Johnson family's grave, and is confused about who could have done such a thing. She puts together in her head the death of the Burke family and this murder, and understands that they are somehow connected. She wants to immediately check all the cameras near the cemetery to find out who did this. Jessica and Michael are sleeping peacefully in bed in their apartment, but they are awakened by a knock on the door. A sleepy Jessica wonders who's knocking at the door. Michael comments on how he doesn't often overindulge in alcohol like that, and then notices that the girl somehow ended up in his bed. He ironically asks if she really desired him, to which Jessica sharply and angrily replies that she doesn't need him. They have a nice argument, and the girl says that he is a bad guy who got drunk and slept with her in his arms, so she only thinks about how to get rid of him. Their argument continues. Michael points out that Jessica is his temporary wife and therefore should hug him, and the girl says that it is not normal when he is so drunk and reeks of alcohol. Jessica asks Johnson to open the door since she can't do it like this. Michael heads to the door. Anna Clark appears on the threshold, and the hero is very surprised by her arrival. She reports that Michael promised to come to her father's for dinner, but he didn't answer his calls, so she decided to come to him. The girl notices the guy's athletic physique, which she had not noticed before, and Michael makes an appointment for 7 o'clock in the evening at a certain place. The Clark family realizes that they don't know where the place Mr. Johnson mentioned is, but their driver sarcastically remarks that he knows where it is. Robert is discussing the high cost of the restaurant they are about to go to, and the driver says that it is just a street with snack bars and shops where the price of a dish does not exceed a couple of dollars. The father and daughter are confused by this news. The owners of the diner don't understand what kind of car has pulled up to them, but they know very well that it is terribly expensive. They don't understand how a person with such a car could come to their restaurant. Michael appears behind them with a girl and happily announces that it was he who invited them and that it was time for the host to set the table. Mr. Clark, getting out of the car, immediately understands why Johnson chose this place, but his driver and daughter do not share his enthusiasm. Everyone sits down at a simple but spacious table with a pile of delicious and juicy shashlik from Michael's childhood. Robert talks about how the food here is really good, but there are no customers at all, and he decided that this must be corrected at all costs. Hearing the rich man's orders to his subordinate, the cafe owners are puzzled by how powerful this man is, and the reason he is here is because of Michael. Johnson thanks Clark for helping the establishment and takes a direct interest in the Tizen Group, which was previously owned by his family. The businessman explains that after the incident 5 years ago, the company's future became very unclear and asks why Michael needed information about this company. Suddenly it dawns on him, and he realizes that Michael Johnson is the very heir to the company who supposedly died that day along with his parents, but he learned medicine and returned. Michael understands that his interlocutor has already guessed everything, but he still says that he wants to revive the company and asks Robert what he knows. Then Clark reveals that Dick Lawrence now owns the majority share. Michael knows he will never forget that name because it was his parents' friend, an uncle he always trusted. But it was he who gave his father the invitations to that damn party when his parents were dead. He smiled to please the man from Washington. Jessica, seeing Michael flush, tries to calm him down by placing her hand on his shoulder, to which he replies that she doesn't need to worry and that he's fine. Clark asks if he understands Johnson correctly, that he wants to unite and return the Tizen Group to its former glory. Anna notices that her father is shaking. She thinks it is from nerves, but soon realizes that it is from the determination to unite with Michael Johnson. Michael asks Robert if he's worried about his family, to which he replies that businessmen are always after money, and if he can count on 10% of the profit, then he's in business. Jessica notices that Clark has changed his usual strategy in order to continue collaborating with Johnson. Michael decides to accept the businessman's offer because he seems sincere, and in return says that he will always help his family. The couple walks through the city, happy, and discusses how Michael's father would be happy if he could get the company back. The hero understands the surveillance, but understands that these are John Locke's people, who sent them for protection. On the way home, Jessica suggests dinner, to which Michael replies that he is not hungry. Michael is going to thank Locke for saving his girlfriend. Johnson makes an appointment with his agent, preparing to meet him at 8 o'clock in the evening at the Imperial Club, where they will not be disturbed. Michael wonders who this John Locke is because he invited him to the coolest club in New York. You can't even get in for money, and it belongs to John himself. Lucy Vox, accompanied by an unknown man, heads to the Imperial Club, discussing the death of Liam Sparks. She proves to her father that it was not an accident, since at the last moment someone erased all the evidence. The club is full of various martial arts masters. Today there are significantly more of them. Even strong ones have appeared. They talk about an old man who is the local administrator, and it is because of his strength that the club has nothing to do with politics. Lucy wonders why a club with such power hasn't taken over every family in New York. Her father explains that the reason lies in the man who stands behind that powerful master. His name is John Locke, and he is the governor of an entire region. Lucy understands how much power this man has, and her father asks her not to think about the governor, since the difference between them is too great. The daughter and father separate to unwind before an important meeting. She can't get Spark's sacrifice for the Johnson family out of her head. Although they should all be dead, she wonders if any of them could have survived and notices Michael. The girl thinks that Johnson could not have been here, since he would have been a beggar if he had remained alive. But no one will mind if she personally confirms her theory. Lucy greets Michael warmly, but then says she was mistaken and mistook him for an old friend. She notes that since the guy ended up in this club, he can't help but know her, and so she hands him her business card and tells him to contact her if he needs help. Michael angrily knocks the card out of the girl's hands and asks again if he heard correctly about the Vox family. The girl is confused by the guy's impudence, and he tries even more persistently to drive her away. The girl does not tolerate such an attitude towards her family and is going to slap the impudent man. Then the administrator appears and demands that this be stopped immediately. Lucy tries to start a conversation with the Grand Master, flaunting her origins, but he brushes her off and yells at her to get lost because he doesn't care about her or her family, and if she doesn't get out now, she will never set foot in the Imperial Club again. The girl is terribly offended and leaves quietly because she doesn't want any big trouble. The master begins a conversation with Michael, noting that Locke has not yet arrived for the meeting, although it is already time, and suggests that something might have happened on the way, but the governor will be here soon. The administrator wonders why this guy can treat the governor himself so disrespectfully. Who is he supposed to be? Here John Locke himself appears along with his bodyguard. The master bows before the governor and his authority, greeting him in every possible way, noting that he is still as strong as he was a year ago. Michael is displeased to report that Locke was a full 2 minutes late for the appointment, having made him wait for so long. The governor kneels before Johnson and asks him not to be so angry. The governor's entire retinue is shocked that their master is kneeling before some nameless guy. Locke calls Michael the overlord and says that he hasn't had it easy enough, and behind him, his subordinates realize that this guy is the same legendary overlord that the governor has been talking about for a long time. As is well known, John Locke, the governor, controls the entire powerful underground power of New York, but initially he was merely a figurehead. Locke himself repeatedly emphasized that the real master was the ruler, not he. Locke's subordinates, who only now realized who was in front of them, kneel before Michael, calling the guy a great ruler. The protagonist orders John to throw his men out so they are left alone. The governor sends them out the door, clarifying that no one should interfere with the negotiations, and if anyone appears, they must kill the person who came. John tells the Lord that now they are alone, and no one will hear or disturb them, to which Michael asks why he received such a nickname. Locke recalls an incident in Devil's Valley several years ago when Johnson saved his life. Then John and his brothers were surrounded by martial arts masters and would undoubtedly have died if Michael had not come to their aid. At first, Johnson didn't care about these people, but when he found out that they were from the same area of New York as him, the hero simply couldn't pass by. He used the talisman given to his teachers to destroy those masters. Governor Locke says that after that incident, he can't help but respect and appreciate Michael, and the reason he calls Johnson a master is because of the order. Michael doesn't understand what the order has to do with it, but after John shows it, he is very surprised. The boy, depicted against the backdrop of a huge dragon, looks very much like the god of medicine himself. Johnson asks Locke if he knows who made this boy look like him, to which the governor replies that the order is 100 years old and was made long before Michael saved his life. Forgery is impossible. Michael incredulously asks Locke where this order came from, trying to catch him in a lie. John swears that this thing is a family heirloom, which was passed down to him from his grandfather, who literally gave the concept of the word feng shui itself. When it was predicted that his family would disappear in 100 years, he used a secret technique to break through the heavens. There he learned that he needed to find the Lord with the magic of the purple dragon. He then spent 20 years of his life on this order, hoping that his fate would change forever, and his last words were that Locke would meet the Lord engraved on the order in 100 years, and his last name would be Johnson, So John would not miss this opportunity because he was guilty of the extermination of his clan. The young hero believes that Locke is somehow greatly exaggerating his importance, and then remembers that the master said that Michael's destiny is special, that it is the destiny of a ruler with the magic of the purple dragon, which is why he saves the life of Sarah Walsh here, since such a ruler is capable of breaking through the path to heaven and changing the destinies of others. The governor says that he knows about the incident with the Johnson family 5 years ago. Over the past couple of years, he has been developing his strength, but if he is given a little more time, he will definitely help the ruler in defeating his enemies. To which Michael sharply replies that his family does not need others to avenge it, and if Locke interferes, he will never be on his side. John understands that the god of medicine is already too powerful and that he clearly does not need his help. Michael announces that he is willing to become the governor's ruler if he is willing to fulfill 3 conditions. Firstly, Locke must not interfere in the life of young Johnson without his orders. Secondly, he must help find a person to protect Jessica. Thirdly, John needs help finding out the location of the person from the capital. The governor agrees to the terms. Michael tries to leave, saying that he will contact Locke when he is needed. John stops the hero, warning him that information about him has already been leaked several times, first by the Vox family, then by the Walsh family, and also by the National Security Bureau and the Dragon Spirit Squad. Michael reasons that the first 2 families could well be interested in him, but the Bureau and the Squad are already worrying the main character. Locke reassures Johnson that he will find someone to take responsibility for the 3 murders, arguing that even if something comes to light, without evidence, no one can do anything to Michael. Johnson says goodbye to the governor and goes outside, wondering why Lucy Vox was looking for him. Here he unexpectedly meets the girl herself on the street, who demands an apology from him. Michael doesn't intend to answer the girl and begins to talk out loud about how he should buy a car so that he doesn't have to walk home so late at night. Lucy is furious with the guy's behavior. She begins to glow in some kind of force and attacks Michael. Michael grabs the girl, who is already flying, by the hand and throws her back onto the road. Johnson's ex-girlfriend can't understand how this happened, because she is quite good at martial arts. Michael stands over a very disgruntled, defeated girl who has broken through the asphalt with her body. An upset Vox tells the guy that he can't insult her family like that. Whoever he is, he won't be able to stay in the Imperial Club forever, and then she will kill him. Michael can't listen to the voice of this terrible girl and covers her mouth with his hand. He says that a disgusting woman like her belongs in the trash. Young Johnson, in a rage, throws the girl headfirst into the trash can, saying that this is the most suitable place for her. Michael, shaking off his hands, turns around and leaves, accompanied by loud insults from the girl. A very unhappy Lucy, having climbed out of the trash can, says that now this guy will not only die, but will make his death painful. Already standing near Jessica's apartment, Michael begins to think that although Lucy is a terrible girl, she has nothing to do with the death of his family. Of course, if she had dared to do something beyond the pale, then Michael would have killed her, even though he doesn't like killing women. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Johnson enters his girlfriend's apartment, realizes that it is already late, and therefore does not intend to disturb her. Opening the door to his room, the protagonist sees a girl in his bed. He understands that she is still scared from recent events. A satisfied Michael decides not to disturb the girl and simply goes to bed with her. The hero wakes up the next morning and asks his neighbor what time it is. Michael turns to the girl and, drenched in sweat, realizes that he did not spend the night with Jessica. The girl turns out to be Sarah Walsh, who is very confused and asks the guy how he ended up here, to which the guy asks her the same question in return. Then Jessica opens the door to the room, shocked by what she saw. She asks Michael what he is doing here, because he said he would not come that night. Everyone is very uncomfortable. Jessica, burning with shame, asks if there was anything between these young people that night. Michael remembers telling his girlfriend he wouldn't be coming home, so she wouldn't worry and go to bed. And Sarah thinks that if she hadn't had too much to drink yesterday, she wouldn't have found herself in such an awkward situation. Yesterday, Sarah's mother came to visit and told her that the situation in their family had changed dramatically, and now she had to return home and marry someone. The girl was very upset, so she came to her friend, and they drank heavily, and as soon as she got drunk, she immediately fell asleep. She completely forgot that Michael was living with her and was very upset that she slept in the same bed with this womanizer. Now her reputation was tarnished. Johnson tries to turn the situation into a joke, saying that if there was something between them, he will take full responsibility. Sarah gets very angry and insults the guy, saying that they are from different worlds and that he cannot understand the horror of the current situation. A distressed Michael leaves his room and his phone rings, revealing it to be Robert Clark. He tells the guy that his people have unearthed information on the Tizen group, and to get it back, he needs to get Dick Lawrence's signature and destroy the Black Eel group that controls the company itself. Michael promises to fulfill all the conditions, to which Clark promises to return the company within 3 days after that, reasoning that if Johnson can do this, then his capabilities are simply beyond imagination. The protagonist approaches the main office of his father's company, knowing that an interview with Lawrence is currently taking place there. Michael decides that it's time to tell this man everything, and also remembers the words of John Locke that the building has 33 floors, and the elevator only goes to the 29th. For the rest, you need a special pass. Johnson discusses the last 4 floors, suggesting that ordinary people are on floors 30-31, Black Eels engaged in illegal trade are on floor 32, and Dick himself is on floor 33. The god of medicine ponders how to get to the top floor and decides to melt the window because it is the safest way. Michael uses his supernatural magical power and rises to the 32nd floor through the air. The Blackheads notice something strange. They sense someone approaching and decide to check who it could be. Out of nowhere, a young Johnson appears. Everyone is shocked by his presence here, asking who he is and how he got here, to which Michael, with a smirk in his eyes, tells them that he is the one they see last in their lives. The leader of the group shouts in rage that this brat has gone crazy, to which the hero kills this upstart with one precise blow. Everyone else is shocked by what they see and cannot believe their eyes. Michael, going over Locke's words in his head, remembers that this group is involved in smuggling, selling drugs and weapons, trafficking, and killing people. So it's better for guys like him to keep their mouths shut. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the building, they hear that something strange is happening downstairs. But Dick calms everyone down and says that his guys are getting noisy from playing cards. No one needs to worry. Representing the country, M sets a condition for the head of the company that he must provide military maps of the New York airfield. And as long as he is willing to cooperate with them, he will be an agent. Lawrence's men, with frightened faces, inform their leader that such cooperation could bring them trouble and that it is treason. To which the company's owner reassures them, saying that for such machinations they face execution at most, and that the weapons and contraband they are currently transporting are already enough for several executions. Country M's representative wants to add another clause to their agreement. He says he's willing to provide the company with 10 units of high-precision automated equipment with a market value of over $500 million. Dick Lawrence, laughing and throwing out his arms, says that he agrees to cooperate with a country with good intentions, and they enter into an agreement. At the moment of their handshake, the door shatters into pieces. No one understands who dared to break into Lawrence's office. An enraged Michael enters the room and says that if good people do not intervene in this cooperation, then all of New York will soon become the dogs of Country M, and therefore all these bastards must be killed. Dick suddenly recognizes this young man as the younger Johnson. He does not believe his eyes because this scum should have been dead for a long time. The head of the company tries to call his security, to which Michael smugly remarks that his people are sleeping and will never wake up. Lawrence wonders how this is possible. Since he has gathered the best masters, Johnson shuts him up by pushing some envelope in his face and asking him to sign it. The envelope contains an agreement for the unconditional transfer of share capital, and Dick is shocked by the guy's impudence. A representative of Country M orders his bodyguard to kill a young man who has disrupted important negotiations. He complies and begins shooting at the guy with a machine gun. Michael creates an invisible field, which causes all bullets to simply smear before reaching the guy. The main character says that he has seen a lot of firearms, but he doesn't like using them at all. He turned all the bullets in the opposite direction, straight at the bodyguard, taking off his head. After this, the martial arts masters working for Lawrence attack the guy, but Michael scatters them in different directions with one wave of his hand, saying that they are too far from his level. Dick panics, sweats profusely, and says that it's impossible to become a martial artist at that age, and asks who this guy even is. The representative of Country M is very nervous and tries to leave, saying that he does not want to interfere with someone else's conversation. Michael rushes at him, screaming, "Die!" and very quickly kills the man in the white business suit, leaving him and Dick alone in the office. Young Johnson orders the head of the company to sign a document transferring part of the company. Lawrence has no choice but to comply with the demands of the brutal killer, and he signs the contract begging for his life. Now Michael is going to kill Dick, but he asks him not to act so radically, saying that behind his company there is a more powerful group of prismen who will very cruelly avenge Lawrence. Johnson tells him that he will kill this man too. He doesn't care. Dick, in a rage, tells Michael that he is not so invincible as to defeat Theo Prisman himself. He is also a master, and in the event of Lawrence's death, he will kill not only the hero himself, but also his entire family. Stepping into the shadows, the god of medicine states that he has no family. They were killed 5 years ago in that very villa. Lawrence kneels before the guy, realizing the situation he is in, and tries to prove to him that there was a misunderstanding, that his uncle is his father's best friend, and he could not harm his family. Michael loses his temper and, in a rage, knees Dick right in the nose, saying that he has no right to mention his father or be called his uncle. The head of the company begs him to let him go, explaining that so many years have passed, it's time to forget everything. To which Johnson, already out of his mind, begins to hit Dick, asking why he should let him go if 5 years ago he did not let his family go and betrayed them. Michael, hating this man, continues to brutally beat him, saying that because of him, the guy does not have a normal life, that he wants to be an ordinary person, and because of Lawrence's betrayal, Johnson now lives only with hatred, and he will kill until he takes revenge on everyone involved. The protagonist leaves the Tizen Group building, surprised by Locke's thoughtfulness, who not only sent a cleaner to clean up the crime scene, but also gave him a new, clean suit. Here, Michael unexpectedly meets police officer Jenkins, who asks what Johnson is doing here, and the guy asks her a question in return. No one is going to answer such a question, and they find themselves in an awkward position when suddenly an explosion occurs in the company building behind them. One of the fragments flies straight at the head of a young girl, and she understands that she cannot dodge it. Is this where she will die? Michael grabs Jenkins in his arms and jumps away with her, the debris landing where the girl was standing a second ago. The guy asks if she's okay, to which the police captain sincerely thanks the hero for saving her and says that she's okay. Johnson looks at the burning building and wonders what kind of cleaning style Locke's subordinates have, since they only needed to erase the traces of the murders, not blow up entire floors. Michael notices people wearing the same clothes and with the same tattoo. They look too suspicious. Jenkins tells the guy that these tattoos indicate that these people belong to Prisman's group. She had just been investigating their case in the last few days, but the evidence was insufficient. The girl quickly says goodbye to Johnson and runs off on business, starting to follow the group, promising to contact the guy later. Michael is very tired of these obstacles in his path. He decides to quickly deal with them. His hand bursts into pink flame. Jenkins follows the Prismans to a building where they suddenly disappear. She finds a window and looks inside, realizing that there is no communication here, and it will be difficult to call for help. The girl doesn't understand where she ended up and decides to at least take a photo of what's happening inside. Then the head of the group, Theo Prisman himself, appears. He accuses his subordinates of the explosion that occurred in the company building. His assistants try to justify themselves. Theo doesn't believe their words, noting that they didn't even notice the surveillance, and draws everyone's attention to the window where Officer Jenkins is standing. She realizes that she is in a difficult situation and decides to just run, but Theo quickly catches up with the girl in 2 short jumps. Prisman looks like a huge rock in front of Jenkins. He holds the girl's head with just his fingers, drawing attention to her beauty. She tells him that she is a police captain. Her people already know where she is, and Theo would be better off letting her go quickly. The leader of the group, in a rage, forcefully throws the girl away, saying that he has been involved in the criminal world for a long time, that countless bullets have been fired at him, and that she, a woman, does not dare threaten him. A smug Theo threatens the girl and tells her that his brothers will have a good time with her today. The girl, with anger flaring in her eyes, tells the leader that her father is from the Southwestern Military District, and if something happens to her, her father will get them all out from under the ground. Prisman, hearing the name of Jenkins' father, becomes very worried, because this man is really a big shot. He wonders why his daughter came here and became a police officer. The girl realizes that she made a mistake when she decided to follow the group alone, and in general, with such success, it would have been better if she had committed suicide. Theo decides it's time to get down to business, and there's no time for ceremony, when out of nowhere, the silhouette of a guy appears on the roof of the building and says that if the person doesn't want to, there's no point in insisting. Prisman asks the guy to introduce himself and explain what he's doing here, because this is his territory, and since he showed up here, he probably wants to die. Michael apologizes with a smug smile and says that he didn't come here just like that. He came to kill them all. All the gang members start laughing loudly at the guy's insolence, and the leader suggests that his men grind him into dust, showing him what they are capable of. The Prismanians start shooting at Johnson, but he, not noticing the bullets, flies past them, throwing them in different directions with his superpower. Theo's right-hand man thinks that Michael did a weak trick, and that's all he can do. Laughing, he rushes at the guy, but immediately gets a counterblow from which he dies in a second. Jenkins, looking at all this, is surprised by the guy's movements, which are so lightning fast that she doesn't even notice them, and considers the guy a killing machine. Theo Prisman sees that the guy is strong enough to be considered a worthy opponent for him, and, pleased with his perfect body, prepares to attack. He tells the guy that it's not too late to give up, but at that moment he receives a crushing uppercut, from which his huge body rises into the air. An enraged Prisman quickly gets to his feet and advances on Michael again, raising his large fist to kill the guy with it. Before the blow can fall on Johnson, he already lands his own right on Theo's steel press, causing his eyes to pop out of their sockets. The leader of a powerful group realizes that the guy is much stronger than him and offers to negotiate, promising weapons and women. Michael doesn't want to listen to these empty words and deals the final killing blow to Theo, sending him to the next world. Jenkins, in indescribable shock, looks at this powerful guy who destroyed a great group in a few minutes. Johnson approaches the girl. She panics and asks what he wants from her. The guy reaches out to her. Jenkins is afraid that he wants to silence her. The guy spreads her injured legs. The girl, calling him a pervert, tries to break free. She is upset that she thought he was good, and he decided to take advantage of the situation. Michael, without even being outraged by the girl's behavior, explains to her that the bones in her legs have shifted and many cracks have appeared, and if she doesn't want to become disabled, she will have to trust. The girl relaxed and allowed the guy to help her. The god of medicine directs his power into the girl's body. She feels good. Energy spreads throughout her body. The very pleased girl thanks the guy and says that if he decides to become a doctor, great success awaits him. But he replies that he doesn't want to and suggests that Jenkins collect the phones of all the group members. They will definitely contain evidence. Michael himself intends to leave, and when the girl asks where he is going, he replies that he has not finished all his business yet. The police arrive and discover the entire gang, including Theo Prisman, whose face shows that he saw something terrible before his death. Already changed, Jenkins calls her brother and tells him in detail what she witnessed. The older brother immediately goes to New York to help his sister and asks her not to approach this guy under any circumstances. Michael walks through the sunny city, remembering the previous night, arguing that killing a person is easy until it comes to the blood feud he seeks. Then he notices Sarah Walsh in the cafe window, drinking tea and musing that the life of the rich is quite good. Johnson decides to ignore the girl and walks past, but Sarah accidentally sees the guy and runs out into the street after him, asking him to stop and wondering where he is going in such a hurry. Michael pretends that he was just passing by and didn't even see Mrs. Walsh, but since they met by chance, she can treat him to a cup of coffee. The young people again begin to discuss the situation that happened the night they ended up in the same bed. Then Megan Walsh, Sarah's mother, comes out of the cafe and asks her daughter who the guy next to her is. Sarah, alarmed by her mother's question, pretends that Michael is her boyfriend. He is very shy and therefore embarrassed to speak. The mother is outraged by her daughter's behavior. She reminds her that if the man finds out that Sarah is having an affair with another, the entire Walsh family will be in danger, and therefore she is taking her daughter home today, from where she will never leave again. The younger Walsh, in a panic, tries to convince her mother that she is a person and not just property, to which Megan sharply replies that a daughter has no right to disobey her father. Michael intervenes in a mother-daughter argument, grabs Sapa's hand and pulls her aside, telling her mother that she is already pregnant with his child and he is ready to take full responsibility. The girl, not understanding what is happening, quietly asks the guy what he dared to do to her. That night, Michael asks her to play along for her mother. Sarah, with an embarrassed face, demonstratively strokes her stomach and says that she just felt a push. Michael thought that the girl had overplayed her hand, but he needed to hold his ground and get her out of here, even though she hadn't asked for help. Moreover, when Sarah was almost ready to return home, a bloody mark appeared on her forehead, considering that Johnson, at the request of the old man, was supposed to protect her. Then this mark definitely means something. The distrustful woman asks her daughter if this guy is telling the truth. Sarah understands that this is her chance for salvation and tells her mother that if that man found out that she lost her virginity with another, he would definitely give up. Megan, in a rage, attacks her daughter, insulted by her behavior, and orders her to immediately return home, where she will have an abortion and she will never leave the house again. Michael stands up for the girl, grabs the woman's hand and asks her not to treat Sarah like that, to which Megan yells at the guy not to dare interfere in their family's affairs. The insulted Johnson promises to return to this miss in 6 months and show who really deserves respect here. And now he is trying to take Sarah away from her rude mother. A disgruntled mother calls someone on the phone and asks for more information and investigation about a man named Michael Johnson from New York. Left alone with the guy, Sarah tries to apologize for her mother's behavior, explaining that she is not such a bad person, although she has different values in life. Mrs. Walsh, looking at her savior, notices that he is even a little handsome, and Michael at that moment thinks about the words of the old man who asked him to protect this girl. Here Johnson stops a taxi, quickly says goodbye and drives away, leaving Sarah completely perplexed by the guy's behavior. Michael is riding in a taxi and arguing that he needs his own power and might. He already has Locke's support, but he is more suited to dark deeds, not legal ones. Johnson asks the driver to take him to Robert Clark's address. Half an hour later, the guy is sitting in Clark's living room, and Clark is wondering why such a great man has visited him. Michael hands Robert an envelope signed by Dick Lawrence and informs him that he has fulfilled all the conditions. Silent questions arise between the interlocutors, so Johnson decides to also mention that he has dealt with Prisman's group, and now further actions depend on Robert. An inspired Clark announces that he will now resolve all the problems in 3 days, and the Tizen group will be revived. Michael also asks for information about the Walsh family, to which Robert replies that this family is very powerful, the assets of their company are terrifying, and far from comparable to the current situation of the Tizen group. He suspects that this young man is going to bring this family under his control. Johnson turns it all into a joke, saying he was just asking what was going on, but Clark understands the guy's true intentions. Michael asks Robert an important question. Would he dare to go against all of America if the guy gave him a sword? Clark wonders if the sword is the Tizen group, mentioning that his company is much more influential. Johnson begins to explain that he can give Robert a force similar to Prisman's group, only even more powerful, as well as a multitude of highly profitable products, and asks if Clark will then be able to elevate the Tizen group above the Walsh family in 6 months. Robert intends to help Michael, but what the boy can give will not be enough. He also needs strong public support. The old man is afraid that he will not have enough time because he is no longer so young. Johnson reassures the old man that he can solve the problem with society and his age himself. He hands the old man a magic pill, saying that it can extend his life by 50 years. Accepting the magic pill from his friend's hands, Clark happily agrees to the medicine god's cause. Michael bids Robert a casual farewell, saying he has a ready-made company waiting for him in 3 days, leaving Clark to reflect on how radically his life has changed and what he can achieve by following this guy. It's late in the evening when young Johnson returns to Jessica's apartment. As he enters the room, he sees Mrs. Nightingale and Mrs. Walsh, who are very surprised by his arrival. Michael, turning to Sarah, asks what she is doing here, whether she has really decided to push Jessica and him out of their apartment, to which the apartment owner is shocked that he already considers this apartment to be theirs. The unfortunate Mrs. Walsh explains that her company, Apple, has now been taken over by the family. Her bank card has been frozen, and now she has nothing. She has nowhere else to go. Michael asks where she is going to sleep, warning that he will not share a bed with her. Jessica interrupts the guy, saying that Sarah can sleep with her. Johnson sarcastically asks Sarah if she really intends to live off Jessica. Walsh complains that she doesn't intend to live like that. She just doesn't have a job yet. And Nightingale thinks to herself that it is Michael who is living off her. Mrs. Walsh casually asks the guy if he might want to give her a job, to which the guy says that he might, and she is shocked. Michael offers Sarah a position in his company, remembering her extensive experience. She promises to do everything possible to make his company flourish. However, the girl, realizing the full responsibility, warns the guy that if he hires her, her family will definitely want to suppress the company. Michael is not afraid of her words, and he says that he will take her. The very happy girl immediately pounces on the guy, demanding to know everything about his company, what its policies are, and what type of industry it is in. Johnson replies that the company has not yet been formed, but everything will be ready soon. The disappointed girl does not understand how she could trust this guy. Sarah recalls that he also promised her mother to get up in 6 months and concludes that this boy knows too little about life. All the main figures in America are in the shadows. Meanwhile, her mother, Megan, ordered her people to find out if her daughter was pregnant, to which she had already received the answer that Sarah was not pregnant. But some time ago, she actually ended up in the house where Michael lived, so there was still a small chance of pregnancy. Megan is furious and says that if this guy really slept with her daughter, then he should die. She orders her assistant to quickly tell her everything about the origin of this impudent fellow and learns that there is no such information. It is as if he appeared out of thin air, but he is probably the same boy who survived the tragedy at the villa 5 years ago. Megan recalls that this tragedy shocked all of New York at the time. In the end, the Johnson family really did offend the big people in the capital. Now, Sarah's mother understands why the guy got close to her daughter. She assumes that he wants to infiltrate their family and use their power to avenge the death of their parents. But if that's the case, then he shouldn't have made a bet with her. Although it might even be a plus for Megan's family, she's interested in what this guy will do, so she'll wait. Michael is sad as he stands on the balcony of Jessica's apartment. There are too many people in the house now, and therefore more trouble. The guy can't even go to the shower or toilet. There's always someone there, yelling at him that he's a pervert, although he just thought the room was free. Johnson decides that it would be better to think about business. Now he has enough strength, given the support of Locke and Clark, plus his recipes. He just needs to win public opinion. Here the guy feels that someone is following him. He decides to play cat and mouse with this person and pretends to go back to the apartment. The mouse turns out to be the older brother Jenkins. He is watching Michael from the roof of the neighboring house, but so far he does not notice anything unusual. This guy behaves like a normal person. At one point, the elder Jenkins notices that the boy is missing. He looks around in panic and manages to notice Johnson's body flying towards him. The guy strikes the follower, but he dodges, not wanting to directly meet Michael's power. Junior Johnson, a little shocked, decides to strike again, but also misses the target, only destroying the roof of the building. Michael shouts that his opponent cannot win, and the opponent is already behind him, hoping to land a blow. The main character repels the attack without any problems. Without even using his limbs, he simply covers himself with a shield made of his strength. The opponent, with horror in his eyes, realizes that the information was wrong, and Johnson is not just a martial arts master, he is a true cultivator. There is a silent pause during which the elder brother Jenkins considers what he should do in this situation and thinks about Johnson's strength, as someone like him can easily suppress many ancient warriors, because such people do not cultivate martial arts, but immortality. But a cultivator doesn't necessarily have to be stronger than an ancient warrior. At least the strongest martial artist can theoretically defeat a cultivator. The protagonist suddenly appears behind him and delivers a crushing blow with his foot to the opponent's torso. After a missed attack, the guy goes into free flight, which is interrupted by a nearby wall that ends up in the way, now with multiple cracks appearing on it from the strong collision. The defeated man, in a strong panic, screams that he just wanted to talk, but how can he do it if Michael is so eager to kill him? Young Johnson inquires as to who could have sent a spy to him, the Walsh family or someone else, to which the supposed enemy replies that there is no conflict between them, and then hands over his documents to the victor. Michael makes sure that it is indeed not one of his enemies, but the captain of the Dragon Soul Special Forces, Leslie Clinton, who strongly confirms this and asks to let him go. But Johnson had never heard of any such captain, and so he incredulously asks how long he has been following him and preparing to deliver a magical blow. Leslie begs the hero to stop, saying that they have a mutual friend, Gloria Jenkins. Michael, slightly surprised, asks who Captain Jenkins is to him, and he replies that she is his sister, who told him about Michael. Clinton saw that he was good and decided to invite him. Nothing bad. Johnson is about to strike again and says that in order to invite him, they could have simply found him instead of spying on him. Leslie once again panically shrugs off the hero's impending attack and swears on her honor as captain of the Dragon Soul that she will be indebted to Michael and will help him if he has any problems in the future. The protagonist, thinking about Leslie's situation, begins to think about using it to increase the social influence of his Tizen group, which needs it for development. Michael grabs the captain by the collar and sternly asks what place his squad occupies in America, to which Leslie readily points out that his group is third in the fight against secret forces. Michael believes that this is enough for his company and sets a strict condition that Clinton will only be released if he signs a contract with a company in New York. The captain asks if he understood correctly that Johnson wants the squad to take the company that previously belonged to his father under his wing, to which Michael answers affirmatively and says that he has a special case, but he can contact his superiors, and even if they do not agree, he will find a way to solve this problem. The protagonist hands his new ally a brownish sphere, reminiscent of chocolate in color, and says that the captain will recover from his wounds when he eats it. Leslie becomes increasingly confused about who this guy is, since he also has pills, and then she asks if he has any more of these things, since he has only heard about them, but has never even seen them. Michael throws a bunch of pills and says that he has more than one, and the captain watches them mesmerized, and then says that if they were to be handed over to the military, but then the hero interrupts him and says that this is not some kind of relic, and therefore he should not give it up. Johnson haughtily informs that if Leslie wants to get them, he will have to fulfill the order and send a man for a personal meeting. Michael jumps off the roof, and the squad captain is left perplexed by the thought that the person he needs is very busy and will not be able to show up for a personal meeting. Lying on his bed, the main character reflects on how having two women in the house only means that the bathroom and toilet are always occupied, meaning he will now have to wait in line. He believes that his strength has increased greatly recently, and so he takes out the stone given to him by his father to try to enter the cemetery of reincarnation again. Michael finds himself back in the same dark place he found himself in last time. Johnson notices that his head doesn't hurt, and he doesn't feel any discomfort, and the cemetery doesn't try to push him away. Is it because of his strength? Michael stands in front of a huge, magically flaming tomb with many different swords stuck in it. The protagonist is about to summon Claude Crank's Death Fist, but doesn't quite understand how to do it, so he tries various magical influences on the grave. Sarah and Jessica are talking in the middle of the apartment about how Walsh needs to take care of some things today, and therefore there is no need to cook for her today. Johnson, sitting nearby on the sofa, thinks that he has already tried everything possible to move the grave. Is his strength really not enough? The guy understands that he needs an alchemical furnace for strengthening, but he was supposed to go to the auction for it today, and Jacob Sanders never called him, although he doesn't even have a number, so he should check on him. Johnson's phone rings and he assumes it's Robert calling about the work he's done. It is indeed the head of the Clark family who calls and informs him that Father Michael's company is now under his control, along with all its employees. Dressed in a smart suit, Robert announces that he only has a couple of formalities left to complete, and that the ribbon cutting can take place in 2 days. Michael is glad that the old man didn't deceive him, and says that by that time all of New York will know that the Tizen group is back. The main character reasons that Leslie still hasn't contacted him. He couldn't just leave the game without warning. Jessica and Johnson hear a knock on the door. The girl does not understand at all who could appear at such a time, but Michael understands that it is almost certainly Jacob. Out of breath, Sanders starts talking quickly from the doorway, saying that he waited all morning, but Johnson never showed up, so it took him some time to get here. They were about to let him in, but Jacob said that it was not necessary and handed over the invitation letter to the auction, sadly informing that something had happened in his family, and therefore he could not go with Michael. The hero just wanted to ask what had happened, but the old man had already closed the door and left without saying anything, making Johnson think that something serious had happened. It's a sunny afternoon. There are only a couple of clouds in the sky, a large, beautiful building with panoramic windows, a small park nearby. This is the Millennium Hotel. Michael is standing in the middle of the crowd waiting for the auction to begin. He is wearing a black suit and black trousers. He has an orange tie and a red handkerchief is visible inside his breast pocket. Young Johnson, using his peripheral vision, notices a familiar face. It turns out to be Lilia Sanders, Jacob's granddaughter. Lily is dressed in a pink evening dress, and very embarrassed, she also notices Johnson's presence and awkwardly greets him. Michael notices that she doesn't look very well, but she denies it and says that everything is fine. And since he is here, he should follow her. Lilia says that this reception is known as a round table and is mainly intended for communication and relaxation. The auction itself will take place later on the floor above, but for now it's time to have a snack. Some strange individuals sarcastically remark that the girl appeared here, and as quietly as a mouse, and then they say that it is even stranger that she came at all, since the Sanders family could not defend themselves. The protagonist tries to find out what happened to Lilia's family, but she says that her dad will definitely figure everything out, and Michael is a guest, so he should concentrate on the auction. Someone calls out from behind Johnson. It turns out to be Sarah Walsh. She is dressed a little revealingly, but very beautifully, unsettling Sanders with her beauty. She asks what Michael is doing here, and he addresses a similar question to her, and Lilia goes to the restroom so as not to disturb, because she will not become so beautiful. Sarah asks him who the girl was with whom he came, to which Michael says that she is the granddaughter of the pharmacist who helps him. But what is Walsh doing here, all of whose bank accounts are frozen? The protagonist assumes that she is hungry, and she asks why he assumes that she is still unemployed, and that she received the invitation earlier, and then asks how much money he has, to which he replies that he has an incredible 90 million, putting the girl in an awkward position. Sarah explains in a conspiratorial tone that this is an unusual auction, and the person in charge is not so easy to meet, and in general, the world is full of people who secretly practice martial arts, and they are unusually strong and can also kill with their bare hands. Clearly unimpressed by this news, the protagonist feigns fear and surprise, leaving his companion in an awkward position. Walsh tells Michael that it may seem like there are 4 main families in New York, but in fact there is another, even more terrible one. This news even arouses a false interest in Johnson. She says it's a mysterious kind of martial arts. They are mysterious puppeteers behind the scenes. This family is divided into 2 branches, just like this auction. The first deals with paintings for ordinary people, while the second deals with everything related to martial arts, including weapons and items for cultivating pills. The price of one item is more than $100 million. From Sarah's words, Michael understands that even his money may not be enough for the alchemical furnace he so desperately needs, but he also understands that he needs it. Johnson asks if he can display his things here, and his companion replies that yes, but first they need to be approved by the expert committee that sits upstairs. Michael recalls that he recently heard that there are very few alchemists left, and therefore he should be able to sell his medicines at a high price. The protagonist enters the office and sees a group of strange people playing mahjong for huge sums of money, and one of them has just lost 10 million to another. One of the committee members wonders what Johnson is doing here, and whether he really wants to show his wares to the committee. Michael takes out one of his miracle pills right in front of the committee and says he wants to sell it. These people are very confused when they see such a product. Some say that such pills are always filled with energy. Some doubt that there are any left. Another tries to say that he knows better. And the last one just wants to continue the batch as soon as possible. Upon closer inspection, the commission members notice that they are not holding an ordinary pill, but one with a real pattern. After this news, everyone completely loses their heads and tries to take turns looking at her, putting Michael in a slightly awkward position. They are very surprised to find that the thing has also been recently improved, and therefore there is no doubt left. They begin to ask the guy where it came from, whether his teacher is really an alchemist. Johnson is nervous and realizes that not only are there few alchemists in America, there are none left, and so he urgently has to come up with something to get out of it. The young hero says that he doesn't want anyone to hear their conversation, but the senior member of the commission understands everything perfectly well and takes him to a back room. Inside the room, there appears to be a very beautiful and richly dressed woman with fiery pink hair. Michael had never met her before, and even she is not sure that it was possible to actually get something like that. But the henchman dispels her doubts and shows her the very sphere that Johnson brought. The girl notices that this is, indeed, the same pill, and judging by the color, it was created at least a month ago. The eyes of the exalted lady show great surprise, and the commission member leaves, not wanting to interfere with such an important conversation. The girl says that her name is Belle Stark and calls the guy to sit down, asking how to address him. Michael gives his name, and without a hint of embarrassment, urges them to get down to business, asking if he can put the drug up for auction. Bell muses that Johnson is too young to understand alchemy. After all, one needs to know a great many medicinal properties of herbs, not to mention how to make them, while informing his interlocutor that he can list the goods, and also asks how many lots he plans to list. Michael calmly says that he has 5 more with him, to which the girl loudly asks again and begins to sweat profusely, realizing that there must be a powerful alchemist behind the guy. Bell laughs and says that if they were sold all at once, the cost would be over $1 billion, but it would be better to sell them one by one and not rush. Michael decides to play it safe and asks how much the Stark family would offer for such a lucrative investment. He recommends doing so, ensuring the price is acceptable to him. The girl shyly remarks that the guy is quite impudent, but in his head he thinks that by selling one at a time, they can make an incredible profit. Bell shows him a plastic card and carefully informs him that there are billions of dollars on it. But even that is not enough to buy the pills, and therefore she offers him a lucrative offer. She says that her family will be indebted to Johnson, so no matter what happens to him, they will always help him in any way they can. The price suits Michael perfectly, and so he is about to leave as the auction is about to begin. Bell throws him an object that looks like a card, and at the same time thinks that by doing him a favor, it will probably be possible to contact the alchemist who is behind him. Johnson asks what it is, and the girl replies that auctioneers like him prefer to hide their identity. After this, Michael leaves, realizing that she was trying to catch him out on something. Bell says goodbye to him kindly. When Johnson leaves the office, the girl calls someone and gives the order to collect information about this person. The auction is starting. Many people have gathered. Everyone wants to buy something here. Soft sunlight is shining through the windows. The 3 heroes sit in their seats, and Sarah asks how much he sold his probably precious goods for. Michael arrogantly announces that it is about $10 billion, irrevocably breaking Lilia Sanders' psyche. Sarah isn't so easily swayed by words, so she jokes about his recipe, which is indeed good, but still not worth tens of billions. The final item in this stage is the Star Tier necklace, which was long considered stolen. The starting price is $60 million, with each subsequent buyer having to raise the price by more than $2 million. It turns out that this work was stolen from Sarah's grandfather, but she can't buy it back for that amount of money. Even though it should have gone to her, she is very sad because she can't do anything. Michael silently enters some amount of money on the screen of his new device, shocking Bell, who is watching him with such a waste of money. The former owner of the money is indignant, but decides that it is a gift to the woman and therefore calms down, remembering that the money is no longer hers. Some guy keeps raising the price and says he has $140 million to negotiate. This necklace must be his to win the affection of Sarah Walsh that he so desires. An unknown gentleman who bet $200 million shatters the image of the future arrogant young man who thought he had enough money. The guy really wants to know who offered such a high price, but the auctioneers say he wants to remain anonymous. The restless guy furiously shouts that this is all a provocation and no one could have paid so much money for a trinket. Bell appears on the scene and asks if the young man is sure that he doubts the Stark family, because it is their family that he belongs to, a line of martial arts, and then says that she will not allow such humiliation, and they promise to kill the guy and forbid his family to participate in the auction in the future. Sarah wanted to buy the necklace back later, but now she doesn't even know who bought it, so she can find it in the future and buy it back. The auctioneer's wooden gavel loudly announces that the last lot of the first stage has been sold. Bell, standing at the table, announces that the time has come for the second stage of the auction. The time for the tripod of 100 herbs has not yet come, but the girl asks not to leave yet. She presents the first lot, which turns out to be armor made of golden thread. The starting price is $90 million. After some time, Bell presents the 7th lot, Mo-style swordsmanship, with a starting price of $150 million. This lot attracts more interest from the auctioneers, and the bidding begins. Lilia recalls with horror how many things were sold and how much money was spent. Michael remains indifferent, and the girl is surprised by the unique book on sale. Johnson frowns, realizing how insignificant this thing is, complaining that the local craftsmen imagine themselves to be gods, not realizing their own worthlessness. The auctioneers present the next lot from the heavy category, and buyers are presented with something hidden under a large blanket. It turns out to be the very same tripod of 100 herbs that everyone had been waiting for so long. It sparkles in the sun's rays, its body covered with an ornament. Belle Stark says that this tripod was accidentally found by her family. It can be used to prepare medicine. This thing will be a wonderful addition to the collection. The price starts at $300 million. For the first time, Michael also finds himself not indifferent to the presented product. He notices that the tripod is of better quality than he expected and understands that it is worth fighting for. Interested buyers are quickly raising the price. Within seconds, they're ready to pay $450 million for the tripod. Belle receives a message from Johnson on her phone where he writes that he doesn't care about the price. He'll take the tripod at any cost. Stark smiles sarcastically, thinking that she immediately knew that this guy would want to get an alchemical item. The crowd begins to argue that the last price was offered by a very dangerous person and that it is not worth raising the bar higher so as not to anger him and get into trouble. Bell writes to Johnson that Phil Spencer is indeed very dangerous, so the guy should give up the tripod and not get involved with him at all, to which Michael replies that he is ready to take the trouble for himself. The girl understands that she must help him, since she bought his medicine for $1 billion. Meanwhile, someone offers $500 million for the tripod. A dangerous man is very unhappy about this fact, and rumors spread among the crowd that someone will die today. Phil calmly offers to raise the price to $530 million, thinking that even if someone offers more, no one will beat his next bid. Stark informs the buyers that a gentleman who wishes to remain anonymous has offered a price of $700 million, infuriating the dangerous man. The rich gentleman loudly tells the crowd that he doesn't care who dared to do this, but he will get him out from under the ground and make him regret today. Bell, with a joyful face, announces, striking the gavel, that the lot has been sold to an unknown person for $700 million. Michael, beaming with happiness, realizes that with the help of this device, he will finally be able to become even stronger. Stark chants that the next lot was literally just purchased by her family, and she can safely call it priceless, and presents the highlight of the program to the buyers, a real pill. The crowd starts to buzz, as shoppers can't believe they're about to get a real pill that not only heals wounds but also improves well-being. Bell sets the starting price at $400 million, but it instantly jumps to $680 and shows no signs of stopping. Sarah doesn't believe that this thing can cost so much, doesn't understand what all the fuss is about. She's never seen anything like it before. Stark announces the end of the auction, people disperse, and Bell invites everyone to attend the banquet for a wonderful pastime. Michael is sure that the evil and terrible Phil Spencer would be torn apart with anger if he found out that the buyer of the tripod and the creator of the pill are one and the same person. Johnson receives a message from Belle, where she asks the guy to come to her. Her father found out about Michael and wants to give him some compensation. Sarah tells the guy that they are not going to dinner anyway, which means they can go home. Then she is surprised that Michael did not buy anything, but then she remembers that she needs to talk to her friend and abruptly leaves, leaving Johnson thinking about the proposed compensation. Michael came to Belle's hotel room. She was already waiting for him. The girl hands the guy a bank card with $1.5 million on it and adds that he can also still count on the favor of their family. Johnson says he didn't come for money, but for a tripod of hundreds of herbs. But Stark asks the guy, for his own safety, to leave his address and phone number. She will personally arrange for the alchemical tool to be sent to him in the evening. Belle invites Michael to stay for dinner, saying that her father would very much like to meet him, but the protagonist brushes off the invitation, saying that he is not used to eating out, and leaves. The girl is angry that the guy does not understand that, under the pretext of a dinner party, his father wanted to protect him, because Johnson insulted the Spencer family, and now he needs powerful protection. In the hotel's observation room on the 5th floor, the dangerous Phil Spencer sits with his assistants, surrounded by numerous brutally murdered corpses of employees. He examines the pill with interest, noticing that it is different from those his family collects, and his assistant notices that the patterns on the pill were applied no more than 10 days ago. Phil tells his interlocutor that he does not know where the Stark family got these pills from, but it is commendable that they made them available to the public, to which the subordinate expresses the opinion that perhaps if their family really controls the supply of pills, then they will be able to reach unprecedented heights and become more powerful than the Spencer family. Here they are excitedly interrupted by another assistant who says that the young gentleman should urgently look at the CCTV cameras. He points to a young man leaving Belle's room on the screen, saying that the girl was alone today, only with this man. It must have been him who took the tripod, and most likely the pill was also his. Young Spencer bares his teeth and sincerely does not understand how that guy dared to take what belongs to his family. It seems that his life is not dear to him at all. As Michael steps outside, he notices Sarah and Lilia waiting for a taxi. He approaches the young Sanders and, thinking that a family of her status should have a personal driver, he asks what their problems are. The modest girl, blushing and stuttering, answers the guy that everything is fine with them. Johnson asks her for her mobile phone and enters his number, telling the girl that if trouble happens, she can call him. He will definitely help. The young man leaves with Mrs. Walsh, leaving Lily with a grateful smile on her face. Sarah asks the guy why the girl calls him sir, noting that it is so awkward. Johnson senses something is wrong. The girl asks him what happened, to which he says that he suddenly wants coffee and asks her to go to the cafe after him and wait for the guy inside. Sarah nervously asks again why she should wait for him and where he is going. Michael answers that he needs to go to the toilet. The girl with doubt in her voice claims that there is also a toilet in the cafe, but Johnson thinks that he is too frail there and needs something stronger. Sarah is perplexed. Michael begins to glow with his magical energy, demonstratively rips off his tie, and says that he is a man of principle. Therefore, he prevents any threat. Phil Spencer stands with his assistant waiting for Michael. The subordinate notices that the guy has already noticed them, but his boss doesn't care anymore. The dangerous gentleman reflects on the fact that Michael is still a corpse, but he liked the girl who was with him. As soon as he sorts out all the problems, he will definitely come back for her. At that moment, Johnson's hand falls on his head. Spencer's assistant turns out to be a martial arts master. He calls Michael's attack vile and warns that now he will die for such insolence. The master attacks the guy with his unique attack called the lightning flash. Electrical power oozing from his evil, Michael pushes Phil away, meeting his subordinate's attack. Johnson, calling the master a fool, sends his head flying free with one blow. Spencer, in nervous shock, does not understand how Teacher Ma, who has a level of half-step transformation, was killed in the blink of an eye. The young hero turns to Phil, warning him that it is now his turn. Spencer tells Michael that he dared to kill his servant, which means he will face consequences. He offers the god of medicine to kneel and beg to be turned into a dog. Johnson doesn't let Phil finish speaking and sends his magical energy into his forehead, causing the guy to instantly fall unconscious. Michael notices that someone else is following him and wonders out loud how long this will continue. A guy comes out of the shadows, bows, and says that Belle Stark sent him to keep an eye on him. The guy understands that Michael doesn't need his protection. His punch could easily send him flying 10 blocks. He reports that Ms. Stark discovered that the surveillance room had been hacked and sent him to protect it, and Michael comments that this is very kind of Belle. He orders the boy to go back and tell his boss to calm down and not interfere in his life without asking anymore. Before leaving, the guy warns Michael that although he is powerful and has already reached the level of a master of transformation, the Spencer family is very strong, and their head, Renee, ranks 514th in America, and therefore Johnson is better off not finishing off this man's son. Johnson is surprised that there is some kind of ranking, and that there are still 500 people ahead of Renee Spencer. He concludes that the American masters are not as hopeless as they seemed at first. He thanks Assistant Bell and leaves. As soon as Michael leaves, the assistant calls the lady and tells her that the youngest of the Spencer family is dead, as is the master who protected him. Belle fears for Johnson, realizing that he will have no peace now. She checks with her man whether the killer is definitely Michael, to which he gives a positive answer. She thinks that because of the death of the third son of the Spencer family, hard times have now come for her too. Stark orders his subordinates to dispose of the body and contact the family, as well as wait for the person who will destroy all evidence. Already at Jessica's house, having dinner at the table, Michael asks Sarah why she isn't eating, whether she really has no appetite. After this, the guy goes into his thoughts. He asked Locke about the rating and was completely confused about it. He cannot understand how the classification of masters works in America. After all, masters have strengths and weaknesses. Since there are no elite-level masters, it turns out that the rating only takes into account advantages. But then what place does Johnson occupy in this rating? Jessica reminds Michael that their beauty has a birthday next week. She asks if the guy has thought of a gift. He jokes that he will give her a red envelope with $250. Suddenly, Michael receives a text message from Lilia, who asks him to save her father. The guy immediately goes to help. At the Sanders estate, he encounters a huge crowd of people in uniform. notices that the situation is dire. 3 sniper rifles are pointed at him at the gate and on the roof. He wonders what this family has gotten themselves into and what the military has to do with it. Michael doesn't think long about who he can call and decides that Jenkins can help the fastest. He asks the girl to help him get into the Sanders estate, which is full of military personnel. Johnson is already getting upset that help is taking so long to arrive when Paul Django appears, a huge man in a military uniform who arrived on Gloria's orders. He shows his ID to the security guard and says that they need to go inside. In the house, Lily and Jacob are sitting on the sofa. The girl is calming her grandfather, saying that she found a person who can help them, and the desperate old man says that everything is useless. Michael enters the room with Paul. The old man is surprised and asks his granddaughter why she invited such a great man, to which she replies that she does not know anyone stronger, so there was no choice. Johnson asks Jacob what's going on, to which he explains that a few days ago, a gentleman came to New York. He wasn't feeling well, and he drank medicine from their pharmacy, which ended up making him feel even worse because the medicine turned out to be poisonous. Lily supplements her grandfather's story by saying that Jacob personally checks all the medicines several times, and there is no way that poison could have been in them. Michael, a little shocked by the story he just heard, understands that it is not in the Sanders family's interest to poison high-ranking people. Therefore, they were set up. He asks how that person feels now. A frustrated Jacob replies that he is still in intensive care, saying that if anything happens to him, all his relatives across America will suffer. The god of medicine inquires as to where the hospital is, stating that as long as this gentleman breathes, he can save him. Jacob Sanders can't believe his ears, thinking that Michael is an excellent martial artist. People like that are good at killing people, not saving them. IKL sees the man's doubts and confidently states that this is the only chance for their family, so they just need to tell him where that man is. In the hospital where the gentleman is lying, his son, a military man, is standing and waiting for the doctors from the intensive care unit. They come out saddened and report that unfortunately, the poison has spread, and they have done everything possible. A man in uniform and shoulder straps furiously attacks the doctor, grabs him by the neck, calls him a worthless piece of trash. Here Johnson appears and tells this man that he himself does nothing, but insults others, calling him pathetic. The gentleman's son, dismissing the doctor, turns his attention to the boy and aggressively shouts at him to stop and repeat what he said. He is stopped by Paul Django, who asks to let Johnson through to the chief. Perhaps he can save him, and if not, then he will personally appeal to the military court. The saddened son agrees because he respects Django and believes that he doesn't throw words to the wind. But if this guy doesn't do something, then even Gloria Jenkins won't be able to stop him. Michael, smelling the smell of death, notices a man on a hospital bed and says that this old man has a strong will. Anyone else in his place would have already passed away, but this one still manages to breathe. Johnson holds up some kind of pill in his hand and says that the man is lucky to be here. He gathers his power in his hands. They blaze with green fire, and in this tension, immortal needles are created. The god of medicine directs these needles into the dying lord's body, shouting a spell. They pierce his chest and expel the poison. 5 minutes later, a satisfied Michael sighs tiredly, announcing that in 5 minutes the gentleman should wake up. He wonders who this man is and hopes that he has done a good deed for the country. When young Johnson had already turned around and was about to leave, the sick man called out to him, asking him to stay. The boy was shocked by such a quick recovery. The gentleman asked to know the doctor's name, but Michael says that he saved his life because of one person, and he doesn't care about him. Johnson also says that the patient needs to remember 2 things. Firstly, the Sanders family has nothing to do with the poisoning, and he needs to resolve this misunderstanding. And secondly, the poison had been in his body for a long time and had been affecting him for more than a month. Someone else in his place would have died long ago, but there is no point in pushing your luck. Michael comes out of the intensive care unit, and the patient's son jumps on him, saying that at first he thought the guy was worth something, but he was only in the office for 8 minutes and therefore did nothing. A man who has just died comes out of intensive care after Jones and asks his son to stop. Paul Django and all the doctors are in shock. They can't believe their eyes. The gentleman who was just a hair's breadth from death is standing in front of them. The old man, who had recently been on the verge of death, smiles cheerfully and tells his son that if it weren't for this wonderful doctor, he would have had to prepare a coffin. He had never met such a doctor. The sick officer's son wants to apologize to Michael, but he disappears somewhere unnoticed by anyone. The old man turns to the unfortunate Jacob Sanders and apologizes to him, sincerely understanding that his family had nothing to do with it and that his son had misunderstood everything. An inspired Sanders asks the chief not to apologize to him. It's just a trifle. To which the gentleman asks if his family invited the doctor and who he is anyway. Jacob explains that the guy's name is Michael Johnson. They met by chance. He is a friend of the family, but really doesn't like being disturbed. The Spencer family home, the head of the family and his eldest son look at the dead bodies of his son and the master. Placing his hand on his son's coffin, he wonders to Rennie who the hell dared to kill him. The eldest son says that an investigation is already underway, but so far they only know that someone secretly purchased the tripod at auction, and shortly after that, Phil was killed. Senior Spencer orders his interlocutor to go to this auction and check each participant there. He obeys. Rennie, with veins on his head bulging with rage, exclaims that everything there needs to be turned upside down, but to find the killer, he wants him to go to hell. He wants to see how people dear to him die a painful death. Robert Clark calls Michael on the phone and tells him that things have been settled at Tizen Group, asks whether Michael himself will be the founder or someone else, and also warns that tomorrow the news about the company will spread throughout New York and asks if this will cause inconvenience for Johnson. Michael confidently states that his name can be used without any problems. He wants to tell every resident of this city that Michael Johnson is back. Johnson's villa, Bell's assistant, delivered the tripod of 100 herbs and the tear of stars that he had recently acquired. The courier also reports that Ms. Stark asked to convey the news that the head of the Spencer family has already raised everyone's ears. They are checking all the participants in the auction and will soon contact Johnson. He also says that Bell ordered a private jet. If the gentleman agrees, then they can immediately send it to Salt Lake City. Their residence is located there, so the Spencer family will not get to him there. Michael understands Stark's concerns, but is not going to run away from problems. The aide is very surprised that Mr. Johnson actually wants to confront the Spencer family. How is that even possible? Michael sends Bell's man out of the house and gets ready to try out his new acquisition. The protagonist adds the herb to the alchemical furnace, lights it with his superpower, and says that the medicine consists of 9 components, and each ingredient has another 9. The higher the grade, the more complex the pattern, and the better the effect. Michael is about to try to improve the aura cleansing and cultivation acceleration pill, but he doubts it is possible. But the tripod begins to glow very brightly with a turquoise color. An improved version of the old pill quickly flies out of the alchemical furnace, and Michael is delighted with the result. He looks at this pill and reasons that he initially thought that there would be 3 ingredients and 3 lines, but it exceeded all his expectations because there were 7 lines of ornamentation. Michael is delighted with the tripod of hundreds of herbs. He, of course, knew that it could improve the quality of medicines, but he did not think that it would be so much. But everything turned out exactly like this. The money will flow like waterfalls. Young Johnson pops a bright pill into his mouth, beginning his cultivation. The main character bursts into orange flames, which completely engulf him. A bright beam of red fire bursts out of the guy's eyes and mouth, illuminating everything in the area. Michael feels incredible power and a transition to the 6th realm of enlightenment. Laughing, says that the effect is not bad and admires the greatness of alchemy. Michael stands over the alchemical furnace and realizes that in one evening he has jumped 2 kingdoms higher, not believing what is happening. He catches the stone that his father once gave him and notices that the stone has changed not only in size, but also feels different now. Michael decides that he needs to visit the cemetery of rebirth again. Finding himself in a cemetery, he approaches one of the tombstones and believes that this time he will be able to notice something due to the fact that his state has changed. Now it can feel everything, if only he wants. Even call upon some legendary warrior, Claude Crank, the Fist of Death. But he also feels that if he were to summon it once, the tombstone would crumble to dust, and such a trump card is clearly worth keeping up his sleeve. Jessica's apartment. The girls read the news on the internet that the Tizen Group, which disappeared 5 years ago, is returning. Sarah realizes that she has heard about this company somewhere, and Jessica explains to her that the Tizen Group was created by Michael's father, but for some reason suddenly disappeared, and now it is returning. Then the girls notice another piece of news. The director is Michael Johnson. A shocked Sarah remembers Michael's words about wanting company and wonders if he really did it just to spite her mother. The director's meeting in the Vox family, everyone also learns that the Tizen group has returned, and the younger Johnson is the director. Lucy Vox doesn't understand how this is possible, because he should be dead. What this guy's even planning. The director reports the results of the investigation. Michael Johnson, who runs the company, is the very child who fell into the lake 5 years ago. The head of the company shows his photo from the registration on the big screen. Lucy recognizes in this guy the same ancient warrior who insulted her so much. He is also the same Johnson. How could a representative of their family even become a warrior? The company's very existence doesn't frighten the Vox family. What's more frightening to them is that the entire previous management and the company's office were destroyed without a trace. This means that the Tizen group is built on a sea of corpses, which means it could already become a threat, and therefore we need to find out who is sponsoring it. The head of the family recalls that Johnson was once interested in Lucy, but she says that he is not worthy of their family since he found himself in the center of attention due to a sense of shame and thanks to someone's support. According to the latest news, Robert Clark and his company are behind Johnson. Although he was sick with cancer, he somehow survived. Apparently he was so crazy. He says he wants to know what happens next, because no one in their right mind would join him if they knew New York. Megan Walsh, sitting in her mansion, learns the popular news and then laughs at Johnson's attempts to undermine the Walsh family's position. She orders her man to send a letter stating that any person or company that dares to send flowers to the Tizen Group's opening ceremony tomorrow will become an enemy of the Walsh family. The subordinate believes that thanks to the family's authority, not only will Johnson's company be left without employees, but it will also hit the Clarks. Michael is sitting in his villa and meditating when he receives a call from Clark. He reports that things are bad, that the Vox and Walsh families are going to ban the Tizen Group from operating. 3 other large families have supported this idea. No one will dare to go to the ceremony tomorrow. Michael takes this news calmly, saying that those who want war will get it, and also says to leave it to him because he wants the Tizen Group not just to start working, he is going to burst in triumph. Michael returns to Jessica's house. The main preparations for the event are complete. Locke wanted to attend, but Johnson decided it was better for him to act from the shadows. The girls pounce on the guy with questions about where he's been for the past 2 days, why he hasn't contacted them, and whether he's really the owner of the Tizen Group. Michael awkwardly reveals that he is indeed something of a boss. Frankly, it is his father's business, but he considers it, to some extent, a family affair. Sarah, in tears, rushes at the guy, asking him to forgive her. Because she didn't think that her mother would use her family influence to harm his company, she even called her. But it was all in vain. Sarah thinks that Michael tried so hard, but because of her, all his work will go to waste. But Johnson pats her on the head and tells her not to take it personally. He says that if she really feels guilty and bad, then she should just kiss him on the cheek and comfort him. But then, to the main character's surprise, the girl actually kisses the guy. Jessica, with tears in her eyes, thinks that there was something between them before. Michael reassures the girls that everything will go well tomorrow. No one has come to the ceremony. Everyone is watching the hype while only Clark stands on the red carpet. He waits for Mr. Johnson, not believing that he will leave him alone in such an awkward position. A man in glasses approaches Robert. Clark is sincerely glad that his old friend came despite everything. The man says that despite their long-standing friendship, he is here to tell them it is time to stop. He has no business helping this worthless person from the Johnson family. Here the hero of the occasion himself appears and asks what the men are talking about. The men start throwing loud words at each other. Clark says that he is very glad if his friend is here for support, but if not, let him get out of here. And he says that he came to save Robert, because if he gets involved with this piece of shit, he will certainly die. And if he does not come to his senses now, he will lose all their joint projects. Passions between former friends are becoming increasingly heated. Clark himself refuses projects, and his friend says that he is a fool, and he no longer needs his company and wishes him luck while waiting for the moment when 4 influential families come for his soul. The former friend leaves. Robert sadly reports that none of those he called wants to join them. Michael indifferently notes that everything will work out anyway. Clark's former friend approaches Lucy Vox and tells her that it's already 9 o'clock and no one's here yet. No one with any form of identification will be able to get through. Otherwise, they'll pay with their lives, and his partner really wants to see how he'll get out of this situation. The Nix family home, The head of the family is engaged in sports training in his personal gym. The man's son and his employees stand in front of him. They say that the time will soon come and the Taizin group will soon enter the market, but no one has joined them yet. It is clear that everyone wants it closed. The head of the family complains that they have so much influence, and they all talk about closing down. What did this Taizin group do anyway? The top officials of New York stand on his carpet and mumble that, in fact, she did nothing and they will correct her situation. They frantically think that they didn't expect the boss to call them so early because of the Tizen group. The boss shouts that if they want to fix the situation, then why are they still here, and quickly sends them to do their work. They run away intensively, nodding along. The son asks his father if Michael Johnson and his company are really worth it, as it will definitely worsen their relationship with the Walsh family. The father sadly notes that his child somehow does not see prospects in people, because he met him that day to make sure that he really was a master of martial arts. He also has the art of magical medicine. He is clearly a genius. If we do not take his side today, we may greatly regret it in the future. The Walsh family has influence due to their financial resources. But what is the point of ending relations with them? Haven't merchants loved entertainment for centuries? The son understands what his father wanted and says he will do everything. A large number of press gathered at the gates of Tizen Group to witness its failure and total collapse. Lucy says there's no point in waiting because no one will come. To everyone's surprise, Jessica Nightingale and Sarah Wall appear on the red carpet in chic dresses. Fox cringes with anger and wonders what the hell Walsh is doing there. Isn't it her family that is boycotting the company? All photographers and journalists immediately notice the appearance of such iconic figures. They praise the girls in every possible way and say that others like them cannot be found anywhere. Sarah turns to Michael and says that her company's lost anyway, so she is not afraid of being fired. Johnson says he is genuinely touched by their presence, but in his heart he thinks that, unfortunately, he needs a crowd, but at least they came themselves. Immediately after the girls, the owner of the Imperial Club in New York arrives. All the spectators are shocked by his appearance, but no one can order him around except the first and second person in the whole city. Michael grins cheekily. Clark simply does not believe that this is possible. How miraculously Johnson achieved this. The high-ranking official wishes all the best to Johnson and the company, who only honors him with a nod. The girls are shocked by the appearance of such important gentlemen and their attitude towards them. Two more cars belonging to some important people arrive at the ceremony site. The first and second officials in New York appear on the carpet and greet Johnson, leaving the entire crowd even more perplexed. Everyone notices that a military vehicle from the Southwestern District is approaching. What are they doing here anyway? Paul Django steps out of the car, surprising the crowd immensely, because even the military came to the opening. With such a force, the four families are simply nothing. Another car arrives. Everyone is interested in who it is this time. Megan Walsh herself appears from it, immediately ordering her henchmen to find out who decided to go against her. The servant, in a panic and cold sweat, reports that the owner of the Imperial Club, the first and second officials of New York, and military general Paul Django are here. She puts her hands on her hips and realizes that she has underestimated her opponent, even though he may not have such connections. Megan orders the gift to be taken with her and heads down the red carpet straight to Johnson. Reporters are shocked by the appearance of another member of the Walsh family. Are they scared? Michael doesn't react to the woman's appearance. She says she wanted to send flowers, but they were all sold out. So her servant presents a large golden statue of the little spendthrift. Everyone understands that this is a dirty trick, because it is taboo to give a small spendthrift a gift for the opening of a company. The mother is very outraged by her daughter's behavior, because she herself decided to go against the family's will. She also makes a sarcastic comment to Jessica that she is fired, to which she replies that she does not need a job in a family that is on the verge of bankruptcy and declares that she is leaving herself. Immortal Megan orders her bully to teach the impudent brat some manners. Michael catches the fist and says that if he touches her, not only the carpet will turn red, but he will too. Stephen Nix himself, a representative of the most influential of the four families in New York, appears on the path and is interested in the fact that the Walsh family can only boast of its status until now. Sarah whispers and asks how Michael knows such an influential person, and Johnson replies that he didn't know his name, and last time he almost got into a fight with him. Stefan congratulates the company on its opening on behalf of his entire family, and Michael thanks him warmly. The military man notices the golden figurine in confusion and asks if he really sees a little spendthrift, causing Megan's servant to become very nervous. Stefan swings his hand with all his might and smashes the taboo figurine into a pile of pieces. Megan furiously asks how he dared to destroy the Walsh family's gift, whether he is acting on the family's behalf or on his own. The head of the Nix family appears and asks when his son stopped representing his own family. He asks with a smile on his face if he understood correctly that only he himself represents his family. Megan is shocked by the appearance of the head of the Nix family. The man stands next to Michael and says that this is his dear friend. If the Walsh family puts him in an awkward position, then he can count on the Nix family. But this is unlikely because Mrs. Walsh's husband does not want to be their enemy. Many conflicting thoughts run through Megan's head, but she understands that she cannot take unnecessary risks and therefore decides to leave with her servant. Michael warmly greets Peter Nix, who says that Mr. Johnson pulled him back from the brink of death, and this is just a small thanks. Vox, upon seeing the Nixes, understands that her family no longer has the right to cross Michael. She gives up and leaves with a pitiful face. Clark's former friend tries to catch up with her, not understanding what to do now. The girl kicks the businessman away and tells him to go away, he cries. Sprawled on the asphalt, he thinks that this is the end. He gets up, goes to a disgruntled Clark, and shouts for his old friend to forgive him because he said too much. His friend begs him to forgive him, saying he's fallen under the influence of the Vox family. Clark angrily kicks the worthless man away, saying that as soon as he lost face, he immediately remembered that he was his brother. How did he even have the decency to do that? Let him get lost. Michael, standing with Peter, Sarah, and Jessica, laughs heartily at the situation. The loser runs away, and Michael sincerely praises Clark for such an act. Johnson raises his hands and proclaims the beginning of their celebration. Fireworks are launched into the sky. The onlookers are still reeling from the historic event that just took place, but they understand that for them the show is over here. But then the national security forces show up and ask the paparazzi to stay behind to allow them to check their devices on orders from their superiors. New York International Airport, people say it looks like a movie is being filmed here. Their outfits are so conspicuous. The old man of the Burke family and his retinue are waiting discontentedly for someone to meet him. The mustachioed man comes out and says that he has prepared a dinner party in their honor and hopes to be honored with attention. The man is genuinely worried that some kind of terrifying energy is emanating from Burke after the Ural Mountains. He was once the head of the Burke family, which was the #1 family in New York before he left. If it weren't for the murder of his relatives, he would not have come down. He is full of anger and will shake the city. The man asks permission to raise a toast to the master, since he has served him faithfully for a long time. The old man only angrily inquires about how the investigation is progressing, to which the servant only mumbles something. Burke breaks the table in two and shouts that he doesn't want to listen to his excuses. The guy says that Michael Johnson is currently under high suspicion, but there is no irrefutable evidence. The old man wonders how such a young guy could kill his family. Then he tears up the sheet of paper in a rage and says that since a shadow fell on the guy, it doesn't matter whether it's him or not, he's still a corpse. There is a meeting of directors in the Tizen Group office. They are thinking about what they should do next to develop the company. Sarah believes that the most important thing in a company is the product, and Clark agrees and is also concerned about this. Clark suggests turning to the internet or investments if Johnson doesn't have any ideas. But even so, they won't catch up with Walsh's company in 6 months. Michael calmly states that they will not be involved in the internet, let alone investments. He says that his company is only involved in industry because it is unimaginably profitable. The head of the company places 2 sheets of paper on the table and says that a course of the first will make a woman at least 5 years younger, and the second is a pill that prolongs the life of old people by 3 years. The company's staff is deeply confused by what Johnson has reported, as a drug with such an effect is literally an elixir of immortality. Clark swears that Mr. Johnson is not lying because he saved his life with the help of this pill. Unnamed directors say that this product is the best in the world, and it is quite possible to overtake the Walsh family with it. Michael states that he has 2 conditions for production. The first is mass production, and the second is that the formula must remain completely secret. Johnson threatens that if anyone spills the beans, it will instantly cost them their life. Robert gets up from his seat and, in a soldierly manner, says that the Tizen Group will shake New York if he is given a month. Michael readily believes in his allies' capabilities and suggests dividing up the responsibilities. Jessica is responsible for marketing, Sarah is also about to run, but she is interrupted by a message. Her father writes something to her on the phone, and she says that she does not need a high position, and in general she will be a temporary employee, but promises to do everything possible for the company. After everyone had left, Michael said he thought Sarah would want to take a management position, but she abruptly refused. The girl shows her phone and says that in 5 months there will be a wedding between her and a member of the martial arts family. She has no choice. Sarah sits alone in the room. She is very sad and wonders why she cannot refuse. Because she is not a product, but a living person. Michael and Jessica are sitting on the couch, eating and having a nice conversation. The girl is clearly sad about something. The guy asks the girl what happened to her friend. She says she doesn't know. She hasn't left the room since their return and refuses to answer questions. Jessica's phone rings. It's Aunt Hordes. She's telling the girl some scary story. The girl hangs up and turns to the guy with a very scared face, telling him that this is serious and asks him if he knows Link Moresby. Michael is surprised to hear this name because this is the son of the owners of the cafe where he often ate as a child. He remembers that when everyone turned away from Johnson, only Link remained with him. He was too kind and stupid, but still Michael perceived him as his best friend. The last time the guy talked to his father, he found out that he was studying at the university. Jessica reports that Aunt Horde said Moresby was beaten and had a broken arm near the university, but an ambulance can't get there. Michael and his girlfriend arrive at the institute, where they see numerous security guards. Jessica asks to let them in, saying they are students, but the security says that the rector gave the order not to let anyone in and asks to show a pass. Michael can't take it anymore. He goes up to the fence and throws down the heavy fence in anger, leaving the guards confused. Johnson tells them that the university is a temple of knowledge, not a place for violence. He came here to save people, and if anyone dares to interfere with him, he will break their legs. The guards fall to their knees before him and reply that they will not dare to stop him. Let him pass. A beating is taking place on the grounds of a men's dormitory. A crowd of people have surrounded the attackers and victims. Link's mother defends the boy, calling the attackers monsters, but they simply laugh at her. The rector himself is among the attackers. He reports that the woman's son has a broken arm, asking the audience if it's not his fault that he couldn't protect himself. Link tries to attack his rapist, but he is put in his place by swinging a bat straight at his face. His blow is parried by the boy's father, who asks the attacker not to go too far, warning him that he has already called the police. The impudent guy turns to his father and says that he should look at himself and not portray him as some kind of monster. He explains to Link's father that he was harassing his girlfriend and that as soon as the police arrive, he will be arrested. The guy's girlfriend, with a feigned face, agrees with the guy's words, reporting that Moresby groped her breasts. Link is furious and shouts that it's all a lie, that the guy was actually going to rape his classmate 3 days ago, but he stopped him and now he's just taking revenge. The guy laughs mockingly that he just wanted to steal the girl for himself. He points at the poor girl with broken glasses and suggests asking her if he did anything to her. The girl agrees with the rapist, and Link, in a cold sweat, pointing out the state of his classmate, tries to prove that she was forced to lie. The brute, with the support of his cowed allies, advances on Link again, asking him if he is afraid of getting what he deserves for such words. The father tries to stand up for his son by insulting the attacker, calling him an asshole, and for this he receives a powerful punch right in the face. The boy is afraid for his dad and asks him to stop hitting him, but the offender swings a bat at the boy's head, threatening to break his neck. Here an enraged Michael breaks through the crowd, attracting many glances. The thug, defending himself with a bat, asks who he is and shouts not to come near him. Johnson punches him in the face, breaking the bat in two in the boy's nose. The offender falls. His partner shouts for Michael to move away from his friend. Johnson sends his opponent high into the air with a powerful uppercut, indifferently telling him to get lost. Link Moresby is shocked by what he sees and sincerely does not understand where his friend came from. Michael says that he will answer his questions later, but now handing him a pill, asks him to take it, explaining that then his wounds will heal and he will feel better. Johnson promises to deal with Link's offender, but the guy himself feels some strange sensation and wonders what kind of pill this is. Moresby is worried about his friend, saying that there is no need to stand up for him since it does not concern him. Jessica puts her hand on the guy's shoulder and says that Michael will handle everything. Link recognizes the girl and in even greater confusion tries to find out where they are here. He also doubts that Johnson can handle so many thugs, and Nightingale informs him that there is no man stronger than Michael in all of New York. The main offender, covered in tears and blood, complains to the rector that he was almost killed. Johnson approaches the rector and threateningly asks him what he thinks he's doing. This is a university, and he tries to call security. Michael shuts the man up with a powerful blow. The rector's wig flies off, his bald head shines very brightly. He yells at the guy for how dare he, saying that even his own father didn't beat him, and Johnson drives him away from there, saying that such a person is not worthy of being called a teacher and promises to deal with him later. Michael addresses the crowd, calling everyone dogs and tells them not to dare run away or he will break their legs. Johnson approaches the bully's girlfriend and asks her if Link really harassed her, to which the girl frantically replies that it wasn't true. She points her finger at her boyfriend, saying that he talked her into lying. Young Johnson slaps the girl across the face, ordering her to kneel before Moresby and apologize. The girl carries out the order of this strong guy, asks Link for forgiveness, and promises not to do it again. Michael turns to the big guy and orders him to do the same, but he starts telling him that he is the son of a gentleman from the great Clune family and that he cannot be treated like that. Johnson isn't ready to listen to him, so he punches him in the face and then between the legs. When the younger Clune is already lying down, Michael pounces on him, asking about his family. He, with tears in his eyes, raises his hand and asks to stop, admitting that he is guilty. Behind Michael's back, everyone in the crowd is whispering about how scared they are, whether he will really kill Clune, and what will happen to them next. Meanwhile, Johnson beats Clune, who is already on his knees, and he begs him to spare him, because if he kills him, Clune's father will take revenge. Michael is fed up with this tirade about his father, and he calls Locke, asking him to urgently call Clune Sr. here. After some time, the owner of the Imperial Club arrives in a black Jeep with security, along with Clune Sr. The security guard throws the man to the ground in front of Michael, who panics and doesn't understand what's happening. Johnson asks the head of the family to demonstrate how he raises his son. Michael warns that if his father doesn't teach his son a lesson, their entire family will be in danger from him. Clune has no choice but to pick up a telescopic baton. The younger Clune begs his father not to touch him, but he hits him hard with a baton, saying that he is a fool, he doesn't even understand who he insulted, that Johnson is a close friend of Master Due himself from the Imperial Club, and now even killing him is not enough. The Master himself, Due, watches what's happening. Michael, seeing his impatience, asks him to deal with the rector and everyone present, except the girl Moresby saved. The Master snaps his fingers and tells his boys to do what the Master said. Shouts are heard. Michael approaches the rescued boy and his parents, who break into grateful smiles. Johnson is glad to meet his old friend, invites him to go with him, and remembers that 5 years ago this guy's kindness saved him, and it's time to return the favor. The elder Burke, in his home, discusses the appearance of Johnson Jr. His assistant says that there is nothing to fear because the Johnson family is destroyed, and their main problem is the people behind the Tizen group. If they kill that guy, they will incur the wrath of his patrons. The elder Burke laughs at the threat from the Nix family and the National Security Agency. Because this bastard killed his family, he must take revenge. The assistant, listening to his boss talk about how he will cut off the heads of Michael's loved ones right in front of his eyes, making the guy feel despair, says that they cannot take such a risk. The servant suggests a duel, the price of which will be life, then no one will dare to interfere. Burke agrees, saying that he will easily kill the guy if he accepts the challenge. The assistant asks with a smirk if Michael will be able to refuse the challenge if he is blackmailed by a woman. Then Spencer Sr. suddenly appears and offers Burke cooperation. Burke Sr. is surprised by the appearance of this old man because he did not hear him enter, which means he has incredible strength. The owner of the house asks the Master what brought him here, and he laughs. He pokes at Michael's photo so hard that his finger goes through the table. Burke wonders if such a man really has a grudge against this young man, and he replies that this scoundrel killed his son. The head of the family happily invites Spencer to sit in the chair, announcing that their families are now allies. Spencer immediately offers his plan for revenge on Johnson. He found out that there are 2 girls important to him, and he can contact one of them. This method is more effective and painful for the guy. The Master also adds that he is ready to send 3 of his best men. Burke agrees with the plan and is also ready to provide 4 of his students. They want to see how the guy can handle it. In the morning, Michael and Jessica are sitting at breakfast. The guy asks how Sarah is doing. The girl replies that yesterday her friend returned with swollen eyes. Apparently, she cried a lot. Sarah doesn't answer questions, went to bed early and still hasn't woken up. Jessica wants to go bring her breakfast. Johnson says that this is unnecessary. If she wants, she will tell everything herself. He gets up from the table and warns the girl that he is leaving to meet with Link. Michael also adds with a sly smile that the girl better not forget about work, otherwise he will cut her salary. The girl suddenly pinches the guy and with frightened eyes asks Michael if he is still there. Because 5 years ago he behaved differently, she has a feeling that they live in different worlds. Johnson replies that in his life he has realized one thing. People have two options. Either play by someone else's rules or dictate their own. He prefers the second option. Opening the door, the guy adds that so the girl doesn't worry about it, he will always be with her. Everything he does is his choice. Johnson sits on a bunk in the dorm with Moresby and talks to the guy. Other students watch them from the doorway, admiring his power and strength. Michael notices them and asks with a displeased face if they want to come in. The students quickly disappear, asking for an apology. Johnson remarks that after yesterday, no one will dare to mock Link anymore, and the guy says that everyone already bows their heads before him and fears him. Michael, hugging his friend, says that in the world everything is decided by force, and rules are just a tool for subjugating the weak. They strengthen the power of the strong. Johnson takes out some blue book and offers Link to become stronger, but he is not going to force him. The guy, without thinking twice, takes the book and says that he will never allow anyone to bully him and his parents again. The book describes the technique of rolling out a purple cloud. It will give answers to all questions. Today, Link must write down all his thoughts in it and burn it, but no one must know. Moresby realizes what an important thing his friend gave him. Michael warns him that the path of martial arts is extremely dangerous and reminds him that it is very important to protect his heart. Michael understands that he won't be able to come to the rescue every time, so he needs to teach Link to defend himself, and he begins to tell him about martial arts. But then, interrupting his story, the phone rings, and it turns out to be Locke, reporting that Sarah has been kidnapped and the people who were sent to rescue her have been killed. Michael is shocked. John adds that, judging by the injuries, the master was the attacker. He also apologizes and is ready to accept punishment. Johnson yells into the phone for him to stop apologizing and immediately use all his connections and find Sarah. He tells Link that he needs to go urgently and asks him not to forget what he told him. Michael goes out the window, smashing it into pieces. Link yells that it's the 5th floor. Leaning out of the broken window, he notices Michael jumping and unharmed in the distance and begins to suspect that he is not human at all. Johnson breaks into the Walsh family estate where he meets Megan. He realizes that Sarah is not there. She pounces on the guy with accusations, asking why he didn't protect her daughter, and also informing him that the connection with the bracelet tracking her location has been interrupted. Michael asks to give him a day to return the girl. If he fails, then he will belong to their family. Megan says that she has already connected her people. She doesn't care how much effort it takes, but she will find her daughter. Michael returns home to the room where Sarah slept. He notices that the remaining aura belongs to a martial arts master, and he also needs people to search. He remembers who can help him. Johnson gets a call from an anonymous number asking how the Johnson family's degenerate is doing and if he's nervous. Michael says he doesn't know him or his plans, but he knows he must let Sarah go. Then they will separate peacefully, otherwise his death will be slow and painful. The interlocutor says that Michael doesn't understand yet, but he hangs up. There was a girl's hair left in the room. Johnson didn't want to use this technique, but apparently he had no choice. Michael recites the spells needed to find his girlfriend, and as a result of the ritual, he receives seemingly unrelated words. This technique has a strong effect even on Michael's body. He coughs up blood and is only alive thanks to training. He is ablaze with magical energy and is glad that he now knows where to look for it. The kidnapper stands at the port and is angry at Michael's impudence, since he has the hostage and he should be the one making the threats. But it turns out to be the opposite. The main conspirators are wondering when their rival will arrive. The bandit says he threatened him and hung up before he could tell where they were. The guy doesn't understand if Johnson even wants to save her, what the hell he's doing. The elder Burke thinks he should have stolen another girl, but the idiot decided Sarah Walsh was the one. Sarah thinks that these people have a plan. Not only did they not harm her, but they also give her water, which means they do not want to hurt her. She assumes that they are threatening the Walsh family. The guy brings the bottle to her and tells her to drink, but she refuses until they identify themselves. Otherwise, they will have to act at their own risk and also deal with the consequences of insulting her family. He throws down the bottle and says that he doesn't really need her to drink. She seriously wants him to treat her properly. He can easily kill her. Some kind of sound signal appears. The bandit notices that his sensor has been triggered, which means that someone is approaching. The guy soars into the air and wonders in bewilderment how they could have been found. It seems he has some kind of connections, or maybe even information channels. And did it even come from him? Whoever it was doesn't matter, because Burke sent 4 masters and his family sent 3 masters of lower rank. He definitely intends to kill Michael with his own hands. He suddenly steps into a pool of someone's blood, looks up in bewilderment, and shouts that he will kill. Michael stands surrounded by the conspirators, all dead or badly injured, his eye glowing red as he looks at the last one remaining. Michael exclaims importantly that he noticed another one. The last bandit thinks nervously that it is impossible and unbelievable that he took out 4 of Burke's students so easily. Not understanding what happened, he panics and decides to run away before Johnson decides to kill him too. Michael turns out to be faster. He has already come close to the bandit, and with flames in his eyes tells him that he is a corpse. The protagonist grabs the kidnapper by the head and slams his head into the floor with all his magical power. The bandit moans through the pain that he cannot die. Otherwise, the consequences will be terrible. Michael says that he doesn't hear his squeak, and also that he gave him a chance, but he didn't take it. So let him be responsible for his actions. Johnson appears in front of the container in which Sarah is sitting and says that he has come to save her. The girl throws herself on the guy's neck and says that she could not even imagine that he would come to save her. He is sincerely glad that she is not injured. Michael asks if she can go and then says they are going home. Sarah notices blood on Michael's hands and asks what happened and where the kidnappers are now. The hero sadly reports that they are all dead. He simply had no choice. The girl screams and understands that Johnson alone defeated very strong masters. She heard that her fiancé was also a master. She thought that he couldn't be compared with Michael, but it turns out that he is not so simple. Sarah thinks that if her father finds out about Michael's power, he will change his mind, and then she catches herself thinking about becoming Johnson's wife. But this is not such a bad option. Michael picks her up on his shoulders. Sarah indignantly asks what he is doing, and he replies that she thought for too long, so he decided to take everything into his own hands because most likely he will not be able to stay on his feet. At first she is very indignant, but then she allows him to carry her if he wants to. Sarah decides to keep that thought in mind. This guy may be weird, but she feels safe with him and can rely on him. The main conspirators look through the magic picture at the death of all the warriors. They see how the guy mocks, looking straight at them. Their will is unwavering, so they will destroy him at any cost, no matter how strong a master he may be. They talk about challenging him to a fight, and they are both happy with that outcome. They believe that they should play it safe. If he agrees, they will ask Master Ray to take on the role of judge. Burke wonders if this is really the same master who is in the top 400 in China. At Jessica's house, an angry Megan asks if her daughter is really okay. She wonders who dared to kidnap her, but Sarah gently informs her that everything is fine and that it was actually a mistake. The mother is furious. She doesn't understand, since when kidnapping is considered a misunderstanding, she wants to take her home. The girl says that she is protected here. Megan says that her father brought 3 guys from the province for protection. They are much more reliable than anyone. Michael says that if Miss Walsh doesn't stop, he'll have to intervene. She understands that it's better not to cross this guy. Megan says that she is not forcing Sarah, but her grandmother came from abroad to attend her birthday. Let her come for the celebration, and then she can come back here. Sarah doesn't believe that her grandmother has returned from abroad and really wants to see her. The mother says that she has no reason to deceive her daughter, and she thinks a little embarrassed that she has been doing this literally her whole life. Sarah wants to know Michael's thoughts, but he lets her go calmly. He allows her to return whenever she wants. Sarah enthusiastically says that she will definitely come back and will never abandon Johnson. They shake little fingers, and the guy promises her that everything will be as he said. Sarah almost forgot that she had drawn up a plan for the Tizen group's work, then hands it over. The girl doesn't know Clark's level of competence, but she can also be relied upon. Michael has no doubt that she earns her salary. Sarah and her mother say goodbye to Michael in a good tone and leave. Michael tells the girl not to worry and thinks that Jessica and her family are now in danger. He believes he has several whole days to sort out the problem. Someone rings the bell. The guy thinks that Sarah has forgotten something. Michael looks through the doorway and sees a little boy there, wondering if he is Uncle Johnson. The boy hands over an envelope and says that his grandfather asked him to give it to him. Michael immediately opens the letter, but does not understand what it could be. He sees that this is a letter from Burke, who challenges him to a martial arts fight, and if he refuses, his loved ones will suffer. Michael understands who was behind Sarah's kidnapping. He is very unhappy, although this makes the situation easier. Someone else knocks on the door. He opens it with displeasure, and there is Belle Stark. She asks with displeasure whether he received the challenge to the Master's fight. He asks with a certain relief where she got this information from, if he himself only just found out. She says that this was decided a long time ago, and now even the most important people in New York know about it. By the way, this is how the Masters solve almost all their problems. She says that he should refuse because everything here is set up to kill him, but Michael does not understand why he should refuse if he himself wanted to kill him. Belle shouts that Burke received the title of Master 10 years ago and went to the mountains to practice so that he would not be watched. Even her father would not cross someone like that. Michael calmly says that he will accept the challenge, although he thanks him for his concern. The door slams right in front of the girl, leaving her confused. She calls her father and says that, unfortunately, she was unable to dissuade Michael from participating. Her father reassures her, saying that they did everything they could. Father says that we need to call the funeral home and at least arrange everything after his death if they couldn't help like that. After the conversation, Belle silently looks at her phone, not knowing what to do. Michael sits and thinks discontentedly that she could have cheered him up because he could deal with this old man with one hand. Then Johnson's phone rings. It's John Locke. Michael doesn't understand why he called. He says that Burke is one of the 600 best warriors and asks if he should be sent to kill him. Johnson says he can handle it himself. He's more concerned about what to do with the bodies in the port. Locke says everything has already been done. John starts talking about Burke having some kind of unique technique, but Michael hangs up. Michael is outraged that they are trying to help him even after he refused. His phone rings again. The guy no longer understands who else it could be. It's the head of the Nix family calling. Johnson can't stand it anymore. After a few more calls, the main character is already furious with the various kinds of support from his acquaintances. Why no one believes in him? Robert calls. The guy already thinks that he is also trying to dissuade him. Clark doesn't understand what he's talking about, and Johnson remembers that he has no idea about the world of martial arts. Robert says that the product they are producing is quite unusual, and therefore the Control Bureau does not want to accept it. He had to say this. Michael says that he will come up with something. He is thinking about contacting the Nixes. The phone rings again, and Johnson thinks that someone else is trying to dissuade him or intimidate him. Brother Jenkins invites Michael to a meeting with the boss. He readily agrees it's high time to meet his boss. Military base. Lots of soldiers, lots of equipment, anti-tank structures. Michael, accompanied by Leslie Clinton, walks through the base. Leslie gives Johnson a pass. He says that the boss is busy for now and asks him to wait a little. They stand in front of the door. Clinton reports that Michael is already here. The huge double doors open and Michael enters and goes to the long-awaited meeting. A man looking out the window reveals all about Johnson's relatives and murders of famous people, which are carefully hidden. He turns around and says that just his description frightens many. What happened to him that made him become so strong? He also wonders where he got the courage to take on Burke's challenge. The man asks if the guest wants tea and pulls the mug towards him using his powers. Michael catches the cup and says it's just empty talk. The man reflects on the fact that the cup was filled with pure energy. A person would not be able to catch it, and a less powerful master would be torn apart. His name is Mark Seed, and he heard that Johnson wants to cooperate. If he wants to join the special forces, the man is ready to help him. Michael says that this is not what he needs. His company produces one drug. He would really like help to get it on the market. Mark says it's easy to arrange, but he's interested in what he gets in return. Michael throws his magic pill sharply and forcefully straight at the soldier. He says he can provide about 200 of these and is not going to negotiate. Sid realizes that this pill has incredible healing properties and many patterns. He must take advantage of it. The soldier says that there are 500 of these magic gadgets, and he will agree. The guy's about to leave. Mark stops him and says that he agrees to 200. Michael says he's changed his mind and offers only 100, then gives him 5 seconds to think about it. The soldier understands that the young man does not take him seriously and agrees to 200. He asks that Leslie Clinton come to him tomorrow to pick up the shipment. The guy leaves, slamming the door. The man thought that Michael would go out of his way, but it turned out to be completely the opposite. It's incomprehensible. Leslie comes in and asks if they should do anything about the duel. The commander says he will talk to his superiors about it. He says that if they want to kill the boy, then the documents will at least protect him. Michael is preparing materials to create 200 improved magic pills. Johnson gets a call from Jessica, who asks why he's not home at this time and where Sarah is. Michael says he is in his new villa, and Sarah returned home voluntarily. Jessica says that the prices for the villas here are higher than the value of the companies, and Michael gives the address and says that the gates will be open, leaving the girl in shock. The phone call ends, the girl pouts and says she'll check right away. 10 minutes later, she is already standing at the gate of the villa and is about to enter the gate. She comes in, apologizes for disturbing him, and says she's Michael Johnson's girlfriend. The guy levitates in the air and directs his power into the tripod, which blazes with magical flame. Jessica is nervous and doesn't understand what is happening. She doesn't believe that she really sees it. A multitude of pills fly out of the alchemical furnace. Michael, with his tongue hanging out, catches them in a bag. Jessica, shocked by what she saw, wonders if this is really his house. He says that this is now her home too, grabs her hand and leads her to show her the surroundings. Jessica is amazed by the luxury of the furniture, saying that this can only be seen in a dream. Michael brings her into the bedroom. She happily plops down on the bed and is surprised by its properties. She doesn't want to get up from it. He says that he is giving her the bed as a gift, since she liked it so much she can move in tomorrow. Jessica, confused, asks if this is a joke and why she needs to give so much. Johnson says enthusiastically that he owes her much more than that. Jessica thinks it's because of what she did 5 years ago. Anyone would have done the same. It's not worth it. She pounces on Michael and says that she is very angry because he got a real palace. This time, even he is in shock. She would really like to live with him. There are so many rooms here. She won't have to share a bed with Sarah. Mike leaves and Jessica thinks that if he treats her this way, only out of gratitude, then nothing will come of it. The girl brings breakfast for Johnson and asks if he has prepared a gift for Sarah for tomorrow's birthday. Michael thinks about how quickly time has flown by, says that he will come now and leaves. Johnson meets with Leslie to deliver the precious pills. Michael hands over the pills, but the soldier mistakes them for breakfast, and he is surprised to say that these are the promised pills. Leslie is shocked that such valuable things are kept in a bag. He takes them and hugs them. The commando orders the car's security to be strengthened, but the soldier says it's already safe, and Leslie explains that he doesn't understand the importance of the pills. Michael calmly says that there is no need to worry so much. If something happens to them, they can still contact him. Leslie is glad to hear this. He says that his commander will protect Johnson no matter what traps are prepared for him at the Battle of the Masters. The tea house with Master Ree in it, and Burke and Spencer sitting in front of him. Burke is very nervous from the realization of Ree's superior strength. Because he is among the top 400 warriors, he will not reach such a level. He has been the head of the province for the last 10 years, and he is also the vice president of the Martial Arts Association. Many dream of becoming a part of it. The master asks why they don't have some tea since he was invited here. They deeply respect Rio and give him a gift in the form of an item, a link to the world of martial arts, which should help him. The master is pleased with such a generous gift, the millennial spirit, but considers it expensive, but the interlocutors insist. Ray says that Burke can apply to the Martial Arts Association for 2 more years, and he thanks him. Spencer asks the master what he thinks about tomorrow's fight with the Johnson boy. Ray replies that he is just a boy and asks what there is to be afraid of him. Burke replies that although the boy is not very strong, he bought a forbidden pill at an auction and can take it before the fight, then his power will increase. Master Ree exclaims that if the boy dares to take the pill, he will die before Burke's eyes. Spencer continues to pull the wool over the eyes of his ally's teacher. Ree says not to add fuel to the fire. He understands that these two want to take revenge on him for the death of his sons. The master says that Johnson is the scum of the martial arts world. He promises that the guy will not be saved tomorrow. They say they also wanted to ask for help in another matter that did not concern the guy. 3 strange girls come in. Spencer says that they are students from the university. He has always admired Ree, so he invites him to a separate room to discuss some issues. The master giggles lustfully and says that the current students are studying well, and as a representative of the older generation, he must teach them well, especially the larger one. The next day, Michael meditates while levitating with his stone. The guy thinks that the spiritual energy in China is less than there, but his training speed has increased. Is it because of the stone? The stone moved. Michael does not believe that he can be alive, and he just answered. Michael says he can now summon power through the graveyard of rebirth, but he doesn't know what lies behind the ancient symbols. He decides that thinking is useless here and takes out coins and a turtle shell. Johnson is participating in a duel for the first time, so he decides to test his luck in this way. The shell stands on its edge, leaving the guy confused about his immediate future without giving any clear answers. He understands that, as before, he knows nothing. The old man said that Michael is not competent enough to interfere in the affairs of heaven. At that moment, Belle knocks and comes in, saying that she is taking the gentleman to a duel. Michael didn't know that there were so many masters in America, and they would all come to watch the battle. And there are quite a few familiar faces. He sees the Sanders family, the Nix family, the Jenkins family with his brother, and even the Vox family. Somewhere in the crowd, Master Doe and Locke, who is posing as Doo's younger brother, are lost. John thinks that he will protect his lord if his life is in danger, no matter what. Gawker notices that the three great judges are already at their place of work. My God, is this really that same Master Ree, and with him 2 other cool masters? Ray, as a member of the ministry, must strive for justice and maintain order. Bell informs Michael that these masters are in the first 500 masters, and Ray, according to some sources, has even made it into the first 300. For the first time, Michael is overcome by doubts about his own strength. He fears that Master Ray has reached a realm higher than him. It seems he underestimated the ancient warrior. Stark explains that to hold the position of judge, one needs not only strength, but also charisma and power, and also suggests keeping in mind that he is the vice president of the association. Few would dare to insult him. Bell warns him that the guy now has the opportunity to please the master. Michael is outraged. They pay attention to the second judge. Master Mir, his family is very strong. If Michael has a good relationship with him, then Burke will not be able to touch him. Master Ray comes onto the stage and asks Johnson and Burke to come up to him. The old man, baring his teeth, warns Michael that he is a corpse, and the hero sighs with indifference. The public is shocked that the insignificant Johnson family is on the same battlefield with the master. How can he even compare to him? Master Me orders everyone to shut their mouths. He turns to the stands and angrily warns that anyone who will persecute heresy and disrupt the duel process will regret it. Then he turns towards his rivals and thinks with regret that he feels sorry for such a young master who will have to end up here. Rio chants that the start of the battle means that the two are fighting to the death. However, he hopes that the loser will admit defeat and they will get through without casualties. Now, standing between the two rivals, he announces the beginning of the battle. The elder Burke bursts into flames and threatens to pay dearly for the death of his relatives. Michael says that he now understands everything, and the old man will join his children, and his family will go down in history. Burke launches a furious and rapid-fire attack of name-calling against Johnson. Michael jumps back from the blow and happily announces that such a crude move won't defeat him. Burke throws 10 of his fists into the air towards Johnson. Michael blocks both hands, and another of his essences stands behind him and says that the opponent is just a turtle. Onlookers notice that Master Burke is rapidly losing control of the situation. Burke, upset that the battle didn't end right away, yells at Michael that he's a freak and only knows how to dodge. Michael, with an angry face, says that he can play with the master for a long time, but he wants to see what a lousy family these Burkes are. At these words, the master bursts into streams of powerful blue flame. His eyes blaze, and he wishes for his enemy to die. Johnson and Burke meet with their fists filled with millions of particles of magical energy. Michael smiles wryly and remarks that his opponent is weaker than he thought. Michael's fist sends the enraged opponent flying, leaving him in shock and falling to the battlefield. The judges note that Burke trained for so long and got hit by a kid. How is this possible? Bell exclaims in admiration about Johnson's strength. Locke smiles contentedly and thinks that Michael really deserves to be called the ruler. The protagonist tells Burke that he, with such power, allows himself to be defeated by the younger generation, and his family definitely deserves to die. Burke, in a cold sweat, says he didn't mean to use his special move, But Michael leaves no choice, and the old man rushes into the attack. Michael feels the familiar power of strong cultivation. As soon as this art is applied, great damage is caused to the internal organs. Now the guy understands why the old man spoke about retribution. The judges note that a blow of such force means inevitable death. Burke flies towards the guy. His force field creates the shape of a palm. Michael notices that this is not a technique, but a pathetic trick. The master crashes into Johnson, driving him deep into the ground, and a bright column of light shoots out of the hole. Belle and John are very worried about their friend, and Lucy is glad that finally at least something was able to kill her enemy. Spencer is angry that Michael doesn't deserve such an easy death. He feels sorry for the Burke family. When the smoke clears from the impact site, everyone notices Michael alive. In the body of the master, Spencer only says that this cannot be. Judge Ray is in complete shock. He notices that the guy didn't even have time to accumulate energy. He understands that Michael simply put his fist under Burke's swift attack, but he doesn't know how he was able to break through such power and fight back. Judge Ree himself flies up to the guy in a deadly attack and tells him that the fight is over, but if the guy wants to die, he first needs to defeat him. Michael doesn't understand why the judge, who was pushing for justice, didn't stop Burke's deadly attack. The guy says that the old man is not the only one who will die today. A dog named Ree will go after him. Spencer sneaks up behind Johnson while he is distracted by Master Rowe. He makes a dishonest attack from behind on an unsuspecting guy. Locke screams for the Overlord to turn around. He didn't expect them to disregard the rules so blatantly. Spencer's sneaky strike is successful and penetrates Michael's flank defense. Now the opponent is about to strike him in the head, but the guy is already preparing his counterattack. Michael knocks the crap out of Spencer with one punch, leaving his opponent's attack ineffective, yelling at Spencer that he's an old bastard who likes to sneak attack. He says he will send him to the next world, and then delivers a series of magical blows. Michael, in a state of bloody rage, continues to deliver multiple blows. The other judges realize that he just instantly defeated the head of the Spencer family, who was ranked 514th in America. Master Ree can't believe his eyes. Spencer is torn apart. He wonders what kind of technique Johnson used. Burke begs the master for help because Johnson could destroy him too. Ree seriously says that as long as he is here, the kid will never dare to kill him. The last Burke is instantly hit in the forehead by an energy blast, leaving Rio in shock. Michael says that even if Jesus himself came to his aid, he would not be saved. Michael clearly provokes Ree by saying that he didn't seem to want the killings. The other judges are perplexed by Johnson's boundless arrogance. Ree asks why he killed Burke if the outcome was already predetermined, and he says that if he took someone's side and thinks he can kill on the sly, then he is an old shitty dog. Master Ree bursts into flames of multicolored flames and shouts in rage that the guy is tired of living. Michael says that today only Ree will die if, of course, he dares to challenge. All of Johnson's friends understand that the boy's words are deadly for him, that you can't talk to Master Ree like that, and that Michael is now a dead man. The master concentrates a sea of energy in his palm. Michael notices that this one is smarter than the previous ones. Michael doesn't get lost and blazes with magic, concentrating all his energy. Master Me stands in the middle of the two fighters and orders them to stop. He is outraged by Master Ray's ardor towards the junior master's threats. Ree sternly says that the guy kills everyone indiscriminately and does not respect the judge. Shouldn't he take his life? The second referee explains that Michael acted within the rules. Spencer attacked from behind. He broke the rules. He should have been killed. Me, pointing at Rio, asked why he interfered in the battle, since he is quite capable of looking after himself. Master Ray asks if Me really thinks he can contradict him, and since he wants to protect this child so much, he will have a conversation with the president. He says that Johnson has nothing to do with the Me family, and therefore he can safely kill him. Is he sure that he still wants to protect him? As we think about how best to get out of this situation, Michael calmly asks if he's finished. Master Me asks Johnson if he wants to join the family. Rio stands in shock. The whole audience is delighted. No one understands how it happened, but it seems that there is a new addition to the Me family. Lucy regrets that she missed that chance in the form of young Johnson. Ree shouts that accepting such a bloodthirsty killer into the family is a very reckless act. In his head, the master thinks that he will not be able to do anything if Michael accepts the invitation. Johnson asks who this Me family member is now, and if anyone has mixed anything up, leaving everyone shocked. Mai hints that only this will save the guy's life, but he says that he doesn't need saving. Michael apologizes and arrogantly says that starting a family is not in his plans while the gentleman with the surname Ree is still alive. Lucy calms down and is glad that she refused him then. You can't build a wall out of mud. We sadly advise Johnson to take responsibility for his life once he is ready. Mai sadly says that unfortunately for him, young people are prone to making mistakes. Ree says with fury that he has never seen such an arrogant person. Michael himself deprived himself of a chance to survive. Johnson says his opponent is a fool, but thanks to me, he was able to survive an extra couple of minutes. Leslie and John are shocked by what is happening in the arena and do not know what to do. Master Ray is full of rage and says that it will take no more than 3 blows to kill the boy. Michael calmly notes that the master has concentrated a furious energy between his fingers. The entire field is permeated with the destructive energy of Judge Ray. Michael thinks that his opponent really isn't as bad at fighting as the other two. Johnson grins terrifyingly and wants to feel the power of Ree, to find out who is in the top 400 masters. The judge notices that Rio is using the ancient technique of breathing 1,000 blades, which is not something everyone can do, but Michael easily dodges the blows. Johnson thinks this is a good move, but since he is still alive, everything is not so successful. Michael goes on the counterattack. Master Ree realizes that there really is something in the guy. No wonder Burke lost. Ree wraps his magical nets around Michael's knee and shouts that the bird will soon be in the cage. Ree is incredibly happy about the hit, but Johnson understands that not all is lost for him yet. The master strikes unexpectedly. A beam of light shoots out from the hero, throwing him upward. Ray is furious that this blow did not kill Michael on the spot. Anyone else would have already been torn in half. Mai doubts that with Rio's enhanced technique the hero has any chance, as he is seriously injured, even though he is alive. Johnson thinks that although he has an advantage in cultivation, it is still difficult to resist such a strong warrior in such an intense battle. Michael takes out the crystal with the graveyard of rebirth and says that this is all that remains. A dark force envelops Michael, and Master Ray realizes that he must act quickly. Unexpectedly for himself, Michael finds himself in the graveyard of rebirth inside the crystal. The spirit of Claude Crank, whom the hero wanted to summon, emerges from the grave and asks how he came to possess the cemetery at such a low level. Michael wonders if it's really Claude and thinks about how he feels like a nobody compared to him. Crank realizes that Johnson thought there were 100 warriors buried here, but only one remains. The spirit wonders if he is better than those who could be in his place. Michael does not understand what this guy is talking about. Claude decides to give Michael as much knowledge as he wants. Since the boy was able to subjugate the cemetery of reincarnation, his legacy will not disappear into oblivion, and the aura of the outside world is too weak, and his presence here is too limited. Johnson finds himself back on the battlefield, where Master Ray comes charging at him. Michael laughs at Ray, calling him a loser, and creates some kind of shield with just his fingers. The Master doesn't understand how Johnson was able to stop his full-force punch with just one finger. Ray flies away from the protagonist, the last of his strength, knocked out by young Johnson, oozing from his body. A moment later, Michael stands over the body of his opponent, who, raising his head, is indignant that the guy did the impossible and does not understand how he did it. Johnson explains to his opponent that he noticed that the master was unable to control himself in moments of rage, and the guy himself simply followed his own technique and caused Rio's true energy to dissipate. Michael raises his fist, filled with power, and proclaims that it is now time to end all of this. Master Ri, in tears, does not understand how someone can use their magical energy to such an extent. The judges are shocked. They wonder what kind of deity this guy is and who can even concentrate true power in such a way. The master thinks that the gap between him and the guy is like between a mountain and sand. He really doesn't want to die. Ray begins to beg the guy to spare his life, saying that the devil has confused him, he made a mistake, and is even ready to become his slave. Michael, not letting the master finish, wipes him off the face of the earth. Now in his place there is a column of blue glow, reaching far up. Johnson looks at the pole with a death glare and says that such a worthless person is not worthy of becoming his slave. The public doesn't believe what happened. Everyone is sitting in a cold sweat and shouting out questions to which they already know the answers, but just don't want to admit it. Nix Jr. asks his father why they didn't know about this guy before and says that he had a feeling that he wasn't human. His father completely agrees with him. Locke doesn't know how the master managed to reach such a level. He believes that Johnson should be included in the history of American martial arts. John decides that he must keep up with the master, be his equal. The third judge asks the second one if Michael is really an ancient warrior, as he feels that something is wrong, and Me tells him that it seems that Johnson really is not so simple. Apparently, he is a cultivator. The master reports that he has heard of such things, but does not understand how this could be, and he wonders if cultivators who destroy heaven and earth even exist. My notes that Johnson has made too much noise, and if this becomes known, he will become an enemy for the entire martial arts world. He says that the big players will not tolerate force that does not obey the laws. According to this, a strong man from the association should watch the battle from the shadows. If he leaves the battlefield, the news will spread, and the whole state will turn against Johnson. This man in the crowd says that Michael will die for the murder of the vice president of the Martial Arts Association. The protagonist notices this man and asks his power, Claude, if this is Master Ri's accomplice. The guy realizes that he has been noticed and wants to run away, but Michael is already directing a powerful stream of his magical energy at him. He falls down dead, and people around him ask what happened and why the man vomited blood. Johnson stands on the battlefield with the spirit of Claude, who enthusiastically states that he was able to kill a man from thousands of miles away. There is nothing wrong with killing. Michael is worried that his friend is causing a lot of trouble, and now they have become a target for some people, to which Crank asks for permission to change the memories of these people. Johnson is shocked that this is possible. Claude informs him that he needs to use true power to delve into the brains of everyone present. The spirit says that there will still be someone who will follow them and tell everyone everything, but the memory still needs to be changed, and the guy himself now needs to improve himself in order to quickly see the power of the second tombstone. Johnson allows Crank to do whatever he wants with everyone, but not to touch Locke, and his spirit warns that there is one person who worries him, and after all, he wants to talk to him. Claude, using Michael's body, sends a beam of light into the heads of everyone present. John does not understand what is happening around him. Besides Locke, the beam also misses Master Me's head, and he, looking around, also doesn't understand what's happening. The spirit of Crank stands before the master and tells him that he has a choice, loyalty or Claude. Me can either forget everything that happened here or continue to remain a non-entity. My notices Johnson standing behind him, but understands that it is not he who is talking to him, but something higher. Weighing the pros and cons, the master decides to become a servant of the spirit and kneels before Michael. Crank points a beam at Me's head and warns him that once he turns his back on him, the true power will tear the master apart from the inside. The spirit tells Johnson that he has a little more time, and they need to find a quiet place to complete one last task. Michael leaves in spirit, calling after him Master Me, who is still kneeling. At Johnson's estate, the boy himself and Claude's spirit sit in a secret room where no one can disturb them. Crank notices that Michael has many doubts in his soul, but the spirit does not have much time to resolve them. Johnson, with a serious face, asks Claude why he is trapped in stone and why he is helping him. The spirit says that, firstly, they are not imprisoned in stone, but in the cemetery of rebirth, it just so happened that the cemetery is in stone. Secondly, the cemetery chose Michael, and now he is the master of rebirth who rules over the world. Claude says that the only thing they can do for the guy is to help him overcome all obstacles and become immortal. Michael asks another question. He wants to know how to summon the remaining 99 tombstones. Crank says that to do this, the guy needs to be strong enough to convince other spirits that he is worthy, then he will be able to summon them. Claude suggests another option, saying that they could try to interest them in something, and the spirit also sadly reports that he is the weakest in the cemetery. Michael is shocked by what he hears. He thinks about the power of the cemetery and realizes that it is probably capable of splitting the void and destroying the stars. The spirit says that he only has an hour left and intends to teach Michael everything he knows. They begin the lesson. The boy sits down in a meditation pose, and a multitude of images related to martial arts flash through his head. The spirit says that in order to reincarnate, Michael needs to have 100 powerful forces under his control. He wants to pass on his experience to the world and asks to be called a teacher. Claude complains that he doesn't like this life, but he really hopes that he and Johnson will meet again, after which the teacher disappears. The protagonist's head is filled with various thoughts that he cannot sort out. He understands that he has reached the 9th level of the realm of enlightenment, notices that the power is not released, but only strengthens. The guy is happy that he was able to improve so much. Michael throws his arms up, his power shaking everything around him. He screams about the realm of movement that he was able to enter. People on the street think there has been an earthquake. They even want to call the police. Johnson feels like a superhuman. He can crush anyone now. And more importantly, he sensed the appearance of a new grave in the cemetery of rebirth. And if he gets stronger, he will be able to summon it. Then the guy's phone rings. It turns out to be Jessica. She asks where Michael is now. He says that he is at home. The girl, in a panic, says that she is about to have a stroke, saying that an earthquake just happened near the house and wondering how Michael could not have felt it. Jessica calms down and tells the guy to hurry to Sarah because today is her birthday. The guy, who completely forgot about the holiday, says that he will be there soon. Leslie tells his boss what he saw yesterday, saying that he remembers Johnson killing Burke and Spencer, but he doesn't understand at all how Master Ree was killed. The guy himself only saw his torn body. The boss finds this circumstance very strange and asks for a more detailed story, and is also surprised by the power of the main character. Clinton tries to remember but finds that his memories are blocked and unresponsive, with only vague outlines emerging. The boss understands that we are talking about memory erasure. He flies up from his seat in shock, shouting something about psychics. He asks his subordinate if he was wearing these clothes yesterday, and after receiving a positive answer, he orders Leslie to quickly take off his pants. He says that he is not like that, but the boss stops his stupid thoughts, saying that he needs a belt, which has a video recording device. Clinton, connecting this complex device to the computer, admired the genius of his boss. They watch the recording. The boss, seeing Michael's abilities, says that he is simply not human. He is terrified by the understanding that only the first 50 masters are capable of this. He thinks about the fact that Johnson is only a little over 20. The first 50 masters, old men who dedicated their entire lives to their strength. These are two completely different ideas that do not fit together in the man's head. Leslie tells the boss that, judging by this recording, their Dragon Order is unlikely to be able to stand up to the powerful Johnson. The boss warns Clinton that he must not tell anyone what he just saw, and if the guy spills the beans, he himself will accuse him of treason. The chief also realizes that any observer of yesterday's massacre could have had a similar recording device, and he instructs Leslie to check everyone and get rid of all the recordings by any means necessary. He also orders that a plane be prepared for him, and he immediately flies to an unknown high-ranking gentleman in another city. Jessica is at the Walsh house for a birthday party and notices influential people everywhere that she had only seen on TV before. Sarah angrily asks her friend where Michael is. She replies that she just spoke to him. He will be there soon. The birthday girl is unhappy since the guy did not come himself and he had to remind him about the holiday. The girl's mother intervenes in the conversation, announcing that an important guest has arrived and that they should personally greet him and get to know him better. This guest turns out to be martial arts master Nick Board from the family of Sarah's future husband. Megan tells her daughter that their family really needs the protection of some strong master, and Nick is just one of them. He is in the top 600 in America. The Walshes express their delight at the arrival of such a gentleman, and he says that he is sorry that his young master could not be present in person and invites Sarah to meet him at their house after the banquet. The girl politely declines the invitation, citing numerous concerns, and suggests rescheduling the meeting for another time. All the guests are shocked by the refusal of the younger Walsh, because their arranged marriage with Board has not yet taken place, and there is no need to irritate the wealthy and influential family. Megan tries to tell everyone that her daughter was just joking, but Sarah insistently tells her mother that she will not be in this house for long and will never be Derek Board's wife. The master understands that his boss will not accept refusal, and therefore the consequences will not be long in coming. Master Me appears at the party, telling Nick that he has great power. Megan is shocked by his arrival because he refused the invitation. He says with a smile that he is glad to be here and congratulates the young girl on her birthday. All the guests are confused since the Me family usually does not interact with other families. Someone asks why he came then. We suggest that Sarah shouldn't stay in the province for long, to which Nick reacts sharply, saying that Walsh will actually be joining the Board family soon. The master asks Nick not to rush to conclusions, but he thinks that Me is too arrogant. His family is no longer as powerful as it was 10 centuries ago. Mai says that he understands that the Board family is greater than his family, but in this house he is the representative, and Nick is just the board dog. Nick, in a rage, directs his energy at another master, but Mi stops the attack. The attacker decides to simply leave this conversation, saying that they will meet again. Megan approaches the master and asks him what is going on with Johnson, since Mi is the judge of yesterday's duel. Sarah runs up to her mother and asks what kind of duel this is, and she replies that Michael himself is to blame. He accepted Burke's challenge and paid for it. The young girl is very worried about her friend and asks the master if he is alive. Then, to her relief, the guy himself appears and is perplexed by the conversations they are already having about him, since he just came in. Megan can't believe her eyes when she sees Johnson alive and well. Because two great ancient warriors had their eyes on him, how could they allow him to still be alive? Master Mi kneels before the protagonist, warmly greeting him and calling him Lord. Everyone around is shocked by such a gesture from the great and venerable master. Megan believes that his family will be furious if they find out what Mi did. Sarah's eyes light up as she thinks that, with such support, Michael will be able to protect her from the terrible Board family. She believes that the guy has a promising future. Nick, looking at Sarah and seeing the way she looks at Johnson, concludes that the girl is in love with him. Michael asks Mi to get up from her knees because the guy has already attracted too much attention to himself, which should be going to the birthday girl. Johnson, spreading his arms for a hug, approaches the girl, apologizes for being late, and hopes that she is not offended. Sarah demonstratively puffs out her cheeks and says that she will be angry if the guy does not give her a decent gift. The protagonist pats his pocket with a smug smile, saying that there is a gift there and the girl will definitely like it. The other guests are unhappy with the behavior of this narcissistic guy who thinks that his gift will be the best. Here, Megan takes the girl, interrupting their sweet conversation with the guy, and says that it's time for them to go on stage. Three women of Walsh's generation are on stage, and Megan begins her speech, thanking everyone in attendance for coming to celebrate her little girl, with a special thank you to the Board family. Michael notices Sarah's well-looking grandmother, and Jessica tells him that in this family, elders are respected. The girl asks the guy where he has been for half a day, saying that she has been looking for him everywhere, to which Johnson replies that he was solving minor problems. Nightingale notices that the gift-giving ceremony has begun on stage, and a man has already come out to congratulate Sarah. He gives the birthday girl an imperial jade, declaring its value at $50 million. Discussions immediately begin among the other guests. Everyone criticizes such a gift, because the Walsh family is already rich, and they do not need such an ugly statuette. Jessica draws attention to her gift, which she immediately feels ashamed of. Michael supports the girl, saying that Sarah values attention, not money. The girl decides to go give the next one, because the longer she hesitates, the less she wants to give this box. She wants to get rid of it as quickly as possible. Sarah greets her, laughingly says that she will not forgive her best friend for a bad gift, and she says that it is inexpensive, but from the heart. The gift turns out to be a miniature replica of their house, where their figures can be seen in the window. Jessica says that she made it with her own hands. Sarah is delighted with the gift and looks through the small window to get a closer look. The happy girl hugs her friend, telling her that she is wonderful and she loves her to death. Jessica laughs and asks her to keep her gift carefully. Master Mi is touched by their sisterhood and decides to be the next to present his gift. Mai gives the girl his family's jade order, which shocks everyone present, and he also wishes the girl the fulfillment of all her wishes. Megan understands that with the help of this order, she can gain protection from the Mi family. She asks to take the gift, since her family will not be able to accept such a valuable thing. The master says that his gift is nothing compared to the relationship between Sarah and Michael. He hopes to attend their wedding soon, where he will present a much better gift, leaving the girl confused. Doubts arise in the crowd. Everyone calls it a confrontation, because Sarah has a wedding contract with the Board family. An enraged Nick quickly appears next to Mai, warning him that he is now in such a situation that no one will save him. The master only laughs. Nick turns to Sarah and gives her the order of the Board family, saying that this amulet is better than the one Mi gave her, and also informs her that he has another gift for the girl. He takes out a box with a magic pill, saying that if a person who is not involved in martial arts takes this pill, he will immediately become a master and reach the highest realm. The crowd is whispering about the power of the boards, and realizing that the pill has eclipsed all their gifts, they discuss how such a family can easily afford such gifts. Megan quickly flies up to Nick and says that she would gladly accept such a gift for her daughter, and hopes that one day their family will be able to repay in kind. Michael knocks the amulet and the pill out of Master Board's hands and asks with a displeased face how he can give Sarah such trash. Nick flares up in rage. His energy fills the entire space around him. He tells the guy that he does not dare to spoil the gift of the young Board, and now he is a corpse. Johnson says that such expired pills will only give Sarah a stomachache, and if Nick wants to take normal medicine, it's better to contact him himself, and the guy hands the master a handful of pills. The guests are shocked. They smell an amazing aroma and notice the engraving on the tablets, which convinces them that the pills are indeed of the highest quality. Megan realizes how much she underestimated Michael. Not only is he an amazing craftsman, but he also gets his pills from somewhere, and of such quality that Board's pill is pure trash in comparison. The protagonist pours a handful of pills into the hands of a shocked Sarah, telling her not to hesitate. Then he says that this is just an addition to the main gift and hands her the box, saying that if she doesn't like it, he is ready to do her and Jessica's laundry for a year. The girl unties the ribbon on the gift and warns the guy that she is very picky. The box contains the very necklace that her grandfather once wanted to give her, and the girl is delighted. The guests present laugh at Johnson's gift, saying they expected more from him. Sarah cries with happiness and looks at Michael, thanking him for being able to return the necklace. The girl shows the gift to her surprised grandmother, who confirms that it is the very same star teardrop necklace that her grandfather made for her. Sarah warmly thanks the guy, saying that this is the best gift. Michael exhales, glad that he won't have to do the girl's laundry. The inspired girl rushes to the guy and kisses him on the cheek. Michael is very surprised. The crowd is indignant at how one of the first three beauties of New York, a perfect girl in every way, could fall in love with such a guy. The guests also notice that she is the fiancée of the young Board, and this act is close to treason. Nick is furious. He is irritated by the girl's actions. He rushes at her with insults and waves his hand. Young Johnson stands up for the girl, catches the master's hand and tells him that he has crossed the line. Nick insults the guy, and he slaps him so hard that Board spins to the other end of the room and hits the tables. Nick calls the guy a bastard, reminding him what family he comes from. Michael flares up. In a rage, he catches up with the already lying master, puts his foot on the man's chest and asks him what's so special about their family. Those present are shocked by the guy's behavior. They don't understand how he can allow himself to talk to Board like that, and they speculate about what would happen if the head of their family arrived now. Michael says that Nick is lucky today. If it weren't for Sarah's birthday, he would have killed him. But now he just doesn't want to stain the room with blood. Board can't take it anymore and tries to hit the guy, but he uses his strength to throw him out of the house. A disgruntled Nick threatens Michael with his boss, to whom he will now report everything, and then Johnson will be ground into dust. Johnson orders Mr. Me to get rid of the Board family's dogs, as he is a great professional in this matter. Mai quickly leaves to complete the task. People in the area do not understand how the gentleman agreed to do the dirty work for the guy. This will lead to a decline in the status of his family. Megan talks about how powerful and strong Michael is as a young man, and she already thinks that he is not such a bad candidate for her daughter, so she calls him over. The girl's mother offers to pour tea, which is made especially for their family. There will not be another chance. Michael says that he did not expect that she would serve him herself. She laughs that he is afraid that she will poison him. The guy laughs, saying that no poison will kill him. She tells the guy that she underestimated him before, admits that he is full of surprises and quite an impressive young man. Michael asks if that's the only reason he was called. The woman says no and tells him about her daughter's engagement. Johnson is surprised and asks why he hasn't heard about it before. Morgan explains that the engagement had been planned for a long time and was necessary because their family is only strong economically and they need the support of martial arts masters. The mother continues, saying that they have several craftsmen, but this is not enough. Sarah's father spoke with many families, but only the Bordas agreed this is their last hope. She admits that the guy has reasons to hate her, but asks him to understand that everything she did was to protect the family, then suggests that the guy give up her daughter, since the Bordas will take revenge. Megan also warns the guy that he will face revenge from the Boards in any case, and that help can only be expected from the Nicks and Mia. She sincerely repents of her past mistakes and asks the guy to go somewhere far away before the Bordas find out about him, saying that this is the only way to stay alive. Johnson asks with an indignant face if the Board family is really that powerful, if he is stronger than the Martial Arts Association. Morgan explains to the guy that these are two completely different concepts that cannot be compared, But in terms of influence, the association is much more powerful than the boards. Michael thanks Walsh for the information and leaves, and she offers to give him a private jet. Johnson says no one will force him to kneel, and since the Board family has offended him, he sees nothing wrong with getting rid of them once and for all. The main character sitting at home realizes that he has been too tired lately and decides to get some sleep today. Then Jessica comes to him and says that Sarah won't be coming to spend the night. The girl wants to discuss what happened with the guy. Nightingale asks Michael what he thought of Walsh's kiss, and the boy, breaking out in a cold sweat, says it wasn't that bad, then quickly corrects himself and says it was nothing special. Jessica kisses Johnson harshly on the lips and asks if she is better than Sarah. Michael replies that he cannot judge fairly since the girls kissed him in different places and offers Jessica a kiss on the cheek. The girl gets angry, attacks the guy, and demands an answer to her question, to which he says that, of course, she does. Michael realizes that praising another girl in Jessica's presence would be too stupid. Nightingale laughs. She tells the guy that she doesn't know whether he's cheating on her or not, but she decided to win him over today. The guy turns the girl over, saying that he will not let her tower over him. Then his phone rings, which he immediately burns through with his power. The guy is very unhappy that someone dared to interrupt them. He, very excited, invites the girl to continue what they started. At that moment, the second phone rings. Michael is furious and is about to destroy it too, but Jessica grabs his hand and screams that it is her phone. Johnson, with a very displeased look on his face, says that next time he will just buy her a new one. The girl says that Clark called, and since he called both of them, it's clearly a very serious matter. Michael, very upset, thinks that he missed such a wonderful chance. The guy answers the phone on Jessica's phone and asks Clark what happened. Robert says that things are very bad. Someone stole the recipe for their drug. A guy and a man stand sadly near a safe that has been torn to pieces. Michael demands an explanation. Robert says that around 8 o'clock in the evening, a group of men broke into the company building, killed several bodyguards, and stole the recipe and other important resources. Johnson thinks that no one could have broken the safe because he sealed it himself, which means it was broken into with a fake key. Michael concludes that these are not ordinary robbers because the bodyguards are Locke's subordinates. They are professionals who fought side by side with the governor, which is why they died so easily. Clark asked to be punished for losing the recipe since the mole in the company was his subordinate, but Johnson says that it doesn't matter anymore. Now is not the time to shift the blame to others. He suggests Robert go check on the victims. When Michael examines the bodies, he notices that they were all tortured before their death, and especially cruelly. Clark asks what to do with the stolen recipe. Johnson says he can always write a new one, but people's lives cannot be brought back. The guy asks if the camera footage has been checked. Clark says that they were disabled, but people are trying to recover the data. Michael suggests looking for clues elsewhere and also tells Robert to transfer $10 million to the families of the victims. Clark notes that Johnson truly values every person in his company. Michael notices that one of the dead men has a clenched fist and bends down to unclench it. The guy takes out the family crest and realizes that before they died, Locke's people left them a clue. Someone calls Leslie. He picks up the phone and asks where they got his number, but it turns out to be Johnson. He says that he borrowed Clark's phone to call. The guy sends a photo of the family crest and asks for help in identifying it. Clinton recognizes it as the Akita crest. Michael asks again, confused. Leslie reports that Akita is a foreign mafia organization. They even tried to infiltrate America. The head of the mafia is named Alex Bay. He claims to be immortal and has 100,000 students. In his native country, everyone revere him as if he were a god in the flesh. Clinton reports that he has already dealt with them. They were able to drive them away, but then they lost 7 people. You can't joke with members of the mafia. And recently information has appeared about a group of foreigners. It's probably Akita. Leslie knows that they are staying at the same hotel. Michael asks to send him the address of this place. Leslie immediately agrees. Clark asks if Johnson is going to Akita. He says that they could live happily in their country, but since they decided to go all this way to get here, he will send them to hell at his own expense. The Akita members discuss the results of the previous operation among themselves, each taking his place. Only the mole stands in the middle of the room. The big guy says he didn't think the operation could go so well. As if God had helped, the other one notes that God only helps the simple. Alex Bay helps them. The traitor asks what will happen to him in their agreement, and they say that they will definitely transfer the money to his Japanese account, and also obtains citizenship for him. He asks to receive part of the money now because he needs to fly away urgently since he betrayed the Tizen Group company. The bully throws the spy to the floor and asks who he thinks he is, and does he really think they are lying. Amble says that they still won't give him money, but he has made a huge contribution to the future of the nation. They believe that there is no longer any point in keeping him alive, and therefore it is time to finally deal with him, but he begs to be left alive. The giant says that Americans are pathetic and deserve to die. Michael appears and says that the man who is on his knees is pathetic. America has nothing to do with it. He also says with a smug smile that these guys aren't worth a damn. The mafia is shocked that this guy climbed up to the 18th floor through a window. A former company employee asks Johnson to save him, and quickly. The elder orders Michael's limbs to be cut off and brought to him, and the whole gang rushes forward. Michael teleports behind the leader and suddenly asks who is in charge here. The big guy tenses up and Johnson says it doesn't matter because they're all going to die today anyway. Michael grabs the giant by the teeth and tells him that he seems to think he's tough, but he's just a fat guy, and then pulls out all of his upper teeth. A smarter mafia representative tells him to be careful because this brat is a martial arts master. Johnson effortlessly grabs the prone leader and throws him into the rest of the crowd of thugs, sending them flying. Another guy frantically thinks about how the guy threw a 300-kilogram carcass with one hand and then admires the enemy's power. He watches the intense beating of his partners and continues to admire the skill of his enemy. He has never had the opportunity to meet such a one in America. Gaining great courage, he says that he is one of the masters of the ancient art of using the Akita-style sword, and he will condescend to take his life. Michael grins angrily and orders him to shut up and also asks if he killed his people and then stole the recipe. The killer says that someone else killed, but he will not allow them to meet, and Michael has already managed to bend his huge forelock with his air attack. Johnson advises the thug to call the killer of his men right now, otherwise he will experience every level of pain a person can feel, but the guy just says that he was only hit because he didn't expect it. He exclaims that they cannot touch his hair. He orders them to stop and says that he is an ambassador, and people like him cannot be touched. Michael quickly rips out the bandit's massive hair, and he screams hysterically in response. Another murderer arrives. He asks why it's so noisy here. The previous bandit asks to save him, and Michael realizes that this is the same man who dealt with his people. The maniac, with an evil smile, understands that Johnson is here and says that it was really he who killed them, and he also asks Michael to tell something interesting about himself. He says Johnson's men were silent, so he wanted to play origami, so he folded and broke their bones. It's a shame no one said anything. The psycho says that they were protecting Michael, and he came himself. That's hilarious. Michael is in a silent rage. He lets go of the bandit's hair and slowly walks towards the madman. The thug is glad that a leader has arrived. Now the American is finished. Because he is a giant with a height of 240 centimeters. He has the strength and speed of a monster, which contradicts his huge body. He can tear iron apart with his bare hands. He is a savage. He is a killing machine. The bandit continues to praise his leader as Michael begins his brutal execution. Michael says that it will break his bones centimeter by centimeter, says that he has swallowed radioactive waste, and then he forces this tortured body to rise. Then Johnson, with madness in his eyes, says that he also wants to try playing origami, but with him. Michael turns his opponent's bones into finely ground flour, leaving his body looking like a sack of meat. The bald bandit doesn't understand how this is possible. His leader can't even get up. He wonders who this man is as the master's body flies past. Johnson says it's his turn, and the master hints that there was some kind of misunderstanding. He is trying to negotiate that they will compensate for all the damage. And in general, Akita is looking for strong Chinese for cooperation, and he is the best fit. Michael asks again about compensation. He nods, and Johnson says that he will pay with his life and completely burns his head off. Johnson stands with a burning hand, with many corpses lying around, including mutilated ones, and a mole sitting on his knees. The traitor begs Johnson to forgive him, that he will work for the company for free for the rest of his life, that he is a Harvard graduate, that he will definitely be useful, and that he once again asks to be allowed to make amends. Michael kicks the rat in the stomach, sending him flying, and asks how he plans to bring people's lives back, and he replies that he doesn't. Johnson says he won't kill him. Let him bear the brunt of those people's deaths. He's one of the founders of the Tizen Group. How low he's fallen, he's become just a piece of shit. Michael decides it's time to call Locke to clean things up. A dark fog comes out of the dead, disfigured body. Michael does not understand how he can be alive at all, and the fog says that everyone is dead and laughs. Johnson realizes that he is still a corpse, but is being controlled. The spirit of Alex Bay appears and asks if the guy knows what happens to those who cross Akita. Michael asks who he is anyway, and suddenly sees that someone has such a secret technique in Japan. The spirit asks him to say his name. He calls himself Daddy Johnson and shoots concentrated energy from his finger, vaporizing Bay, telling him to know his place. Michael says that if they ever get into America again, he will kill every one of them. Japan, Alex's soul returns to his body, which sits in the middle of a large hall with a family crest. The man says that Michael will pay for his treachery and then spits blood from the damage he has suffered. Meeting at the Tizen group, Michael returns the lost documents. He asks what they can say about this. They say that Michael was able to get the documents in a short period of time, but for some reason they are covered in blood. Johnson says that if someone is unhappy with something, they can leave the company, because if someone betrays him, he promises that the consequences will be extremely severe. The guy is already at Jessica's house. She says that he is already here, but is still thinking about work. He regrets it. He says that if he had chosen his employees more carefully, this would not have happened. But she says that he needs to stop blaming himself for this. Michael says that this is not enough and attracts the girl, and then kisses her. The stairs to the bedroom have a lot of things scattered on them, mostly underwear. They are lying in bed. Jessica tenderly hugs Michael, and he smiles sweetly. Michael asks the girl if she is in pain after her night's adventure, and she replies that she is not in pain after he healed her. He says that she shouldn't exhaust herself. Next time he will move because it is easier for him. The girl abruptly but sweetly denies because she must dominate. Michael giggles sweetly. She asks permission to tell him a secret, but only if he tells her his in return. He agrees. Jessica says, blushing deeply, that she loved him 5 years ago. She is very glad that he finally returned. Michael reciprocates. She later found out what happened to his family. She is angry that she can't do anything. She also says that she is weak. Even now, she will only be a burden for him. But the girl says that she likes to cook him dinner. Even though he cooks better, she just likes to do it and spend time with him. That's why she wanted to become his first woman, so that he would remember her all his life. He, gently hugging the girl and kissing her hair, tells her not to worry that someone will ever take her place. Michael asks what she wanted to know about him. She says that he has too many secrets, so let him choose which one to start with. He decides that he needs to tell about where he was 5 years ago, when he fell into the lake and was saved by an old man. He took Johnson to a place called the Appalachian Hollows, which is deep in the Appalachian Mountains. There is a place where martial artists are not limited by anything and can do whatever they want. There was only one rule: the strongest survives, and he spent 5 years of difficult trials there. Fascinated by Michael, Jessica asks a very strange question. She wonders if he can ever take her there. She wants to know more about the places he has been. Johnson thinks it's too dangerous there for him to guarantee his safety, let alone Jessica's. But that's in the past now. He has over 100 magical spirits in a reincarnation cemetery. He says that when they have time, they will definitely go there on vacation. Michael offers to repeat the night's adventures in a morning format as a reward for her. The Martial Arts Association and its president, Tyler White, is trying to determine who will take responsibility for the deaths of its members. Someone stands up and says that that brat Johnson is to blame. Not them. He explains that an investigation has been conducted and they have no direct evidence. Tyler says that it is Johnson's identity that raises many doubts. Firstly, he became a master in too short a time, and secondly, he killed not only Burke and Spencer, but also the great master Ree. Other members of the association agree with the leader's words. They say that eyewitnesses said that Rio seemed to be torn apart, and the arena itself was damaged, something that would have been possible if the guy had been possessed by a demon. White doesn't understand how this is possible. Another master says that no one can really tell anything in detail, and their undercover man was also killed. It's all suspicious. Tyler sends 3 of his best men to find out the details of Master Ree's murder. He asks them not to miss a single detail, and if they find nothing, then let them bring Johnson to him. They cannot allow the vice president to die in vain. Clinton and the main character are standing at the base of the Dragon Squad. The guy thanks the fighter for yesterday's help, and he says that it's just his job. Michael asks why Leslie was looking for him. He replies that it was not he who was looking for him, but his boss. The boss asks Johnson to do him a favor and become an instructor for the Dragon Spirit Squad. He talks about the squad itself, saying that they are mysterious troops who follow the orders of only the first captain in America. They have sworn to protect the peace of the country and resolve all extraordinary situations. Michael doubts that he is the right person for such an important task, but the captain reassures him, guaranteeing that there is no more suitable candidate in all of America. The boss knows the guy doesn't like being confined, so he tells him to be free in his choice of training, and in return he offers military protection to the guy's loved ones. As an example, he gives a sniper who will eliminate any danger that appears near Sarah or Jessica. He says that, of course, that's not all. He will also send masters who will stay next to them and report every minor incident, so that the dragon spirit will react immediately to the danger, and then he will inform Michael. Johnson reflects that this is only the case with prominent political figures, and the guy finds the offer advantageous. The boss understands that Michael has a lot of enemies, who of course are not dangerous for him, but for the girls they are very much so. The guy cannot be around them all the time, so they really do need security. Johnson asks what his responsibilities are. The captain explains that the guy chooses the training methods himself. The longer he trains the fighters, the stronger they will be, and then the country itself will become stronger. Michael promises to justify the trust, announcing that for every experience gained from one of his training sessions, the fighters will be able to kill 110 enemies on the battlefield. The boss thinks the guy's exaggerating a lot, because training yourself and coaching others are two completely different things. The protagonist turns to the squad and says that he is now their instructor. The fighters are not happy with their boss's decision. They consider themselves quite powerful, and they don't understand who this guy is, what he thinks of himself, and why their boss is humiliating himself in front of him. They begin to protest, saying that they will not trust their lives to this impudent brat. Michael, beginning to warm up his hands, invites all the dissatisfied to a personal fight, saying that he is not against even a collective attack. The fighters call the guy too arrogant and are not going to stoop so low and attack him in a crowd. The boss notes that since Johnson says he is ready to fight, then they have nothing to fear. Let them fight. If someone defeats Michael, then he will remove him from the position of instructor. The confident fighter says that they won't humiliate themselves by attacking in a crowd, and that he alone will be enough to defeat the brat, and he begins the attack. Michael tells the fighter to concentrate all his strength on his toes for more correct movements, but he doesn't listen, considering himself to be powerful already. The fighter senses Johnson's powerful aura and is unable to do anything about it, so the protagonist knocks out his opponent by slamming him into the wall. The rest of the squad is shocked by the guy. Now that he has defeated a strong opponent, they understand that he is truly powerful. Johnson invites other fighters to the battlefield, saying that even their combined attack will not harm him. They rush at the hero with shouts, deciding that he has become too arrogant and needs to be taught a lesson. Michael only laughs. Johnson notices that the fighters have a good understanding of fighting, but decides to teach them more. With one swing of his fist, he sends all his opponents flying far away, without them realizing what is happening. All the fighters are lying on the ground and sighing in pain from their injuries, and Michael notices that it looks like victory is his. The guy's attacked by a bunch of other people, but he also easily throws them in different directions. The fighters are forced to admit that Michael is far superior to them, as no one can defeat him. The squad members line up in front of the guy and report to him, obeying the new instructor. A pleased Johnson thinks that these guys are very good, and it will be quite easy for him to train them to the proper level. He enthusiastically offers them to learn how to take on the challenge to the heavens, and all the fighters enthusiastically agree. Michael asks them to be more patient and decides to teach them a few simpler techniques first, believing that he will make them all stronger. The protagonist thinks that if he can secure their support, his plans to expand his power will come true. His underground forces are controlled by Locke. The company and Clark provide financial support, and on top of that, he now has the Dragon Spirit military. Michael realizes that he can now protect his entourage and finally gain the confidence to take on Master Torres, who took everything from him. The capital is very dangerous. The most powerful and wealthy families respect the families of martial artists, as they are at the top of America, and to compete with them, Johnson needs to develop his strength to incredible levels. The three masters sent by the association president look at the destroyed arena. They understand that a powerful force was the cause. They cannot imagine any master capable of such a thing. They realize that there is some master they don't know about. One assumes that this is the work of a cultivator. Another thinks that Johnson met someone during these 5 years, since he himself could not kill Ree. The third one says that this is all too suspicious and suggests simply delivering Michael to White. At Jessica's house, a guy and two girls are sitting at the table. Johnson admires the food cooked by Sarah, and Nightingale is surprised that she can cook at all. Walsh welcomes the compliments, saying she's learned a lot from her grandmother during these days at home. Jessica asks the guy where he was yesterday. He replies that he went to a base whose name he doesn't remember, and now he's going to Lynx and invites her to go with him. The girl is happy about the invitation, but Sarah says that they were going to go shopping, so they are busy. Michael says goodbye to the girls and goes outside, where he notices a military vehicle and a man next to it. He greets the instructor and asks where the guy's going. Johnson realizes that this is a guard from the Dragon Spirit. The protagonist says that he is going to the university to see a friend and asks not to call him an instructor on the street. In the dorm room, Link excitedly tells Michael that he has already completed the first level of cultivation and feels the power being born within him. Johnson hands his friend a handful of pills, warning him to take one a day, which will cause discomfort. But once he takes the last one, the results will surprise him. Moresby is flushed with his newfound strength and takes the pills, saying he will definitely take them to protect his family. Michael wishes his friend would look like the sweet boy he once knew, not the angry man he has become with his newfound powers. On the street, Johnson is stopped by a man who asks how to get to the dormitory. The guy kindly explains, but senses something is wrong. Michael doesn't have time to ask the stranger what else he wanted before the man is already flying towards the guy, attacking, arms outstretched. Johnson dodges the fatal blow by jumping up and says that he is a shameless old man. A stranger asks the guy to answer one question, calling him an impudent boy who doesn't know his place. He asks the protagonist what happened in the duel, how he was able to kill Master Ryo. Michael realizes that he is facing a master from the Martial Arts Association and calls him trash, who is outraged. Johnson, with a sly smile, notes that not only his interlocutor is a jerk, but also everyone who works in the association, who shouts at the guy, how dare he talk like that? The master says he doesn't care about the truth. He will kill the bastard today, to which Johnson delivers his magical blow, blowing off his head. The protagonist calls his assistant and orders him to quickly come here to help clean up the trash. Suddenly, the dead master's phone rings. Michael picks it up and answers the call. On the other end of the line, someone asks how things are going with the degenerate of the Johnson family, saying that White wants to see him alive. After a long silence, the interlocutor realizes that the master is killed and hangs up. Michael says that he will still find a way to deal with these people. A car from the Dragon Spirit, the one Johnson saw in the morning, arrives at a breakneck speed. A man jumps out of it and asks if everything is okay with the owner. Michael throws him the master's phone number and asks him to check his recent calls and get information about the Martial Arts Association. Johnson, already sitting at home, receives the requested information. He is surprised that the association has existed for more than 100 years. It includes more than 20 families of the province. He concludes that such a rival cannot be underestimated. He also learns that the president of the association has the right to govern the entire province. The current one's name is Tyler White, and he ranks 189th in the rankings. The guy concludes that he cannot be compared to Master Ryo. Michael notes that this information is 2 years old, and it is difficult to imagine what place this person occupies now. Johnson realizes he still has a lot to deal with White, so he decides to train more and goes to the graveyard of rebirth. He chooses a grave and wants to summon the spirit, but he understands that he is not yet strong enough. The protagonist understands that he needs to level up as quickly as possible to summon this spirit. He won't be able to handle the association alone. The guy gets a call from his assistant, who reports the location of the people who called the foreman who wanted to kill him. Michael doesn't understand why they are still there and haven't run away. The assistant warns the guy that there are 2 very powerful masters in the hotel and offers the help of the Order of Dragons. But Johnson replies that he can handle it himself and hangs up. The hero thinks about his next plan. All ideas involving murder seem dangerous to him, and he decides to use the power of subjugation that Claude's spirit gave him to make these masters his servants. 2 craftsmen from the association are sitting in a hotel room and do not understand why their friend has not contacted them yet. They think that he was killed, but quickly come to the conclusion that this is impossible. After some time, they realize that the master is dead, and Johnson really does have some strong friend. They decide to call the president of the association and report everything. As soon as one of the masters takes the phone, Michael, who has just appeared, burns it with his power. He asks why they haven't called for help yet. One of the masters throws a throwing knife at the guy, but he turns it back at his opponent. The second master manages to block the knife with an iron rod. Saving his friend, he tells him that Johnson is a cultivator and that he has a lot of aces in his pocket. They need to be careful. Michael notices the staff. He likes it. He offers the master to become his slave and give him the weapon. In exchange, the guy promises to grant him life. The masters rush at the master with shouts, saying that even though he is a cultivator, he cannot defeat the two of them. Johnson dodges the attack of one and grabs the other by the arm and spins his body in the air like a tube. The one who missed tries to attack the guy again from behind. He raises his staff behind his head and jumps on Michael. The master summons a ghost spirit from the soul capture wand, and black, angry faces appear in the room. They attack Johnson while the master's about to smash the guy's head in, but Johnson catches the staff with his hands, the spirits disappear. The master does not understand how the guy managed to do this. The protagonist, with a sly smile, says that he exposed himself specifically to test the power of the staff, but he had already encountered such a weapon many times. Michael hits his opponent in the face with his own weapon with all his might, causing his nose to bleed. Johnson, examining the staff, states that it is indeed spiritual, activated by energy, but not as powerful as one would like. But still, in the right hands, it can perform well. Michael punches one of the masters, causing his body to fly across the room and slam into the wall. A member of the Martial Arts Association dies instantly from such a powerful throw. The hero approaches the second master and gives him a choice. Either he becomes his slave or goes to the next world after his friend. The master thinks about his family, understands that if he dies, the family will be in danger, and decides to become a servant. He bows to Johnson and begs for mercy. Johnson says that the master made the right choice. He asks him to raise his head so that Michael can give him a drop of blood. The protagonist warns the slave that if he thinks about betrayal, he will be instantly incinerated. Wally Fay, who has submitted to Michael, says that he will do whatever his master wants. He feels Johnson's strength and understands that he can get rid of him at any moment. Michael wants the association to leave him alone for the next month. He orders Fa to make sure of this, and he is surprised at the thought that his boss is going to deal with the president in such a short time. At the villa that Clark gave Johnson, the boy sits and admires his new weapon, the staff, thinking that he has never held anything like it in his hands before. The protagonist imagines how in a month he will personally go to the association and deal with White personally. Someone knocks on the door. Johnson doesn't understand who could have come to him at night. It turns out to be Belle Stark. The girl looks scared and unwell. She wraps her clothes around herself and asks permission to enter. Once inside, Michael wonders what happened. Maybe something is wrong with the Stark family. The girl turns her back, begins to take off her fur coat, and says that the guy will understand everything when he sees it for himself. She ends up wearing a jade pendant, which even surprises the main character, and he wonders where she got it from. The girl mentions that her family organizes auctions, and therefore she often comes across unusual items for sale. 2 days ago, a friend of my father's came and wanted to offer it for sale. He also really insisted that it be on sale tomorrow. Then he suddenly changed his mind and said that he would take it, but the friend did not get in touch again. The father decided to go to him, but when he arrived at the family villa, only corpses remained. The girl, frightened, reports that the corpses showed that the killer was very strong. Not only the family died, but also everyone who had crossed paths with her father's friend over the past 2 days, and all because of this pendant. Clark is afraid that her family is not strong enough for this, and therefore asks to take care of this artifact. And if something happens to the family, then it will go to him. Michael agrees that he will do everything to protect the pendant, and then asks what needs to be done. The girl quickly jumps up from the couch, gets dressed, and says that the guy can use him as he wants, and the Clark family is flying out of town for a while. Belle says goodbye and says that this may be their last meeting, and Johnson tells her that they will meet soon. As soon as he closed the door, Sarah and Jessica called him from behind. The girls look extremely unhappy and ask him who this girl was and why he was cheating on them in the middle of the night. Michael says that his friend needed his help. It's nothing like what they thought. Sarah looks at the refrigerator and simultaneously wonders if Michael will appear at the Tizen group tomorrow. There should be a lot of reporters at the conference tomorrow. She says that tomorrow they will be promoting a new product for the company. Jessica says that she will perform tomorrow, and if Johnson doesn't come, she will be so nervous and won't be able to. The guy says that, of course, he will go to the conference and take wonderful photos of both of them. Michael strokes Jessica's head. She smiles sweetly and blushes slightly, looking at the guy with loving eyes. The guy holds the medallion in his hands and thinks that one of the strongest families was forced to flee with its tail between its legs. The enemy must be really strong. The young hero tries to use the jade pendant, and everything around him becomes covered in energy the color of the medallion. Magical power flows around, and Michael understands that this pendant can enhance his cultivation tenfold. Suddenly, a black stone appears and shatters the jade, simultaneously absorbing all of its power. Even the Transfiguration Cemetery has changed a lot. Now there is spirit energy floating around. Johnson wonders how he can now explain the fact that the medallion fell apart. He hopes that a bag of pills will fix the situation. There are a lot of people at the conference that Michael already knows, and he is very happy about this. The girls, seeing that everyone has already gathered, are getting ready to put on a show, smiling mysteriously. They present two of their new products, which turn out to be the same longevity pills and a rejuvenating elixir still in development. They also note that the pills can improve the physical condition of older people, they will help restore youth, and the elixir rejuvenates the skin. The public is simply exploding when they find out this information. They are interested in the side effects, what the test results are, and whether they are really effective. Jessica understands that their mistrust is justified, so she says that the first few reporters will get the product to try for free. There are immediately a lot of people who want to try the product out for themselves. The journalists who received the elixir for themselves were very pleased. Their skin became softer and younger. Jessica is genuinely glad that everyone was happy with the product. She says that now they know where to buy this product. A Japanese news reporter suddenly appears, doubting that such a strong drug has no side effects, and asks for a sample to be tested. Michael is angrily indignant that they haven't even launched the product yet, and they already want an analysis. They definitely want to make an analog of the drug. Jessica says she can't provide the product for analysis because it's a trade secret. The brazen reporter sarcastically remarks that the composition contains many dangerous elements. They are simply afraid of the consequences. A murmur of distrust towards the products is emerging in the crowd. Now visitors are no longer so confident in the quality of the goods offered. Jessica convincingly states that the product has passed quality control under the supervision of a government agency, so they should trust her. Sarah realizes that her friend is hosting a conference for the first time and might panic, so she decides to step in and help her. Suddenly, Michael appears in the frame. He says that now he is taking matters into his own hands, and the woman asks who he is. Sarah is thrilled to see Johnson on stage, shouting his name in gratitude as he says he can allay concerns about drug safety. The woman insistently asks for a prescription, and Johnson repeats that they have passed government testing, and since she demands it, it means she simply wants to create an analog. The reporter goes berserk. She says that she doesn't care, and in general, all the people who suddenly look younger are just specially hired actors. Such a product simply cannot exist. The woman grimaces and says that only the recipe will prove it to her, and she also provokes the guy to hit her. Michael doesn't lose his cool, coats his hand with the miracle cure, and slaps the woman. Jessica and the victim herself are in shock, but he ironically says that he didn't hit her, but simply let her try the cure. The woman enthusiastically notices the changes that have occurred on the part of her face that was affected by the medicine. It has gotten rid of wrinkles and now looks young again. All the other journalists notice these impossible changes and start taking pictures, saying that this should be on the cover. The woman asks what she should do with the second half of her face. Michael says that he has no idea, and that it even suits her. The guy also claims with a sly smile that he gave her a whole half of his beautiful face for free. He says that if they are interested in the sales location, then first they will start in America. And after a month in other countries, except Japan, the drugs will never appear there. Spectators are shouting that this is real racism and that it also violates the law on fair competition. Johnson mocks the audience and says that only he decides where to sell his goods, and also asks to remove the scandalous journalist. Michael smiles and says that he has said everything he wanted to say and then leaves, asking Jessica to continue. Clark warns that if they don't enter the Japanese market, they will be portrayed in a bad light there. Johnson says he doesn't care, but they will be confident in the quality of their product. Robert agrees. Sarah says that things are unsettled in the provinces. The newspapers are writing that a private plane recently exploded, and Michael asks again with slight excitement. Johnson calls Little Dan and asks the special forces to find out information about the recent incident with the plane, and immediately asks to take him to the Starks. Michael and his servant get to the Starks' house. He smells a very strong smell of blood and decides to knock down the door. Inside, there is only a pile of corpses that were once members of the Stark family. This horrifies even Johnson, who is not easily surprised. Michael notes that they acted extremely cruelly and killed the entire family. Little John informs Johnson of the results of the investigation. Belle and her father's bodies were not found on the plane. They must have suspected something, but soon the father's body was found. All his bones were broken as a result of the struggle. Michael breaks the pendant again and realizes that Belle gave it to him, which means he can use it for a locator spell. Magic for finding someone only indicates that she is somewhere on the reefs, but where is unclear. Belle lies before some unknown warrior with a large sword, in a fur coat and with horns. He clearly has bad intentions. A huge man in a scary mask and with a lock on his pants stands in front of the girl. He asks if a family like the Starks really dares to challenge him. Fred would. The only way out is if she gives him the pendant. The man grabs her by the neck and threatens to twist it if she doesn't tell him where the jade pendant is hidden. Belle says that trust is the most important thing for their family, and he not only spat on their foundations, but also killed everyone, so she would rather die than tell him where the amulet is, and then spits in his face. He throws her hard against a rock and asks why she wants to die so much. The girl says to kill her, but he says that it would be very boring, and therefore he wants to conquer her with his charisma, and begins to undress. He takes out a magic key and says that with its help, he will be able to open his lock, and after that, he will become an incredible handsome man in a mask who can conquer any girl. Belle prays to be saved because this guy is a real pervert. Fred says the preparations are complete. Now he can begin. A big wave rises behind him. Suddenly, Johnson appears and kicks him in the head with all his might, causing the key to fly off in an unknown direction and one of the horns to break off. Michael screams that he is a pervert. Michael asks if Belle can stand up. She answers positively, and Wood looks into the depths of the water, in the direction where his magic key flew. Johnson asks why she didn't come to him, even though she said herself that only he could protect her. She said that these were her family's problems. There was no point in involving him in their battle. The guy thinks that she didn't give away his location, even under threat of death. She's a true friend, and then tells her that she shouldn't have done that. Michael wants to offer the girl some kind of deal, but they are suddenly interrupted by the warrior who has become active again. He screams that Michael did a terrible thing, because after losing the key, he will never be able to pee again. Wood knows Johnson has the pendant, so he asked for it anyway. Now he's in trouble. He's preparing for battle. He bursts into red flames and charges in rage at the guy who stands there with his hands in his pockets, oblivious. Then Johnson catches his sword with one hand. Fred is shocked. He doesn't understand how to reflect his attack, and the guy says that his weapon is just trash. He takes and breaks the enemy's blade, plunging him into incredible surprise. He has no choice but to scream. Michael asks to see a real weapon, and then shows off his club, glowing with magic. Seeing the weapon, he understands that he can't cope and gives up. Praying for mercy, he says that Michael will be finished if he does something, because his uncle is the president of the Martial Arts Association. The guy says that if that's the case, he'll do the old man a favor. The pervert says that he's glad they came to an understanding, but Michael explodes with energy and furiously says that now he can't dream of a peaceful death. Johnson beats up the art master and says that he is strong enough, and he cries, mentioning his uncle. He says that he will give the pendant to the guy if he pretends to forget everything. Michael asks again. He says that he will really pretend that nothing happened, and he will not tell his uncle. Johnson hits him in the face with a baton, crushing his mask and making a hole in it, and says that if they kill him, the guy will clearly not live. Michael asks how he plans to repay the lives of the people he killed, and Fred says that he is completely different. He is more important. He is a martial arts genius. Johnson deals a crushing blow to his enemy, leaving him with only his zipped panties and a piece of his mask, and sends him to atone for his sins before the Stark family. The girl falls to her knees and says that now it's all over. She looks extremely broken. The guy asks what she will do since her family's no longer there. She says that the president of the association will think that she killed his nephew. She will not live long. Then Michael says that he will take her with him, she will turn into a dragon spirit, and then they will find a new personality for her that the association will never find. Meanwhile, Tizen Group's products have created quite a sensation since the conference recording was posted online, already generating 10 million in revenue, and profits are only just beginning to grow at a breakneck pace. As a result, the company's entire product, down to the last drop, was sold out in the near future. At the Walsh house, Sarah's parents talk about the company's success and the great potential of the Tizen Group. Her father says that Megan seems to have lost a bet, and she says that she has already come to terms with it. They praise Johnson in every possible way, thinking about what would happen if it weren't for Board, but at that very moment he appears and asks. He grabs his father by the neck and says that they really decided to marry his bride off to another man, and he came down from the mountains to meet her, and it was so difficult. The mother asks them to stop, and the groom leaves his father and orders them to call Sarah for him immediately. Grandma appears and asks why there is so much noise around here, why everyone is arguing. Her daughter supports her position that arguing is not needed now. The guy pounces on the old woman and touches her forehead with some kind of black magic. He says that now she will slowly destroy herself until he removes the spell. Now Sarah will want to come back here more. Johnson's mansion, Sarah and Jessica are lying on the bed exhausted because they have spent many conferences and sales of the company's products. Michael asks them if they are so exhausted that they can't even pour themselves some water. They ask if he doesn't know, because they sold out of everything and the company is in disarray, but they will be back to work soon. Johnson realizes how tired the girls are and offers them some water to drink. Holding the glass in his hand, the protagonist thinks that the medicine was prepared by the cultivator. It is obvious that it was all sold, but he does not understand what will happen next. He knows that the city is full of powerful people. At first glance, Tyler White may seem like the most important person in the city, but in the shadows there are more powerful figures hiding. Sarah's father calls her and tells her the sad news. Tears are streaming down her cheeks, and it's clear she's in a panic. She runs off, apologizing and saying she has to go home immediately, leaving Jessica and Michael confused. Johnson asks Nightingale what happened to her friend. She replies that she doesn't know. She didn't even take anything. Something terrible must have happened. Jessica runs off after her friend Michael, without wasting time, calls Locke, asking to find out what happened to the Walshes. John immediately tells him that his grandmother was taken to the hospital. Locke also reports that Board has come down from the mountains, suggesting a connection. Michael concludes that the area is becoming crowded and is planning to move to a more spacious place in the neighboring province, closer to John. Johnson thinks that he absorbed the black stone from the jade pendant. This should increase the speed of his cultivation, and also remembers that the reaction to the second tombstone was more powerful. According to his calculations, it will take effect in a few days. Jessica returns out of breath and says that she didn't catch up with Sarah. But on the way back, Clark called her and said that they were opening a new branch of the Tizen Group in a neighboring province and invited her to become president there. A satisfied Johnson tells the girl that he was just about to go there himself, invites the girl to go together, and he himself reflects on the fact that, although there are dark streaks, everything is working out for the best. The next day, Michael comes out with his things. The guard asks where he is. Johnson briefly explains the situation. Little Dan takes the guy to a luxurious villa. He invites him in, but the guard refuses as he cannot be on this territory because of the order. Michael receives a call from Master Mai, who asks him to come to his house and meet the boss, saying that the reception may not be the most welcoming. Johnson realizes that Mi is in trouble. He remembers how the master supported him at Sarah's birthday and decides to come immediately. Michael quickly gets to the given address and thinks that he could not have imagined that the first people he would meet here would be the Mi family. The master warns the boy that his family has been negotiating with the Board family for several days now, and that they will likely soon reach a critical point, which is why the leader is not in the best mood. Johnson decides that since this is the state of affairs, he had better meet him now, before he does anything. Mai says that there is still a chance to change everything. People from the association will arrive soon. They will help resolve all the issues, and then the head will be calmer. Johnson walks confidently into the house, Master Mi following him nervously. The daughter of the head of the family, Maya Mi, and the head of the family, Earl Mi, are waiting for an audience with the long-awaited guest. The girl is interested in the fact that the one to whom Uncle Sean has sworn allegiance must have a backbone, but this one doesn't look so serious at first glance. Michael greets the head of the family, but not respectfully enough, so one of his confidants explodes and slams his fist on the table. He didn't even bow, which is something he even allows himself to do. Johnson does not agree that he should treat him as his master, and if he dares to tell him what to do again, he will break his arm. Sean asks another family member to calm down. Because Johnson always behaves like this, there is no need to blame him. He doesn't understand why a master like Sean is licking this little kid's feet, because he is a member of the Me family and not some kind of puppy. Sean says that if that family member says another word, he will be forced to take action, to which the second one only says that he is ready if he is so protective of the stranger. Then suddenly the head of the family shouts. He orders everyone to shut up immediately. Earl says he doesn't understand why they put in a good word for the boy, but arrogance clearly doesn't suit someone his age. Everyone around feels the fighting force emanating from the head of the family. They believe that Johnson cannot cope with a master of such strength. Michael decides to show what he can do. Since they don't take him seriously, he exudes real determination. Earl is obviously using some kind of pressure attack, but Michael is immune to it. Nothing will bring him to his knees. Everyone understands that the head of the family is literally just a couple of rating lines away from the president of the association, and this guy's attack didn't cause any harm. Johnson's father and daughter admire his abilities, but he won't get away with dragging two important families into conflict. He says that he didn't come to ask for asylum. The guy came to say that he will deal with the Board family single-handedly, and none of them will be dragged in if they start bothering anyone. Let them shift the responsibility onto him. The relative again reacts aggressively to Johnson's words, but the head of the family shuts him up, saying that the guy's words are worth something. Earl believes that Michael is still wrong, and therefore banishes Sean along with his master so that the Board family will no longer bother them. The onlookers understand that now they will not be touched by another powerful family, and their relative is no longer a member of the family, but he still remains a strong master. The head of the family says that he will not kill Sean, since he still made a great contribution to the family, but now let him go wherever he wants and be whoever he wants. Mai says that he is grateful to his family. However, he may now look like a servant to the guy, but when Johnson reaches the heights, they will still beg him to return to the family. The rest of the family do not share his opinion and rush to drive him away in disgrace because he is proud of his position as a mutt. Johnson says he has never encountered such baseness as in this family, so he leaves. Vice President Wally Fa of the association has arrived, but he is extremely surprised by Michael's presence here. The Me family members begin to feel a little nervous when they hear that even the vice president calls the guy sir. After this act of unquestioning obedience, the men proceed with their original plans, and Michael leaves. Michael asks what Sean plans to do now that he has left his family. The man says that he is now a free man, so he will serve Johnson. The guy says that he will not allow his subordinate to be humiliated by the Me family because he chose him without hesitation. Michael takes out some pills and tells Sean how many to take so that his cultivation power will increase tenfold, and also promises that in a month, the head of his former family will run away just seeing him, due to how much power he will have. The man understands that Michael does not consider him just a servant. For him, he is a real person. Sean says he will be sure to repay Johnson's efforts with his loyalty. First Hospital of New York, VIP room, Megan and Sarah standing in front of Grandma. The girl doesn't understand what could have happened to her grandmother in such a short time, and the mother understands that she has failed not only her mother, but also her daughter. Sarah feels that Megan is hiding something, so she asks why the doctors can't make a diagnosis. Then Sarah's fiancé Hugh Board appears and says that he can't believe that his future wife came all this way to see the old hag and not him. The girl angrily arises that even with his status, he is not allowed to offend her grandmother. Here he hits Sarah hard in the cheek, who clearly did not expect such an attack. Her cheek dents, and she strongly recoils. He says he knows how she seduced men here while he was gone, and the only reason she's still alive is because she's a virgin. Hugh says he has no patience left, and therefore the marriage, which was supposed to take place in 5 months, will take place in 5 days when he finishes his business. He also adds that if she dares to leave New York during this time, she will never see any of her family alive again. He also adds that this is all because of Johnson, who has already annoyed the boards, and therefore he will soon bring his head. He says that this is an unusual gift and leaves, leaving behind 2 girls in utter surprise and despair. Sarah stands up and, still afraid but determined, says that she would rather die than become his wife. Johnson calls Sarah, but she doesn't answer. But he decides to wait a little longer, but if she still doesn't answer, then he will have to find her himself. Michael is meditating and thinking that in a few days he has reached the second stage of the kingdom of movement. And when he reaches the third, he will be able to call the next grave. But then he hears a knock on the door. A girl in a closed suit and mask appears at the door. She asks him to let her in for a while, because she is being followed. Michael kicks her out because it's very suspicious and says that if she comes back, she'll be a corpse. She offers Michael some kind of pill and begs him to let her in. He knows that a major redistribution of property is currently taking place in this province, and therefore he cannot allow kindness to prevail, and he does not need pills at all. But then the girl offers him a fragment of a magic sword in exchange for just one night. Even though it is broken, it can be repaired. Michael accepts the gift and says that now she is under his protection. He asks how she found him. She says that there is a strong aura in this house. He tells her to undress, and the girl thinks that he wants her and is very indignant. Michael rips off her mask with magic. He thinks that she is a good person, and therefore he can keep her. He notices a strange mark on her forehead, but at that moment someone asks to open the door. Michael says that he will figure it out himself. Strange people appear behind the doors. They are looking for someone suspicious, although they themselves look extremely suspicious. They ask to be let into the house for inspection because the person they are looking for is extremely dangerous. One of them prepares a strike, starting to shout something like a peak, but Michael interrupts his strike, sending his body flying with his foot. The guys say that Michael is finished, and he notes that he didn't invite them and begins to fill with energy, saying that anyone who crosses the threshold will go straight to the coffin. The attackers quickly lose their momentum and ask Michael to hold off on his answer. Michael is very straightforward and throws a badge in his opponent's faces, saying that he has friends in the army, so they decide to get out while they're still alive. The girl introduces herself as Fia Butler, and he says that she has poison in her chest, and he, fortunately, is the best in medicine. Fia isn't sure that Michael can really heal, but she can only trust him. He begins to massage her entire body with magic to get all the poison out of her body. Michael's eyes begin to glow even more with a violet flame, and turquoise energy spreads around him. He understands that he needs to press harder to soften the hard places. The girl feels a pleasant numbness throughout her body, but she makes him think that he is simply treating her, and therefore there is nothing wrong with it. Michael says they're even. She needs to rest for the night and leave the estate in the morning. The next morning, all that was left of the girl was a sword and a note, which said that she was in his debt 3 times over and would definitely repay him. Michael doesn't think there's anything wrong with it, but it was an extremely interesting experience. Johnson realizes that the sword is even more interesting than he previously thought. It is literally blazing with magical energy, despite the fact that it is broken, and what will happen when it is repaired is completely unknown. Michael decided to call it the Dragon Slayer. He really hopes that the sword will help in killing Hunter Torres. Then Sarah calls Johnson, and he tries to ask why she hasn't answered for so long, but she says that he can't go anywhere, and that he's in great danger. Michael asks the girl what's bothering her, but she says it's nothing. Johnson says he'll be there in half an hour, and Sarah only repeats his name with tears in her eyes. The guy goes outside and thinks he needs to call little Dan to come pick him up. Michael sees Locke and asks what he is doing here. He says that he came to see his master. Johnson says the point of his undercover protection is to avoid contact, not to assign it, but John says the distance is driving them apart. He wants to bring Michael to a building where everyone wants to meet him. The guy politely refuses, and Locke doesn't believe it. Johnson doesn't understand what John means and asks to take him to Sarah's house, and then they'll drop by to run his business. Locke thanks the guy. Michael, getting into the car, asks if there is any news about Hunter Torres. Locke says it is difficult for him to penetrate his province. John has already sent 6 masters, but there is still no answer. John apologizes profusely, saying he should have gone there himself to find anything worthwhile, but Michael says that's not necessary. Johnson says he's needed here, so don't worry about it, just send more people. Fia Battler meditates in the midst of the turquoise flames, wondering who that guy was and why his medicine not only cured her of the poison, but also enhanced her cultivation abilities. She holds information about him in her hand and thinks that he is some big shot and has hidden information about himself. Even his source can't find anything. Michael arrives at the scene. There are multiple guards at the Walsh house. They look extremely tense. Sarah seemed restless on the phone. Maybe she is being punished. Johnson is afraid that his arrival will cause problems, so he decides to sneak in unnoticed. The guy almost instantly appears at Sarah's window. He calls her over. The girl only looks in his direction with fear. The girl says that she told him not to come, but he is still here. Michael asks who is threatening her, but she very hesitantly says that no one would dare to threaten her because she is the daughter of the Walsh family. She is completely fine. The guy continues the interrogation, asking who is threatening her. The Martial Arts Association, the Me family, or the Board family. The moment Johnson names the last option, the girl turns pale, opens her mouth, and breaks out in a cold sweat. Michael says that he thought so he asks her to tell him their address. He will clean it up there. The girl begins to try to dissuade the guy, because this family is very dangerous. They have enormous influence. She begs him to hide somewhere. She cries and, sobbing, says that she is very afraid for him and does not want anything to happen to him. Johnson hugs the girl, saying that everything will be fine, and he thinks about the power he has, but he can't tell her because she still won't believe him. Michael says the only way to calm her down is to deal with the Board family, and if she doesn't tell him anything, he'll have to take matters into his own hands. Johnson hears footsteps coming from below, but they are extremely quiet, so he understands that martial artists are coming. The guy says that something is about to happen and orders her to stay here and not stick her head out. He doesn't think about them breaking into Sarah's room if they are security and peeking out from behind the door. But Michael understands that they could have been sent by the Board family to keep an eye on her, and then that would be a completely different matter. The girls notice the guy and ask who he is and when he even managed to get in here. He says he knows what they wanted to do, so he invites them outside so as not to dirty the house and scare Sarah. Michael asks who sent them to follow the girl, if it was the Board family by any chance. The girls wonder how he even had the nerve to enter Sarah's room if he knows about the agreement between the Walshes and the Boards. Michael shouts out that he can do this because she belongs to him. They shout that they will not allow anyone to defame the young master's woman and go on the attack. Michael immediately responds by delivering a powerful blow with the staff right to the nose. Blood spurts out and the girl is thrown back violently. The second girl uses her eagle claw move, but Johnson calmly intercepts her attack. He grabs her by the neck and mocks her helplessness and inability to get close enough to use the technique. The girl begs her not to kill her and makes a puddle, and Michael mocks the fact that the master wet himself and then orders her to give up all the information about the location of the estate. She tells him the location of the estate, but she also notes that there is almost no one there now, and Michael wonders why. The master says that her position is too insignificant to know for sure, but she knows that they went to the mountain to find someone. They said that if they enlisted their support, they would become the strongest family in the province. Johnson realizes they could have gone to the Appalachian master, but is quickly dissuaded from this because the family's not that strong. But then he remembers that there are cultivators there who were expelled from the mountain, who are also not bad, and some of them even Michael can't handle. Johnson asks when the family will return, and the girl says that she doesn't know. It depends on that person, but somewhere in 2 weeks. Michael says he's heard enough and lets go of the girl, who immediately begins coughing violently. She thinks that he will be in trouble when she reports what happened. Johnson asks if she will kill herself or if he should do her the honor himself, and she asks if he is really not going to let her go. He says that he decided to slaughter the Board family, so why would he want to keep her alive? The girl tries to attack, shouting that she will resist. Michael suddenly snatches the baton and delivers a crushing blow right to the jaw, causing a sea of blood to spray out. Johnson calls Little Dan and tells him to call the boys because the Walsh house needs cleaning. Steve Walsh, Sarah's father, appears. The maid said there was a fight going on, but he didn't expect to see that same Michael Johnson here. The man calls the guy into the house. Sarah turns out to be there. He sends her to the room, saying that they need to talk alone. The daughter refuses to obey because she knows that her father will clearly want to say something unpleasant to Johnson. Michael reassures the girl, saying that she has nothing to worry about. She can go. They will see each other upstairs. Steve praises Johnson and says that calling him a genius would be a gross understatement. Derek Board is one of the top 200 martial arts geniuses in all of America and is the embodiment of fear. The man asks Johnson to stop, saying that he will do everything possible to beg for his forgiveness and save his life. He is doing this for his daughter. Michael smiles haughtily and says that he is pleased with his kindness, but he will somehow deal with the Board family himself. Besides, he thinks that they have misunderstood something. Johnson points out that this situation isn't because the boards are breathing down his neck, but because he's making his own way into their estate. Derek is very surprised, starts sweating, and asks if he is hallucinating, if the guy is really going to destroy the Bordeaux estate. Michael tells the head of the Walsh family to rest, and he will go talk to his daughter so that she does not worry. Johnson climbs the stairs, and Derek thinks that fearless fools are truly fearless. Michael is standing outside Locke's Quinlong building. It's full of craftsmen, so if anything happens, a craftsman will immediately show up to handle the situation. Johnson approaches the entrance to the building, where he is stopped by a security guard wearing rose-colored glasses. Some girl runs out and says that he is a very important client, and therefore you shouldn't do this to him. The bodyguard steps aside and lets the client go ahead. The girl will be happy to accompany him. The escort falls to one knee and apologizes for the guard, who didn't know about Johnson, but caused such a great insult. Michael tells her to get up. It's okay since the guards don't report directly to John. On the 39th floor, they exit the elevator into a room with a large number of people, and the girl announces that they have arrived. Michael notices that the room is full of masters, whose aura is strong even in comparison to the head of the Mi family. John Locke appears, calls Johnson his master, and places his hand on his heart. Locke takes a knee, and then everyone in the room does. They greet Michael. Michael thinks that their loyalty is not in question. They are all here only for him. If they are properly trained, they will shake up all of America. The guy orders everyone to get up from their knees. He says that he approves of their strength, as the strength of the masters of the Dark Palace. From this moment, they are all his brothers. He, blazing with energy, asks to show his loyalty, and in return he will give them pride. He says that any stranger who dares to harm the Dark Court will be killed by him personally. Everyone notices that the demonic power inside the master is insanely strong. How much blood is on his hands. He thinks the fastest way to get people to obey you is to show them strength. He is sure that Locke will understand his action. John asks his master to fight him, and Michael thinks about how well he understands him after all. Johnson asks what rank Locke ranks in the rankings. In the underground, he is seen as a leader, which means he must defeat him to prove that he is stronger. He says he's not interested in that ranking, but about a couple of months ago, he killed a master who was ranked around number 200. Johnson recalls that the ranking of masters is poorly updated, and their records could have been broken by underground forces, since people like Locke are not included. Johnson thinks that if John really killed that master, then his rating is clearly higher than Board. But whether Locke is an equal to the president of the association is uncertain. John asks the master to forgive him, and Johnson says to start the fight. Locke, saying, "Let's have some fun now," flies towards Johnson, charging his power. John and Michael clash in a duel. They land many blows, but only their fists clash. They fight on equal terms. Locke, after another blow, notices that his master fights quite well. John yells that he hasn't had such a good fight in a long time, and also advises Michael to be careful with the consequences. Locke powers up even more and begins to strike at a faster speed, spawning more arms. Michael realizes that the secret is that the enemy is throwing many punches, but only one of them is real, and then he hits John. The attack is very successful. Johnson literally smashes his faithful servant into the ground. All of Locke's men are extremely surprised that anyone was able to find their master's real blow, as it is the governor's strongest move. Johnson thinks that if he had taken the hit, he wouldn't have been able to handle the attack. But Locke's skill is weaker, so he won. John drops to one knee and solemnly announces that he has lost. Michael asks his servant to come to him later because he wants to give him something. He agrees. He thinks that Claude's punching skill would be very suitable for Locke. It would be a great progress. Michael hands his servant a paper. Johnson says that there are a couple of meditations and skills there. He orders John to study them in a couple of days. Locke realizes that this and what he learned before are on completely different levels, and he is extremely nervous. Johnson says he will not become a martial artist or a self-taught master, but a cultivator, like Michael himself. Megan stands in front of her mother and is sad about the current situation. She blames herself. Michael and Sarah enter the room, and the girl says that Johnson came to visit his grandmother. The guy notices that Sarah's mother looks like she's gone gray in a couple of days, so he offers her some fruit. Megan thinks Johnson is ruder than Board, but he's definitely better. The situation is critical. My grandmother could die at any moment. What could have happened in such a short time that she experienced? Michael reports that Grandma is not sick, but nevertheless, someone cut off her life force, so she fell into a coma. Johnson wonders who was with her before she fainted, and the Walsh women are nervous. Megan says that she was with her the whole time. She didn't see other people. She hid the truth because if Sarah found out, she definitely wouldn't listen to her fiancé. Michael notices that the girl's mother is lying. He doesn't understand what reason there could be to lie at this moment. He doesn't understand what happened. Now only he can save his grandmother. Sarah asks Megan to tell her what really happened to her grandmother. She is very nervous, but begins to speak. Megan thinks that this idiot has realized everything he wanted, but she will not allow him to play with her grandmother's life. Threats from the boards and her mother's life, the choice is not difficult. Mother says it was Derek Board. He was the last one with Grandma. Sarah says she knew it. Michael doesn't understand how he could do something like this to an elderly woman. He will pay for it. Johnson uses his magical powers, and the grandmother even begins to levitate above her bed, from the energy filling her. The mother is extremely surprised that someone else knows the magic of acupuncture, which is capable of healing such a thing. It should have been lost in the centuries. The dark spirit that kept her in a coma comes out of the grandmother, and she falls back onto the bed. Michael has enough courage, but he is still trying to hide. Johnson asks to send a gift from him to one bastard in the mountains. Some kind of magical energy flies to the Appalachian Mountains, where Derek is now, and there are many people standing in the square. The Board family doesn't believe they are being ignored, because they are one of the strongest in the entire province. It's just ridiculous. Here the boy is overtaken by the gift sent by Johnson. He screams from the unexpected impact. The Borg people are very surprised that the son of the head of the family is writhing under some kind of influence. He understands that someone has removed his spell, and a return gift has now arrived to him. The head of the family, Rick Board, does not understand what is happening. For some reason, his son is under the influence of his spell. Rick says that the mentor who taught him promised that no one would ever be able to break this curse. And the guy says that it was the Walsh family. Someone helped them. The father does not understand how someone dared to harm his precious son. He asks to tell the palace that they are finished. Sarah writes to Michael that her grandmother is already much better, and she is looking for an opportunity to quickly run away to him. Michael thinks that no one can stop this girl, probably because of her grandmother's favor towards him. When she woke up in the hospital and realized everything, she almost decided to marry the girl to him, but Sarah said that no one would want to marry him. Michael opens the door to the house, realizes that someone is there and shouts who is there and takes out his baton. Johnson enters the house and sees Fia, whom he had just recently helped with treatment. Michael reminds her that he told her never to show up here again, but the girl says that she owes him 3 times over and she doesn't like being in debt, so she came to repay the first debt. She hands the phone to the guy and says that there is a very interesting recording in it. It says something about the Board family being willing to pay a high price for Johnson's head, and the girl asks if he's surprised. When she figured out he was the target, she killed another man to keep him safe for a while, which was a favor. Michael says that the girl hasn't fully understood everything yet, because it is he who wants to destroy the Board family, and not they him. He swears that one day the palace will meet the same end as the Board family. The girl simply laughs at the idea, saying that he would take her inheritance if she died laughing, because this is the largest organization of killers in the American martial arts world. For money, they will kill any master in the province. Even if they fail to kill him, they will send stronger masters, and if they fail, then even stronger ones. Fia says that there is a 30th rank master in the palace, so any relationship with him will end in death, and she saved him. Michael senses something and suddenly flies toward the door with great speed and determination. He hits the door with all his might, shattering it. The killer was behind it, and so he flies away along with it. The killer stands up and asks how he knew, but Michael doesn't give him time and immediately slams him into the ground again. He couldn't even imagine that the target would be so strong. He would never cope with it. The girl says that the Board family still has backup copies, and someone else took on the task of killing Michael, besides her. The assassin says that Fia needs to kill the target immediately, as it is a violation of palace law, unless she wants to risk her life, of course. Michael says that any mercenary who swore to kill him is a dead man, and he is no exception. She says that he cannot do this, because then the palace will know that their man has been killed, and they need to send another one who will be stronger. The guy under Johnson's boot says that if he kneels down right now, he will think about it, but in any case, he will not live. Michael goes and smashes the talkative guy's head, and the blood spills so much that it even hits Fia. Johnson reiterates that he said that all who go against him will die, even the palace. The girl understands that he will have to pay with his life for this. Is he crazy? He doesn't think about the consequences. Michael demands that the girl clean the house and bring him the corpse, since she is also from the palace. The girl is shocked by the guy's behavior, and he tells her where the cleaning products are and which ones are best to use. Fia is annoyed, but she decides to follow the order in the hope that this guy will live longer because he saved her life. But at some point she gets indignant and throws down the rag. She's not going to clean up after this idiot. Michael calls Locke and asks him what he knows about the Palace of the Martial Arts Master Assassins. He reports that this is the main organization of killers in America. There are only 36 branches, including the main one in the province, all of them under the leadership of Lin Feng. Locke says that his abilities are no match for theirs, so if he wanted to, he could crush him like an ant. John announces that he will bring all the masters from the underground to deal with the local branch of assassins. Michael asks what the palace does when a branch fails a mission, and Locke says that's the nasty part, because then the capital branch sends in their best fighter. The protagonist says that if the palace wants an endless battle, then it will get it, and he begins to blaze with magic. The guy understands that the Graveyard of Rebirth is his last trump card, and therefore he should not show it thoughtlessly. He believes that his real task is to improve his abilities and strength. During his meditation, Michael goes through the third stage of the Kingdom of Movement, and it turns out to be even faster than he thought. The more he improves, the more he advances in different directions. He blazes with a variety of fires. Johnson is in the Graveyard of Rebirth. He understands that he can summon the next more powerful spirit, but only once, and therefore it is worth saving it for later. Jessica walks through Johnson's house trying to find his whereabouts. She goes into his room, but he is not there. But then he jumps out and sharply asks why she is sneaking into his room, and the girl simply screams in surprise. Jessica says she wanted to surprise him, and Michael ironically asks if she really didn't want to attack him. Michael says that if she's not going to behave, then he doesn't have to, and then they end up in bed and making love. The girl says that the Tizen group is so popular that they appear in the news and on social media almost daily. The products were sold out as soon as they went on sale, and the resale price is double the original price. The company became famous overnight throughout America, not just in the provinces. Michael calls the girl a smart girl and says that he will leave part of the business to her. Jessica notices a photograph on the shelf and wonders if it is really a photograph of his family. He says that this thing helps the estate feel more like a home, but he himself thinks that it is also a reminder of revenge. The girl notices a spot on her mother's neck and wonders if it's a birthmark. And he says that this is indeed a spot that she has had since birth. She says she was present at his parents' cremation and is certain she did not have the birthmark at the time. Michael is shocked. He frantically asks if it was really her body. If she is confused about something, she says that it was the first time she saw a corpse so close. That's why she remembered. Jessica asks if his mother had a mole removed. Maybe something else looked different from the photo. Now Michael begins to think that his parents could have survived. He decides to find out at all costs. It will not be difficult to arrange with the help of the Tizen group because he is its owner, and they could look since they knew that he was alive. The guy calls Markseed. He says that they should meet right now. The man says that he is at the base. He will contact Little Dan so that he will give Johnson a ride. Meanwhile, Lucy Vox tries to get permission to pass from Little John, but in vain. Then Michael appears and asks what is going on, what all the noise is going on. Dan says that this girl wants to see him for some reason. She claims that they know each other. The girl thinks that one of the powerful families wants to try to befriend Johnson by killing her family. She hopes that he will help her solve the problem. Michael says he doesn't even know this girl, but they have to go. Lucy wonders how it is that he doesn't know her. They've been real friends since school. He said he liked her. Then they saw each other this month. She knows it might be unpleasant, but he still worries about her. He takes her hand and hits her on her weak face without any visible emotion. The guy says that if he sees her here again, she's a corpse, so she better leave. And she, lying on the floor, thinks why he just can't help her family. Michael is at a meeting with Mark. He presents all the documents they have about that incident from 5 years ago. Johnson thanks the people. They are shocked that he can do this. The guy asks if they are sure that his parents are dead. Michael reports that he found out that someone switched the bodies. Sid screams. He does not understand how this could have happened. He reflects on the incredible skill it must take to switch bodies in front of so many people. Johnson says he was told his mother didn't have a birthmark at the time of cremation. Sid looks interested. Mark says that if Jessica's words are true, then the suspicions still hold true, since they did not conduct an investigation during the incident. Sid says there is someone who can help. The official head of the crime bureau, he was directly involved in this case and was the first one who had access to the bodies. But even for him, Albie Hughes, life was not easy. 3 years ago, his son's wedding took place, and it was supposed to be a wonderful day. No one knew that the girl, disgraced by a member of the wealthy white family, would decide to commit suicide. The ex-fiancé wanted revenge, but the master of the white family did not allow him, and so the son was killed. Then Albie used all his authority and influence for revenge. He caused great damage to the family, but he paid a high price. Now he is imprisoned in the first prison of New York, and his cultivation base is wiped off the face of the earth. Sid asks if Tyler is the head of that family. Michael confirms that the head of the family is indeed the head of the Martial Arts Association. Michael says that Albie did nothing wrong. Why didn't the authorities do anything? To which Sid replies that unfortunately, the world is not as rosy as Johnson thinks. America needs martial artists like no other country, so it's immediately clear which of the two is more important. Sid says that even he tried to dig up something on the white son, but they had already managed to hide all the evidence, so he couldn't do anything. Michael demands to be taken to the first prison so he can meet Hughes in person. Prison, Albie slowly and emotionlessly walks out to Michael, who is waiting for him. Johnson places a photograph on the table and asks if Hughes knows these people. Albie sends Michael away and says that he doesn't care who he is. He just wants to be left alone. Johnson says it was his parents who died, and he was in charge of the case. Only he can tell more details. Michael says that they have a similar past. He also faced the fact that his loved ones were killed by such a powerful person that he was terrified. He did not have any strength to resist, so he understands why Albie hates this world. Johnson says he has endured 5 years of painful trials and torture. He is only breathing because he is obsessed with revenge, and Albie is his last resort to find out what he needs. The man says that the guy can leave, since he doesn't know anything about these people anyway. Michael shows a photo of the white son and says he can bring his head. Is Albie sure he doesn't remember anything? The man gets furious. He says that this bastard must die no matter what, no matter how much he wants to crush him. The prisoner says that his father is very powerful. Who does Michael think he is if he intends to do something like this? Michael sprays energy around himself and says that he doesn't need to know. He's wondering if the man will remember everything when he brings the head, and he loudly exclaims that if Johnson does this, he will remember everything that happened then. The man and the boy agree to cooperate and go back to their places in silent determination. There's a master standing at the white's door. He thinks the head of the family is powerful, but his son is a complete pervert. If only he were half the leader. Michael approaches him and asks if the head of the family's son is inside. Johnson disappears from sight, then reappears in a terrible aura. The man asks who he is. The guy replies that he does not need this information. He only needs to know that he came to take the life of the younger white. The master throws his fists at the main character, shouting, "How dare he say such a thing?" Johnson delivers a crushing blow, creating a small sun on his enemy's stomach. Michael looks at the face contorted in pain and says that he is sure that the master did many terrible things to White. Johnson throws the defeated enemy straight into the door, where he flies at breakneck speed. The body's weight knocks down the door, and inside are 2 girls in bunny costumes with ears and tails, who don't understand what's happening. White screams how they could kill his uncle so quickly. It's impossible. He sits against the wall and screams in horror. Michael reminds him of the girl he dishonored, and he arrogantly asks what Johnson wants. Is it revenge? The guy says that he has a very influential father, so you can't harm him in any way, otherwise you yourself will die in a couple of days. Michael says that, unfortunately for the guy, one person has what he needs, and he said that he would only talk in exchange for his head. The pervert also whispers something about how he can't kill him. Tyler White sits on the couch in his house and thinks about kicking his son's ass when he gets back from that dump where he's currently hanging out. His phone rings and the employee tells him that his son is dead and that his head is missing. Police officers stand outside a building, preparing to investigate the murder of a high-ranking citizen's son. Tyler threatens the man, saying that if this is a lie, he will get into trouble. But the man in fear says that it is true. White begins to cry and shouts that they must immediately find the killer. Michael brings White's son's head straight into the hands of Albie Hughes, who is genuinely happy that the bastard is finally dead. He thanks Johnson for putting that bastard down. He deserved it. Now his son and daughter-in-law can rest in peace. Michael says that it is a deal, and therefore he must tell what he wanted. The man says that he will tell everything he knows. He says that 5 years ago, he was the head of the Department of Especially Serious Crimes. He arrived on the scene quickly, as he was busy with another case nearby. When he arrived, the people present at the banquet had already been released. His parents were seriously injured. Michael is very surprised and asks again with wide eyes, clarifying whether he was mistaken in saying that they were not dead. Albie says yes, that was the case, but the breathing was so weak that they could have died soon, but judging by the situation, they had a chance. He immediately took them to the hospital, but in the end, he received a death certificate. Michael doesn't lose hope. He says the evidence doesn't prove anything. He can save 9 out of 10 patients he's given it to. The man says that what happened next was very strange. The bodies were not opened up according to procedure, and some man appeared. He took the secret documents in the bodies, but after half an hour, he returned them to their place. After that, the doctor said that a trial was not necessary, although Albie wanted to do something, but then he immediately realized that someone from above was manipulating him, and therefore doing anything would be pointless anyway. They were supposed to be cremated, but no one could sign the document. So some girl came and introduced herself as a member of the Johnson family. Michael realizes it was Jessica, who told him everything that happened next. But what's most interesting is the guy's identity and the reason for the absence of bodies for half an hour. Johnson asks if there is anything else. The man says that he then continued his investigation and found out that the man had previously met his mother in a cafe. After the conversation, they suddenly had a fight, and the woman immediately left there, not in the best mood. Albie says he wanted to save the footage from the cafe's cameras, but then the man showed up and threatened him, so he had to abandon the investigation for the safety of his family. Johnson asks if he has any records, but he says they were all wiped clean. Michael asks to draw his face because, obviously, he is a man. This is the key to the mystery. Albie takes a while, but then shows a good drawing and asks if this will work. Johnson says he doesn't have enough details, so Michael suggests looking for ways to get him out of prison. Michael says that then he can draw it using a computer. The man says that he can do it without any problem. Master Howard meditates on the stone, emitting large waves of energy. A servant appears and says that someone came to see Albie. The master wonders if someone has decided to visit him after so much time. The servant says that it is Johnson from the Dragon Spirit. The man says that the special forces are of no interest, but Johnson is quite interesting. The guy says he didn't believe it either, so he did some investigating. He wasn't dead. He became the first master of arts in New York after he mysteriously disappeared 5 years ago. He says the creature seems to be blessed, but there is nothing wrong with it. This creature will only tarnish our family tree. The servant offers to send people after him, but the master says that for now he means nothing and does not threaten them. The master thought Johnson was dead as a roach. He thinks he can solve everything, but he's just an insignificant fry. The heads of almost all the families of the Martial Arts Association are holding some important meeting. Their faces do not look very happy. They learn about the death of the son of the head of the association, and he loved him very much, and everyone is completely perplexed. The head of the White family says that today's meeting has only one goal. All the families present must help him find the one who killed his beloved son. The man says he sent everyone a photo of the killer and wants them to use all their efforts to catch him. Sarah's father notices that Johnson is in the photo. He doesn't know what to do. He is extremely surprised. Meanwhile, the child's father is raging and fuming. He is ablaze with magical energy. He says that he would rather kill 1,000 people than let this man stay alive. He wants to get the heads of all the members of his family to torture them to death. Stephen Nix realizes that White has gone crazy. He will kill everyone who has similar clothes or figure. How many innocent people will die? And while he was thinking about this, he also realized that this man is suspiciously similar to Michael Johnson. Stephen thinks he'll need to contact Johnson later. He's his friend after all. And meanwhile, Sarah texts her father that Johnson is at home. Steve Walsh is relieved it couldn't have been him. But then his daughter sends another message saying he just got back and she doesn't know where he was all night. The head of the My family also understands that he has seen this man somewhere, but Walsh increasingly doubts that he is right. Mai asks if there is a clearer photo, But the vice president says that all the records were erased, and this photo seems to have been taken on purpose. He says it is definitely Mr. Johnson, so he will need to be warned soon so that he can protect himself. Father says he's leaving it to his vice president, Wally Fye, who says he'll do his best to find the culprit. White is counting on him and says that he knows what will happen to him if no information comes in within 3 days. Fa breaks out in a cold sweat in horror. Strange people took the photo. They grabbed anyone who looked like Michael. Today, the law in the province ceased to apply. A dark night is coming. The head of the Mai family tells his family members that the incident is very high profile. If anyone can provide information, they will be generously rewarded. He has already sent out photos to everyone. One of the Mi family's masters notices that the man in the photograph looks very similar to the arrogant guy who was here not long ago. The father of the family understands why the man looked familiar, and then thinks that Johnson would have had enough strength to do such a thing. The guy says that he doesn't like Michael, and therefore he would like to take on the case himself. The main Mi tells him to take another one with him and grabs Sean to clear up all the issues before grabbing the boy. Sean is sitting in his chambers. He is training the art of cultivation. The man is very grateful that he received this gift of divine flame from Johnson. In a few days, he has become much stronger. He asked to give him another month, and then the head of the Mai family will be within his power. Then someone rips open the door to him. The man asks with displeasure who is there. The master fights off attacks from 2 people. They are pressing on him, but he resists. These are members of the Mi family. The warriors insult the master, calling him an unwalked dog, calling this place his kennel. Sean wonders what they were doing at his place, especially in such an impudent manner, since he no longer has any connection to their family. The cheeky guy says that they need to sort out some issues. So they are here. He notices with surprise that Sean is a hardworking dog. People notice the pill. They ask where he got it from. It's a concentrated healing pill with an engraving. The man says that it's none of their business and orders them to get out while they can. They say that he knows that their powers are higher than his. Is he sure that he can communicate with them like this? People rush at the man, saying that he deserves to die, but he throws them aside. Sean's eyes sparkle. He can't believe that Johnson's help in cultivation could improve his abilities so quickly. The guys notice that their target has become stronger. They are going to use some secret technique. One shouts that Johnson is here. Sean turns around, but it turns out to be a trap. The second one is already starting his attack. They catch him off guard, but he's trying hard to figure out what skill he should use to avoid getting killed by these 2 idiots. The Mi family members have won and are wondering where to find Michael now and where he got the pill. Sean, even lying in a pool of blood, says that by crossing Johnson's path, they will sign a death warrant for their entire family, and they say that he will die first. Michael is on the phone, wondering if the dragon spirit could somehow influence Hughes's release. They say on the line that he is a criminal. It is not so easy to free him. Johnson says that his parents are now God knows where. They could be in danger. It cannot be that they cannot come up with something. From the phone, they offer to take a tool for accurate facial recognition to Albie. Michael is happy that Sarah and Jessica are now running the company. At least he doesn't have to worry about that. It's time for him to start cultivating. He decides that he needs to find out how Sean and John are doing first, and then do something. Locke reports that learning the new skill is going flawlessly. He never thought such powerful skills existed in the world, and he also has something he wants to pass on. Locke says that white spies are everywhere. 36 teenagers disappeared overnight. All of them are either the same age as the Overlord or look like him. Michael says that he already knows and knows what to do. Johnson has a bad feeling about contacting Sean, but he starts calling anyway. The subscriber's phone is unavailable, Michael remarks with displeasure, that he is usually available 24 hours a week to receive new orders. He uses spirit possession in the hopes that he is winding himself up, but sees Sean pleading for help. Michael ends up in his servant's house. He shouts if everything is okay and notices blood. He understands that this is the work of the Mi family. The Mi family members throw Sean in, saying it's done, and they look very pleased. The father of the family is extremely indignant. He says that he asked to be brought in and not beaten. After all, he is still a member of the Mi family. The guy arrogantly asks for forgiveness and says that Sean is just a dog, and therefore it makes no difference whether he is brought alive or dead. The important thing is that he is a disobedient dog. He did not give away the location of the bastard. He shows the pill and, smiling mysteriously, says that he was hiding it. Earl Me quickly takes the pill away and says that it still has the inscription on it, which means it was created less than a month ago, and then eats it. He is filled with unprecedented energy and says that it is much more effective than the pills that their ancestors left them. Earl wonders where they got the pill, because if they find the source, they will become the strongest family in the province. No one will care about the white and board families. They say that they took the pill from Sean. At first, they did not plan to harm him, but he not only did not give up Johnson, but also wanted to take the pill for himself. Earl immediately runs to Sean and asks him in the sweetest terms where he got it. He says he just wanted to see him. He would never let those idiots hurt him. He's genuinely interested in where he got the pills. He'll take him to the hospital, hand him over to the best doctor, take care of him so he gets back to his best. Sean wakes up and is cheeky to Earl, saying that there are things beyond his control and that he will ultimately destroy the Me family with his narrow-mindedness. Earl is about to stab Sean in response to his insolence, because the only one who doesn't see the limits here is him, not the Me family. The girl yells at her father and asks what he's doing. Because Uncle Sean has always been honest and courageous, why is he doing this to him? Earl tells his daughter to stay out of adult affairs unless she wants to be punished. The subordinates say that they have collected all the data, and the head of the family asks if Sean seriously thought that they could not manage without him. Sean says Earl can't destroy the entire family, and he tells his men to find Johnson because he knows more than his dog. Earl thinks that Sean was willing to become the boy's dog in order to get pills from him. Perhaps the younger White wanted it too, which is why he was killed. The head of the family understands that he must find Johnson before White, because he must get all the pills. He laughs and says that then the entire My family will gain unimaginable glory, and his employee flies past from behind. There stands Michael, holding in his hand the one they just sent for him. Earl is shocked, and Johnson wonders if this isn't the one they just wanted to find. He thinks about the guy having so many abilities at such a young age. He killed both servants. How many pills does he have? But out loud he says that he underestimated the guy and asks if he killed White's son. Michael asks what difference it makes to him and says that maybe he will join him soon, and then he will ask. The head of the family says that Johnson is now on the Me family's territory, and therefore he will not let him leave here so easily. Michael says that a lot of people came to the party, which saved him a lot of time searching. Then everyone rushed to attack, and Johnson made a counterattack, scattering all the members of the MI family to the sides, leaving them no chance to win. It was a clear victory. Michael gives Sean a pill and tells him he'll get better. Earl is shocked. Mai says that he knew that these pills were from Michael. He doesn't know where he got so many pills from because cultivators are very rare, but he has to give them to everyone. Michael asks again if he should hand out the pills and then says that there is no need, because corpses don't need pills. Earl asks in shock what corpses he's talking about. Can the pills really raise the dead? Johnson asks if he's stupid, and then explains that he meant that they'll soon become corpses. The head of the family asks if Michael has any idea who he is. He is in 192nd place in the ranking. The guy has no chance. Earl begins the attack and screams for Michael to beg for a quick and painless death. Mai launches a series of attacks, but Johnson calmly dodges his attacks, even noting that he is not bad. The opponents clash fists and Earl is thrown back. Michael arrogantly remarks that this is all he can do. Earl says he underestimated his opponent, and Johnson thought it would be more fun. Everyone complains that Johnson is not fighting fairly because all the master's strength is in the sword. The guy gets tired of this whining, so he tells the enemy to take the sword. Earl says that his name is famous for his mastery of the blade. He blazes with energy, throws off his coat, and prepares to attack. Sean asks Michael to be careful because Earl might kill him, but the guy tells him that he can rest. Mai swings and releases his magical blade attack towards Johnson. Earl screams that Johnson must die. He dodges, appears behind him, performs an attack, and says that he has already died. Earl's father appears and grabs Johnson's arm, asking him to stop. His son asks what his father is doing here. He should be at a closed training session. Father appears to be a very strong master. He says that if he had not appeared, Earl would have already fallen at the hands of Johnson. He asks how it is that he, the head of the Me family, cannot be equal to Michael. The father ignores his son's question. He turns to Johnson, calls him talented, and that he generally likes him, but he made a mess in the estate, so why not explain what happened? A black aura emanates from the old man, and Michael asks what to explain. He tells Michael to stop his cultivation, then maybe he will save the guy's life. The old man notices the ancient sword. Does the boy really think that the blade will change his life? And Michael thinks that he needs to use it. Johnson cuts the old man's head in half. Earl screams, not understanding what happened to his father. Michael looks at the sword and thinks it's pretty good for being broken. The whole family's in shock. There were legends about that master, and he died like this at the hands of a child. He was the strongest in the family. This can't be. Michael brandishes his sword and tells them all to kneel before him. Everyone except Earl kneels. The head of the family turns around, shocked by such an event. He is extremely displeased. Even his daughter is on her knees. Michael repeats his order in a more commanding tone, and then the last me falls to his knees. The family members are begging for mercy, saying they will do anything. Earl is very ashamed. Michael asks why he doesn't beg for mercy for his family and himself. He says that Johnson won't let him go anyway, although he is very interested in what his death will give him. White is only getting stronger every year, although he used to be in the 100th place. But that was years ago, so if Johnson crosses his line, he will not live long, because he is stronger than everyone Michael has faced. Johnson grabs the man by the neck and tells him he talks too much for someone in that position. But then a girl runs up and says that she will do anything. She will serve Johnson, but let him save her father's life. Michael wonders if she really thought she was in a place where she could ask him for anything. Earl has some kind of black liquid coming out of his eyes. He's choking, and the girl continues to beg. Johnson says he doesn't like killing women, but he has to kill his enemies, so she will join her father. Sean stands up for the girl and says that she is not like everyone else. She tried to help him and tried to stop the person who wanted to harm Michael. The protagonist asks the girl to give him a reason why he shouldn't kill her now. She says that she can't take revenge on him in any way because her family is all she has. And if she stays alive, she can guarantee that the Me family won't cross his path in the future. Michael tells her to take this drop of blood so that she becomes his servant. Then he will let her go. She is nervous but agrees to accept it with tears in her eyes. Sean thanks Johnson very much for avenging him, but now he is useless. He says that there is no possibility of serving, asks for permission to be left alone. Michael says he wouldn't be here if he was useless and writes some kind of list for the girl. He calls Maya Me over and tells her to buy these medicines at the best pharmacy and give them to Sean 3 times a day. He won't be able to walk for a couple of days and therefore she must take care of him during this time. She agrees. Sean thanks Michael heartily and tearfully for his attitude towards him. Leslie Clinton drives up to Johnson in the car and says he has news for the gentleman. The head of the Special Forces is also sitting in the car. It's a real field laboratory. They tell Michael that they were able to recognize the face with a probability of 90%. He looks at the photo. Johnson thinks that this man looks like a relative of his mother. The Dragon Spirit Specialists think so too, and through their database, they can get information about him. Michael wants to see him right now, but his information is classified. It is only known that his name is Jesse Howard. Johnson says his mother also had the same last name. Her name was Mary Howard, and they look similar. He remembered that in his family, they always changed the topic of conversation when the conversation turned to his mother's family. One of the parents always started talking about something else, but he saw his mother looking at the New York sky many times. She was very sad at those moments. Michael does not understand why Hunter Torres wanted to destroy their family and who this Jesse is. Why did Mom look at the sky? What did she see? What happened to her parents? Michael needs to know the answers to these questions. Michael involuntarily flares up with energy, touching his comrades. Leslie complains that if the gentleman does this again, he might even kick the bucket. Michael apologizes sincerely. He just let his emotions get the better of him a little. He wants to know more about why people's data is hidden. Mark says that it happens if the person is important to the state, as in Michael's case, or if the person is in an unusual martial arts family. Johnson thinks this guy is more like the latter, but it's unclear why he didn't have martial arts skills before, and his mother didn't say anything. And some unknown Jesse Howard is in 9th place in the ranking. Michael thinks that this is a hell of a long way off. Now, if he pushes himself, he will end up in 150th place at most. And even so, he still can't reach 9th place. Going against him is pure suicide. Michael calms down a little, realizing that he still has a rebirth graveyard, and if he uses the second one, the third one will certainly react. Johnson says to let him know if they find any information about him. Leslie reminds us of the people Michael recently killed, that the people from the Akita Mafia can even confront America, not just individual people. Johnson says that if they come here, he will make them feel the primal fear firsthand. A meeting of the Martial Arts Association, the president complains that all these people are useless. During this time, they have only found a few people similar to the killer. He says that these people are no use. He needs a criminal, not these idiots. The vice president says that he will soon turn 60. He needs to calm down. By that date, they will find the killer. But he explodes and says that he lost his son, and they are talking about his birthday. He is not going to celebrate it. People say that things are not going very well, which means that this year the fate of the president will be decided. Since it is the year of fate, nothing is going according to plan, and many bad things are happening. You need to switch to something good, and the birthday is quite suitable for this. White thinks that it wouldn't hurt to have a party. It would be nice to change the mood radically. A man comes and says that someone sent a package for White. He wishes him a happy birthday. He tries to drive the courier away. At this moment, the man realizes that something is clearly not right with the gift. He pulls the gift with his power to see what kind of crap is in there, then opens it and sees a head, his child. People are screaming about how dare they send something like that to a birthday, especially a 60th one. White asks who sent this package, where they went, how they even dared. The courier says that they were wearing glasses and went further down the road. The president, in a rage, personally goes to find the sender of the 60th birthday gift. Half an hour later, the president returns. He looks like he is ready to devour people. Everyone is afraid for their lives. It seems he did not find the person he was looking for. White angrily declares that this child has declared war on him. He says that he will see who will have the last laugh. The phone rings unexpectedly, and the people at the table wonder who will answer it at such an inopportune moment. The head of the association is swearing that someone should finally take this phone. Why should he do everything himself? Someone takes the phone. They say that the EMI family was destroyed. People are scared that the whole family is no longer there. The great master was there. White says that in his opinion, the same person who killed his son dealt with the family. He completely spits on all the laws and provokes the association to kill him. The president says to call him a hunter until they find out his real name, and also that everyone in the province needs to be warned about him. He says that all members of the Martial Arts Association are obliged to consider the hunter as their enemy. He wants to see his face. Michael asks the messenger if he delivered the gift. He says yes, but advises to be on guard, because they called him a hunter and declared him an enemy of the entire Martial Arts Association. Johnson asks if he intends to celebrate his birthday. He thinks so, since he liked the idea of the Year of Fate. The man asks if Michael intends to do something about it. There will be so many masters there. Michael says that he will say that day that anyone who crosses him will become an enemy, and the man says that he is worried but is not in a position to change anything. The guy examines the broken sword and says that it turned out to be quite useful, and in general he has the opportunity to repair the sword, but it will require a lot of resources and time. Johnson asks what he seemed to tell Fia not to show up at his house anymore, but she says she came to say that the palace has stopped any efforts to search for him, but if information gets back, it will be harder to stop. Michael understands that since this girl was able to hide information about him, it means that her status in the palace is very high. The girl asks the guy if he wants to fix the slaying dragon, and he asks where she got it from and thinks about what she named it, realizing it's a good name. Fia says she will tell, but in exchange demands to find out whether the disposal of the Emmy family and the death of White's son was his doing. Michael says that yes, it was him, and from the photograph it is quite clear, even though it was taken from behind. The girl's eyes widen and she thinks that the guy is really very strong, but fortunately, she has no complaints about him. Then she says that she knows little about the sword, but she gave it this name, thinking that it suited it, and it ended up in her hands by accident, because its previous owner died in her arms and then she received it. The girl says that she knows that the sword is expensive and was forged 2 centuries ago by the hands of a brilliant blacksmith. For 3 years he put his heart and soul into it, but in the process of forging the sword he was cursed, so he soon died. Fia says she wanted to fix the sword, but she couldn't find the necessary resources in all of America because they are very rare. The girl says that the blacksmith, fortunately, still has relatives. Michael asks where they are, and she says that they are somewhere in New York and their last name is Sanders. Michael is surprised to notice that the Sanders could very well be his relatives, and he decides that he needs to talk to them as soon as possible. The girl, noticing the guy's face, says that the family he knows is obviously involved in medicine, but this is just a disguise. Their ancestors forged many types of weapons for countless masters, which is why they don't dare mess with her. Jessica and Sarah's voices are heard from behind the door. They say they are very tired, and then think it is because of their huge breasts. Fia says that it seems his mistress has returned, so she has to go. The girls appear and say that they heard a female voice. Where did she go? Did he really bring the girl here? Michael sheepishly remarks that there are already two beauties here. Why does he need anyone else? Sarah says she told Johnson not to be greedy, and Jessica remarks that he is being too polite today and that they should check his bedroom. Michael sarcastically remarks that they shouldn't forget to check out the second-floor balcony, as it has a great view, while Fia, hearing someone talking about her, jumps off as it's time for her to get going. Johnson sits with the Sanders and says he didn't think they would be so close when he called them. Jacob says they are there because there is a family meeting coming up that is happening here. He asks if Johnson needs anything. Michael shows off the sword and says he wants to know about it. Sanders asks if he really wants to fix it. He says he needs materials. Johnson wonders if it will be now or later, but he needs to fix this sword. The old man says that if the sword was really forged by that master, then the materials must be very rare. But Lillian notes that there are a lot of stingy people in the main family, so she cannot imagine them giving the materials to an outsider. Michael, with a thoughtful face, wonders if they will accept the exchange if he offers them cultivation pills. He doesn't think they will refuse. Jacob offers to take him to the main house. He can give him excellent recommendations there. Michael says that whether it works or not depends on them anyway. He leaves it to his discretion. The Sanders estate, the granddaughter with her grandfather and Johnson have arrived, and the family gathering will begin soon. Some people come out and demand that those who have come introduce themselves. Jacob introduces himself and says that he has a report for the chief. People say they need recommendations from senior members to meet the leader. They are told to go back to where they came from. Sanders says he thinks it's time for Johnson and him to bow out and figure out something else. A girl appears and says, "Don't they know that her father is busy with important matters?" Lily says that this is one of the three beauties, like Sarah. However, she says that this girl ranks first among them, and she also notes that if she helps us, then there will be hope. Then Lily remarks that she is specific and very accommodating, and Michael says that he had no intention of communicating with her. Katie Sanders wonders if it's Johnson. She's heard so much about him because she's Jenkins' best friend, so she knows that Michael is America's youngest master and instructor of the Dragon Spirit. The girl says that she noticed him because the Dragon Spirit rarely notices anyone, but he noticed him. Katie asks if he's probably here for her, and Michael says he knows the Sanders family used to forge swords and he needs materials. The girl giggles slightly and says that she will do everything in her power to help, but they have forged countless swords. Which one exactly is he talking about? Johnson places the sword on the table. The girl becomes furious, asking how it came into his hands. Michael remarks that this sword is apparently very valuable to their family. The girl shouts out that her great-grandfather bequeathed before his death that the appearance of this sword foreshadows the return of the emperor. She cannot believe that the broken sword appeared today. She approaches Johnson and shouts that she is ready to buy him at any price. She is ready to give $200 million. He can make all demands. They will be in an incalculable debt to him. Michael haughtily remarks that money in their favor are worth nothing to someone like him. He only wants to get his hands on the materials. The girl is very upset and asks him to forgive her because she takes such things seriously. She cannot tell him anything about the materials because this is their faith. Johnson assumes that this is the end of the conversation, says goodbye, and gets ready to leave. There's someone sitting on the roof, aiming at the window with Sanders and Johnson. Michael feels the shot, catches the bullet with 2 fingers, and looks out the window. The girl is already screaming into the phone that someone tried to shoot her. She orders that the killer be brought to her in 10 minutes. Fia thanks Johnson, saying that she is in his debt, but he interrupts her and says that her kindness is not worth a penny. A dungeon, a tied man hanging upside down, a girl wondering who wanted to kill her and who ordered it. The killer says something unintelligible. This answer does not satisfy her, so she takes the man's life with a knife. Johnson just left the coffee shop, but he realizes that someone has already come for the girl. They really are something. And then he thinks about the fact that the Sanders family hid their origins in pharmaceuticals the unknowns in the Mi family, this is just the tip of the iceberg of this province. Jessica calls Johnson and asks him to come back to the Tizen Group building because they are having some difficulties. Michael says that Sarah understands things much better than he does, but the girl says that Walsh left with her mother to see her grandmother off and that she will return in a week. In the background, Jessica has a strange man with guards. She asks not to ask anything and to come here. The guy asks who's in charge here. The girl says he's already on his way and they can contact her with any questions. He asks if she knows what his company needs most right now. Jessica asks what it is, and he brazenly says security. He says that if they want to stay afloat, they need security, so they can be the ones to take them under their wing. He is from the Lei family. He says that for 20% of the company's shares, no one else will dare to lay a finger on them. This is great news for the company. Nightingale says that they are not selling shares and do not intend to. And he says that she did not understand he is not buying them, but taking them. He says that the promotion is a gift. He says that for them it is easiest to drive the Tizen Group out of the business world. Lei says he doesn't mind lowering the percentage if she spends the night with him and suggests they make love. He orders his guards to go outside the door and make sure no one interferes. The girl asks what he wants. He says that he wants to take her. Then Michael appears. He knocks down the door with the bodies of the guards, hitting the guy too, and asks if he was the one he was looking for. Johnson, ignoring Leia, asks if this guy has touched Jessica. She says that he hasn't yet. She says that security will only start working tomorrow. Michael says that the main thing is that she is safe and asks her to wait for him outside. The girl sweats slightly but agrees. Lee asks if Michael even knows who he is, and Johnson questioningly says that he is some kind of emo punk and slaps him. The guy, filling with tears, asks again, "What other emo punk? Does he even know who his father is? How dare he touch him?" Michael slaps the boy across the cheek again, asking why he should care if he's not his father. Lee clutches his face, cries, and with a very sad look, complains that he has been touched again. One more blow, and his family will start hunting for Johnson. Michael ignores the guy's threats and kicks him into the ceiling. Johnson rips a bunch of the guy's hair and tells him that he's going to lose his wig today, no matter how much he whines. Michael calls and says that the Lei family must leave the province in 10 minutes, and the head of the family must call his good-for-nothing son again. Lei tries to complain and protest. Who does Johnson even think he is? But he gets another slap in the face from Michael. The emo punk asks not to be bothered anymore. Then his phone rings. He says it's his dad calling. He says that Michael still has a chance to improve, or Lei will tell what he did. Johnson tells him to shut up and pick up the phone. The guy wonders why his father called now, when they said the family had disappeared. It can't be. Michael says this is the last call he will ever make. Is Lei sure he doesn't want to answer? Punk doesn't believe that his family could be dealt with in 10 minutes, but he picks up the phone anyway. The father is on the line. He asks who his idiot son got involved with. Because of him, the entire estate is filled with corpses. The child is shocked. He cries and repents, asking for forgiveness, saying that he was simply mistaken. In fact, he is different. Johnson cuts off his head with his hand and says that the moment he decided to touch his girlfriend, he lost the right to life. At a martial arts association meeting, Tyler White complains that it's been a while and there's still no news. A trusted source says someone is destroying evidence as soon as it's found, and the hunter's past is more complicated than they thought. A young man appears and says that there is a girl outside who knows the identity of the hunter. Lucy Vox appears and introduces herself. She says that her family is now being threatened. Will they help if she tells about the hunter? White is indignant at first, but then his face changes, and he says that he will not only help her, but will make her his goddaughter, and she will be granted glory and protection. She points her hand and says that she knows the man in the photograph. White wonders if this child really killed Ray, who was ranked 300th, and his son. The girl says she filmed him killing Mr. Ree during the Duel of the Masters. The president looks and realizes that this is indeed the same man they called the hunter. White's face changes, and he seriously shouts that everyone needs to find him immediately. He wants Johnson's head. Lucy thinks that Michael didn't want to save her family, so let him run away from the wrath of the Martial Arts Association. Michael gets a call from Wally Fi, who says that the president has found out that the hunter is Michael and that he urgently needs to flee abroad, preferably somewhere far away. Johnson asks who told him. He says that Lucy Vox appeared and pointed to the photo. Now she is his goddaughter. Michael promises that he will kill her, although he does not like killing girls. Michael tells Jessica that she needs to stay in this building. It is under his control, and then, when everything calms down, she can leave. Locke appears, sits down on one knee, and greets the girl with Johnson. Everyone in the building warmly welcomes Johnson and Jessica. Sarah is shocked to think about how much power Michael actually has in his hands. She realizes that everyone present here is a martial arts master. John says that the Lord can leave Mrs. Nightingale here without any fear. As long as she is in the building, not a single hair falls from her head, no matter how many masters the Martial Arts Association sends. Some big guy in the Walsh house asked Steve why he didn't tell him earlier about the similarities between Johnson and the hunter. If he knows him well, he says that he is not interested in this kid. How could he know much about him? The healthy guy says that it won't be so easy to lead him by the nose. Everyone knows that Sarah is close to Johnson. He tells her to come to him. The guy continues to press, but the father says that Sarah, the fiancée of one of the boards, is a big guy and decides to leave, saying to contact him if there is any new information. Katie sits and reads the news that Johnson slaughtered the Inn family and White's son. The head of the Sanders family comes to her and, calling her mistress, asks why she called him. She says that there is no need to be so polite with her and says that she found that very sword at Johnson. Patrick is shocked by what he heard. He, very nervous, asks if this is the Johnson who was recently called the Hunter. The girl confirms his fears. Katie wonders how likely it is that the Sanders family will do everything to protect him. The man says 70%, because helping Johnson would put them among the White family's enemies. The girl says that compared to the value of this sword for their family, the Whites' disfavor is a small problem. Patrick says that he will do everything possible, but at the moment he is an enemy of almost the entire province. Jesse Howard practices cultivation and says he wouldn't have achieved such success if it weren't for his old master, because being ranked 9th is a strong position. The servant reports that Johnson killed the son of the president of the Martial Arts Association in the MI family. The old man asks again what they told him. He thought that Michael would not last long, who would have thought that he would not only stay alive, but also create such a mess. The servant says that every dog in White's is looking for him now. Jesse decides that Johnson, although a bastard, is somehow related to them, so he can't just be allowed to die like that. Jesse sends his servant to continue observing the situation, and he himself thinks that Johnson has really interested him. Tyler White sits and angrily tells his people that a whole day has passed, and there is no news about the bastard. He can even fly. The big guy comes in and says there are still a few places they haven't checked, some families they're avoiding, and a dragon spirit. White is furious and shouts that if his parents are dead, then is there really no other relative left? Vox shows his voice and says that he knows that Johnson can be influenced by his girlfriend Jessica Nightingale. Perhaps they are in a relationship. White says that he definitely hid Jessica. Lucy also talks about other acquaintances, including Clark and the family of restaurateurs. White looks at her mysteriously and tells Lucy to go and take with her all the craftsmen needed to bring Robert Clark and the Moresby family here. When asked where he plans to hold his birthday party, Tyler says he wants to hold it in the villa rebuilt after the Johnson family's murder. He wants this child to come to the place where his parents died and watch the death of his loved ones. Michael sits and thinks about how he has been here for 5 days already, and nothing has happened yet. Locke has blocked the communications inside the building, so he doesn't even know what's going on outside. Michael asks to go outside, and John gives him a large satellite phone. The guy is even shocked by its size, and Locke says that it is modified. You can even hit with it. Johnson calls the association's vice president and asks for news, and he tells him all of Tyler White's plans. Michael's expression instantly darkens. The phone cracks in his hands, and he orders Locke to immediately arrange quick access for him to New York. Johnson rides on a motorcycle, and at the same time he is informed that Clark could not be protected, and the diner was destroyed. Lucy comes to her old tormentors who, seeing her new support, back down and say that they never intended to harm the Vox family. She says that the most resourceful survive. And why did they think that the Vox wouldn't touch them now? The girl demands that the man kneel, otherwise his entire clan will be destroyed. The head of the Meng family is extremely unhappy with this situation, but he has a family and a child, and they need to be protected. The man beats his forehead in pleading, but the naughty girl doesn't care. She sets her thugs on him. The Hmong men are attacking, the masters are fighting. The father is thinking about how to protect the child, but the girl says that the child must not be let go. The man bursts into flames and tells her to stop this chaos. He is the boss after all. You can't underestimate him. The association master sends Meng flying, swinging at his young son. The fist is about to touch the innocent head of a small, completely innocent child. But then the protagonist appears and stops the blow, confusing his enemies. Johnson unleashes a series of crushing blows, reducing the once strong master to a pulp of bone and flesh. Lucy orders the remaining masters to capture him because it is Johnson himself. One of the thugs starts making a pompous speech, but Michael orders him to shut up and knocks his head off his shoulders with one kick. The last master realizes that Johnson's abilities are simply unimaginable, and therefore he must report this to the association, so he runs away. Vox screams at his last fighter, "How dare he abandon her? Tyler White will find out about everything, and it will be the end for him." The master says who cares about her life when death is at stake. Michael, running level with him, says that he speaks the truth. The master doesn't have time to come to his senses yet, but the guy delivers a crushing blow, sending him to the next world. Michael says that God did not deprive Lucy of either looks or a rich family, so why does she continue to bother him? He says that she humiliated him 5 years ago. He saved her life only because she is a pathetic woman and not worth his energy. He has only one question: where are his loved ones? The badly beaten girl says that she will tell everything and will not refuse anything. Michael, without a shred of embarrassment or mercy, slams his fist into her face, screaming whether she deserves it at all. After the blow, she flies a decent distance away. Michael repeats his question. She answers with difficulty that all his friends are already at that villa. Johnson calls Locke and asks him to send a car for him immediately, as quickly as possible. Lucy thinks she got away with it, but Michael says he's not leaving because he's afraid of getting her blood on him. He throws a rock at her, piercing her right through. The Meng family barely notices how quickly it all ended, with not a single master left, and they admire Johnson's incredible strength. All the family members bow and thank Michael, but he says it's nothing. There's a banquet at the villa. Everyone is congratulating White. There are a lot of masters here. Everyone is waiting for the hunter to arrive. The Sanders are wondering if they can protect Johnson if he does come, as they would become White's enemies. Tyler stands in front of everyone present. He speaks and says that everyone should be aware of what actions he intends to take based on the events of the last few days. The doors open and Clark and the Moresby family emerge, looking like they had a hard time getting here. Clark says he doesn't understand why they were called here. He wants to call the police, but White shouts, using magic, that they must kneel. Link calls the head of the association an old fool. He says that you have to be crazy to get involved with his parents. White grabs Moresby by the head and throws him against the wall. He says that although his cultivation has improved, his upbringing is exactly the same as Johnson's. Tyler says it would have taken half a second to get rid of this guy if he hadn't used him as bait for a big fish. White gets Robert under control. He says that he knows that this man runs business errands for Michael. He is sure that he is a businessman with the gift of the gab. Tyler says that today is his birthday, and therefore if Clark says something nice to him, he might spare him. But the man, despite not knowing who he is dealing with, only says that anyone who crosses Johnson ends their life in agony. Clark flies into the wall, and Johnson appears in the doorway with a coffin and says that he brought a gift with him. Everyone around is surprised by the appearance of the hunter, especially Katie Sanders. And Steve Walsh does not understand what he is doing here. It's absurd. Johnson, with a haughty expression, shows off the gift and invites the association president to lie down in it. A crowd of association thugs rushes at Michael from all sides, but he wields the coffin like a weapon and causes great damage to everyone. Witnesses wonder why the hell Johnson is using the coffin as a weapon. It's so heavy. White orders everyone to kill him, calling his people worthless. And Michael emotionlessly says that everyone who crosses his path is dead. Johnson spins the coffin from side to side like a light toy and destroys all the attackers without any effort. White, in the blood of his people, thinks that Michael doesn't seem to feel the weight of the coffin. It's like a feather to him. Michael, blazing with energy, throws the loaded coffin straight at the association president and shouts for him to catch it. Tyler knocks the coffin away, but with some difficulty. Besides, that blow should have smashed the coffin to pieces, and there is not a scratch on it, but White orders him to bow down. The president thinks that he did not use all his strength, but the energy from the coffin is truly inexplicably powerful. He reflects that if he had not managed to put up a block, his arm could have broken. Tyler looks at the coffin and realizes that he underestimated Michael's strength, and that only with all his might will he be able to defeat this opponent. Johnson is distracted by the injured Clark, but Moresby says that they still have some pills left. They can handle it themselves. Michael is needed elsewhere. He says that whoever touches them with even a finger will not be left with a wet spot. White says he admires Michael's arrogance, and he truly thinks this banquet is so important to him. The only thing he wants is to behead Johnson, calling on his men. There are several masters around. They occupy some places from 178th to 203rd in the ranking. Everyone around notices that they are the highest-ranking masters in the world of martial arts of the province. White states that he can no longer hide his abilities. In fact, he is not in 189th place, but in 147th. Tyler says Johnson may be a genius, but this is where his path ends. He orders his men to capture the guy, strip him of his abilities, and plunge his soul into despair. The Sanderses come down the stairs and ask if he will allow this to continue if they side with Johnson. White doesn't understand what's going on and asks again what they're talking about. Katie says she hopes to see Mr. White's true face. She says to pardon Michael. The craftsmen note that the Sanders are no slouch, and recently some powerful craftsmen ordered weapons from them. Tyler asks why they made such a decision. Sanders says that the guy has what they need. She is sure that the president would not want to face the consequences of a hasty decision. Katie says that she will get Michael out of here alive, and he will give her the sword. White gets angry. Johnson asks why he didn't say that he was going to leave. The girl looks at Michael in shock, clearly not expecting such an answer. He says the Sanders family has nothing to do with this, so let her go. The Masters and Tyler are shocked. They think Michael is out of his mind. The head of the Sanders family almost explodes, but the girl stops him and says that they will wait. She tells him not to hesitate to contact them if he changes his mind, but he, with great displeasure, sends her away to just watch. White says that if death is what he wants, then so be it. He even gave up his last chance to survive. Tyler orders that Johnson be dealt with quickly, and all the famous masters rush at him. Michael multiplies, dodging all attacks aimed at him by enemies. The masters see this and do not understand what happened. Some think it is an illusion. Some say they have never seen anything like it in their lives. Johnson appears behind one of his opponents, about to strike, but he manages to dodge. However, it turns out to be just a copy, and the other Michael grabs the master by the leg and slams him to the floor. He crushes his opponent's face with his foot. Everyone around is shocked by what they see. Are their eyes deceiving them? Katie doesn't believe that he is so cool. The masters see that their ally is dead. They call it meanness. One says that the others should be on guard because the guy is using illusions and striking from behind. Michael ironically remarks that the four of them were the first to attack him, and now they call him a scoundrel, and then says that he realized one thing. None of them are his equal, even without illusions. The strongest one remarks that Johnson is extremely arrogant, and Michael says that it will be interesting to try his sword on them. The masters take out their weapons, saying that they can't do anything with a broken blade, but they will smear it across the wall in a second. Three masters rush at the guy at the same time, using all their skills. Michael takes out all his opponents without any problems. The spectators don't believe it. They think they're dreaming. The Sanders note that it took Johnson one blow per man. Perhaps that is the power of that sword. Johnson wonders how these clowns can call themselves martial artists. It's a disgrace. The last of the masters tells Michael to stop looking down on people. He cultivates unshakable strength. He will not live to see his death easy. Johnson asks if that means he can have fun, and the master says that's not what he meant. The president says that this is his opponent, and the fighter says that the guy is cunning, and the sword is blind. Problems may arise. Only a joint attack can lead to a good ending. White says that he will attack first, and the warrior should wait for the right moment to attack. The men rush into battle and shout that they will kill Michael right now. The guy does not understand how Tyler took the post of president. It's just laughter. White acknowledges Johnson's strength but says today is his last day on Earth. The president uses the snake spirit seal. Patrick notes that one must have considerable strength to perform such a technique. Michael deflects, saying that the performance intrigues him, but his blade doesn't care about all his skills. White is cheeky to Johnson, saying that all he can do is swing a sword and that he will never reach his speed. Michael teleports straight to the president, telling him he's finished, and he calls for the second warrior to strike right now. The fighter catches Johnson and says that he will do nothing to save himself now. White rushes at his opponent to finish him off. But Michael, even from that position, punches the president in the face right during his flight. The big guy, despite the slight defeat, shouts that he still blocked his only fatal move. He is helpless in his hands. Michael swings his leg and kicks his opponent in the balls with all his might, crushing his opponent. The man bends into a fetal position and, sweating profusely, says that apparently his invincible strength still has a weak spot. Johnson swings and says that, having lost control, he becomes an ordinary person, he is finished. But he asks him to stop and wait. But despite this, Michael delivers a fatal blow, leaving his opponent no chance. People are shocked that his head was cut off. The guy has not been human for a long time. Katie thinks she's misunderstood, because what's really important isn't the sword, but Johnson himself. Michael goes down to his injured opponent and says that it is now his turn. He wonders if the president will listen to him or throw away his last chance at life. Tyler rips his clothes and screams that Michael destroyed his power, reputation, and family. He will never forgive this, even if today is his last day. White says Johnson is the first opponent in years who has forced him to put his life on the line to achieve death, admits he underestimated his enemy, but the feud will end here and now with the death of only one. Michael prepares to attack and sarcastically remarks that it will be the death of Tyler White. The sword cuts through Tyler's side, severing a limb and cutting a deep gash into his body. Michael wonders if the president is using his strength defensively to keep from falling apart, and he says the guy is bragging in vain because he is just a dog in the world of martial arts. White wonders why Johnson killed his son if they had no reason to be feuding. The hero says that White and his entire family have done a lot of shit. They slaughtered the entire Stark family for some piece of jade. Many other families suffered. Do they even know what karma is? He also says that he had killed Mr. Ree earlier, which already casts doubt on the friendship between the Whites and Johnson. And his vice president, Wally Fa, standing next to him, is also his subordinate. White says that even as a ghost, he will still get Johnson. Michael says that being a ghost of this level must be difficult, and now it's time to end this circus. Someone comes into the room and orders everyone to stop what is happening here. Some people appear, they say that they came from the American Bureau of Martial Arts. The leader asks to give him the blade. White is glad that his precious master came to save his life, just in time. Some old man in a top hat says that Michael is obliged to put down his sword. All issues are decided by the Bureau, and he is simply a malicious violator and must pay. Michael asks again, saying that he hasn't heard of such things, and Katie calls him over. She says that this is the highest authority in the martial arts environment, comparing them to the dragon spirit, but among the masters, everyone is obliged to obey them. He should put down the sword. Even Johnson is slightly surprised. The man says he is obliged to report this dispute to his superiors, so that everything can be considered impartially. White had brought people from the Bureau here to prevent Johnson from winning over the masters, but he didn't expect to lose. While he was waiting for them, Michael silently raises his foot over the president's head and crushes it. Johnson apologizes but says his smirking smile irritated him. The crowd explodes. They see that Michael has disobeyed. Everyone says that now he is finished. Nothing will stop the wrath of the Martial Arts Bureau. The old man reluctantly reports that the young man has nevertheless decided to challenge the Bureau. He says that only the Bureau has the right to try criminals, and therefore everyone else should leave the building. Everyone is afraid and decides to disperse, but Wally Fay does not dare to leave his master. However, he writes him a message, saying that he can leave him. The Bureau's foreman is outraged that Johnson is sitting on the phone, but he tells him to wait. It will be his turn soon. Sanders is trying to convey to Johnson that insulting the Bureau is not the same as irritating the association. The Bureau is owned by the state, and a simple warning won't get you anywhere. Michael asks if she's making fun of him. Who even let her get involved? She doesn't like him anymore. What the hell is she doing? The girl gets embarrassed and says that it has nothing to do with it. The man asks Katie to leave the premises, otherwise she will be treated according to the law. The girl leaves disgruntled and says that she doesn't give a damn about Michael. He just has a blade. The old man says that Johnson violated the 9th article of the martial arts law, so they can sentence him to death. Michael is irritated by such formalities. Do they really want to shame him? The man asks if the accused wants to speak out, but he sarcastically refuses. The old man asks Michael not to put him in an awkward position and then calls his warriors, who land near the master. They turn out to be a special unit of the American Bureau of Martial Arts. Michael says that he has no idea who these clowns are. The old man says that these people are so strong that even a Chinese general said that his troops would not dare to cross the border if the American Martial Arts Bureau fought against them. Michael says they are talking complete nonsense, and the fighters rush to attack him. The masters begin to circle around Johnson. The leader says that it is bait to lower his guard, but Michael already knows. The strategy is for the special forces to surround the enemy, and even if he attacks one, the other three will attack from behind. The soldiers rush, but end up colliding with each other because Michael is not there. The masters go on the attack again, saying that there are more of them, which means they are stronger. With one blow, Johnson puts the entire Special Forces unit on their shoulder blades. They are finished. The old man asks if he even realizes what he did. He says that if he doesn't stop, then it will be his turn. He uses his technique, creates a cute pony, and tells the foal to incinerate Michael. Johnson dodges all the blows. The Bureau member is shocked. He has trained this skill throughout his life. He can deliver 10 blows per second, and Michael seems to be toying with him. The protagonist swings his blade towards his opponent, saying that it is time for the old man to meet the masters of the younger generation. Another man, to Michael's irritation, tells him to stop, that he has passed the test. The man thinks about how strong this guy is. Despite his youth, and the old man thanks him for his help, the man says that he did what he had to. The new man says that killing a Bureau member is a crime, and therefore he will be executed by him personally. Johnson, with a haughty face and a stub of a sword, says that he will still see who kills whom. A man notices a bullet flying past his face. A special squad of dragon spirits appears. They say that this senseless battle must end. The man asks if they really decided to take on a martial arts master with a firearm. Mark Seed says that the same applies to the dragon spirit. The man notices that the Special Forces commander is nervous. Mark says that Johnson is their main instructor, so they have a direct connection to this. So he, Ken Evans, must stop if he doesn't want to face the consequences. The old man says that Sid must think about the consequences. Michael will stand trial, which means that there is now a conflict between the Bureau and the Special Forces. Mark shouts that as long as Johnson is in America, the dragon spirit is not afraid of any battle, so no one will dare touch him with a finger. Ken says with incredible anger that Mark needs to take back his words or he will regret them. Michael says he doesn't want America's two most important organizations to be at odds with each other, so he proposes a master's duel in 5 days. A fight that will have nothing to do with the Bureau or the Special Forces, just Johnson and Evans. Sid says that Ken is an unusual master, but the dragon spirit will do everything to protect Michael. Evans asks if Mark still wants to save Johnson, but Sid says he seems to have been misunderstood. He came to save the Bureau from Michael, not Michael from the Bureau. Ken explodes throughout the villa and says that since Johnson values death so much, he will receive it in 5 days. He will show what a master who occupies 99th place in the ranking is worth. Sid says that Michael will not gain a foothold in the martial arts world if he kills Ken. Johnson appears, saying that he never intended to settle there. Besides, they couldn't let him go anyway after White's death. He says that if Mark protects him now, it still won't change anything. They will attack him later secretly, but Sid's action touched him, so if the dragon spirit needs his help in the future, he will not stand aside. Appalachian Mountains. Board has recovered from the reverse curse sent upon him by Michael. He is much better, but the wound still hurts. He asks his father how much longer they will stay here. They have been here for more than a week, and the door has not yet been opened. Father says that with enough sincerity, the Great One will definitely appear. If the Board family wants to earn a reputation, then this is the only way. They must be patient. The man thinks that their goal was never to become the strongest family, but shouts that for the sake of their father, they will ascend and become the strongest. In the process of these reflections, that same master appears. He comes out, surrounded by waves of his energy. The ancient master asks how long they have been waiting for him. The Bordi invite him to visit, but he says that he has already gotten used to living in the wilderness, and he loves to feel free. Father Bordoff asks you not to jump to conclusions and shows you something that immediately draws the interested master to you. It turns out that this is a box with a key. The master asks where they got this key, then realizes that they are martial artists, not cultivators, and therefore cannot know about it. But he continues to wonder how it ended up in their hands. Board says that this key has been passed down in their family from generation to generation, and they hope that with its help, the master will take control of the family. He says he is ready to go outside the gates for this, but not for more than a month. The father sadly thinks that the relics of his ancestors, unfortunately, will only be enough to keep the master in the family for so little time. The master says that he will find himself a student in just that time, and the father quickly introduces his son. Derek kneels down and nervously introduces himself to Master Kyle Phillips. Kyle says that the muscles and bones are quite good, and so he offers a gift. As a student, Derek thanks him profusely. Villa, Michael comes in and sees Moresby's sad parents. He asks why they are like this. Do they really not like the place? Katie thinks that Michael doesn't have a single scratch and brings out Link, who is almost completely bandaged, but still cheerful. He says that Michael is very cool. The guy wants to be like him. Johnson says that Moresby is getting tougher as he trains, and the girl asks if Michael is interested in a deal with the sword. The protagonist asks if she has changed her mind, and she says that the blade has become Johnson's weapon, and now she is unable to take it back. The girl says that the materials are still hard to come by, but Michael wants to know how much it would cost to get them. She says that the blade doesn't need a price. If it's already worthy of a hero, let him come to the Sanders tomorrow. They can think together about what can be done with it. Johnson says that he will definitely come tomorrow and thinks that then he will definitely kick Ken out of 99th place. Johnson, in his villa, is thinking that his girls should no longer hide. Since the problem with the association has been solved, the house has become lively. Michael says there are no reports from the Capitol. Nothing is known about the parents. The only lead at the moment is Jesse Howard, who is ranked 9th. Michael is delving into his past and future, but at that moment he sees someone looking at him from the window. Outside the window, there appears to be some guy with white eyes and a gloomy appearance. Johnson peers closely at the window, but there is no one there anymore. Did he imagine it? Someone was definitely watching him from the window. He doesn't know who. The Capitol Master Howard is playing a game with some old man. Jesse asks why he came. He says that he came to visit his son. Howard worries about his strength, but his father reassures him that he is his strongest son, except for the one who went to Appalachia. He asks about Johnson's mother, but the old man explodes, saying that he is talking about her, that she does not deserve a family, that she gave birth to a man who is ruining their entire family. But that guy comes running and tells us that Johnson killed White. The old man asks his grandson which Johnson they are talking about. He is clearly shocked by the appearance of his grandfather. He says that this is the same Michael they are thinking about, and White was the main one in the province. The father wonders how such an influential man as Tyler White fell at the hands of some boy. The son says that he fell before the members of the Martial Arts Bureau. The guy also killed 5 masters. The grandfather asks his grandson to tell him more about this Johnson. He is very interested. He seems to the old man to be quite a strong master. The grandson says that throughout America, he is considered almost the second master in the entire country. Jesse says that he wants to meet him because he was investigating the incident at the villa, and it is very interesting where he disappeared for 5 whole years, what he was doing then. But Grandpa says that he is one of the top 100 masters, and therefore a meeting with the Howards is not worthy of him. The old man wonders if his rich lineage has influenced his strength. Maybe that's the issue. Grandpa says that to meet them, he needs to at least top the rankings. Johnson sits and asks Fia why she should appear like a ghost and ask for a room when she can just knock. She doesn't believe he killed White. He asks what she really wants from him. She says that this case in the palace made a lot of noise. Michael is the first daredevil who went against the Bureau. The girl says that tomorrow he will go with her to the palace to find out the real head of the province. He thinks that the girl is just a pain in the ass and asks what kind of head this is. Jessica knocks on the door and says she's back. Fia immediately disappears. She asks if the guy missed her. He says that she seems to have already gotten used to living here, but she says that nothing of the sort. Nightingale says she thought about it for a long time and decided that while she doesn't like fighting, she wants to defend herself. Michael says that he is glad that she finally made up her mind and that he just needs to think about what would suit her best, and says that he will take her wishes into account. Johnson says contentedly that it's time to try to do this then. Jessica looks at him with confusion. The assassin's palace, the chief asks if he understood correctly that Johnson refused the audience, but the girl says that he is busy and will definitely come later. He asks again. As a father, she has no choice but to say that he is simply not interested in the palace. Lin Feng says that the guy is not a coward, then he will meet him himself. It is very interesting to look at him. Michael came to the Sanders to forge a sword, but for some reason ended up in the bedroom. He asks if Katie was going to charm him. She says he misunderstood because it's not only her bedroom, but also her secret forge. The girl taps her fingers on the wall. A secret passage opens. They go deeper into the room along the stairs. She says that all the attributes are just a cover. Michael thinks about it. It's not that easy to build such a tunnel from the bedroom. Johnson sees that there are many weapons around. The sword flies into the air, and the girl says that there are souls of 10,000 blades here. But even they are no match for this broken blade. Michael jumps for the sword, grabbing it. The girl screams that it is too early, since he has absorbed a lot of energy and can be dangerous. Johnson feels the resistance of the sword and chuckles at it. He waits for awakening. The girl screams that if he uses his power like that, something will happen. But she sees that the guy is already coping with the power of the sword. She understands that the power in the sword is incomprehensible, and Johnson has subjugated her like this. He is even more terrible than she thought. Katie shows the mineral from which the sword is forged. She says that to repair it, the crystal needs to be broken. She also says that this stone is unusual, so we need to wait for a master who will help. But Johnson decides to do it himself. He uses brute force to knock a piece of crystal out of the masonry, leaving the girl in horror as the girl screams. A strangely dressed man appears and tells us not to touch the stone and how it even got in there. Michael comes to Katie's defense, saying there's some pervert there, but she says he's one of them. The girl says that this is the best sword blacksmith who arrived from the capital, and he is also a friend of her grandfather. He shows off and asks if this is the guy he should make a sword for today. Michael thinks that the guy is kind of strange. He would rather forge the sword himself. The blacksmith is indignant that Michael simply cannot know everything that is necessary. It would take at least 10 years. Michael asks if the girl has prepared everything he asked for. The girl agrees and asks if he wants to refuse the master. Johnson says he must forge his own blade. Michael asks if there is another way when he puts the hot ore into the furnace. The girl says that he uses the furnace without a master. The master laughs that he is already giving up. Johnson successfully forges the sword. There is smoke and flames all around. You can feel the intense heat and Michael's confidence. The guy starts using stones. The man says that the stones are almost as expensive as high-quality pills. The girl says that for the sake of this legendary sword, they didn't mind. Michael casts a spell over the smelter, using his powerful magic to set everything around him on fire. The girl says that she has never seen anything like this before. What kind of tricks with fire are these? But the master confidently shouts that this is a trap for a ghost. Blue flames blaze around. The spirit of the sword appears in the form of a dragon and begins to look at Johnson. The blacksmith is very surprised. He curses and does not believe that what he sees really exists. The master says that he was an unrivaled blacksmith all his life, but it turns out that he was nothing but shit. With bated breath, the blacksmith notices that this guy is a true master because he managed to restore such a legendary blade. The man asks old Howard why he is so nervous, whether things have been bad lately or whether the practice has been difficult. Another says that he already saw such a face on the master 5 years ago. Could it really be his daughter's fault again? The third says that with her dedication to training, she was able to set foot on the Appalachian Mountains like her older brother. Only she decided to marry an ordinary man. The man has heard enough of this nonsense. He orders them to stop. Today they have gathered to discuss matters in America and not his personal life. In the distance, a large flash of energy occurs in the sky, and they think that this is a manifestation of God's creation, a beacon giving the heavens a guide. Some people resist the will of heaven, and some terrify them. The masters understand that this is a threat from heaven. Has a demonic force really appeared in America? An unknown man sits in front of a sigil and recites many spells. Gradually, everything around him becomes darker. Something happened to his face. Everyone asks what's wrong with him. He says that this is the price for the power of heaven. The victim says that this signal is in New York. The old man thinks with horror about that illegitimate child, whether he inherited such a spiritual talent. He thinks that when the child was born, he sent a servant there. He reported that Johnson does not have such power. He is just a child. His mother's power was wasted. Michael swings his new blade and finds that it exceeds all his expectations. The blacksmith kneels down and begs forgiveness for the insult he has given to such a master. He asks to be taken as an apprentice. Johnson says that he doesn't care. He won't take him as an apprentice. Let him get up. He thinks that he will now teach this man a lesson, but his strength leaves him as he has spent too much. Michael wakes up in the Sanders house. Luckily, the sword is still with him. No one took it. He can't believe that he lost consciousness. Johnson realizes he has no clothes and is in Katie Sanders' bedroom. He hopes that this girl did not do anything to him while he was sleeping. Katie appears and says that she didn't think he would wake up so soon. Maybe he should sleep some more. Michael asks if she undressed him. She says she did it because his clothes were wet. She didn't want him to catch a cold. Johnson didn't expect it to be like this and doesn't blame the girl. Now Johnson is indebted to her family. If she needs anything, she can ask. He also hopes that no one will find out about today because she can guarantee it. Sean is training. Michael is interested in why he recovered so quickly that he has already returned to training, all thanks to the pills. Johnson says he has 20 pills in the package, but he is not giving them out just like that, but with the goal of Sean joining the top 150 people in the ranking within 2 months. Former me thinks this is crazy, but he understands that the master believes in him and he has first-class pills, which means he can handle it. Sean enthusiastically shouts that he will carry out the order unconditionally. Michael leaves and says that he expects good news from him in the future. A leaf flies past Johnson and hits the wall, cracking it. Michael understands that there is no such strong master in the province right now. The main character is walking through the park, where he sees a strange guy. He wonders where he came from. It turns out to be one of the killers belonging to the palace. He says he just wanted to see the guy who turned down his offer twice to see what he could do, and luckily he wasn't disappointed. The head of the palace offers a bet. If Johnson can catch up with him, the palace will have no claims, but if not, the guy himself will become a killer. Michael wonders if their organization is worthy of having a killer like him in its ranks. Lin says that his ranks are full of strong masters. Nothing should bother him, but Johnson says that he may not be ready to do what they are doing, but the weapon in his hands really interested him. Fen thinks he only has 2 of those shurikens, but if it helps him get Michael, then so be it, so he says they have a deal. He says that Johnson must take them away by launching his powerful magical attack that surrounds the entire area. Lin asks if Michael still wants his shurikens, why he is so quick. Johnson says that he is not obliged to respond to such childish attacks. Michael tells his opponent to take the bet seriously, but he calls him names and throws a shuriken, telling Johnson to hit it. The magic and shuriken collide with Johnson's shield. He almost withstands the attack, but at the last moment the shield shatters. Fen sees the explosion and wonders if he accidentally killed Michael. Lin comes closer and sees that Johnson is holding his shuriken in his hands and says that now it belongs to him. The head of the palace opens his eyes in horror. Sweating, he thinks about how he even decided to cross this monster's path. Johnson leaves and hopes that now the organization of killers will leave him alone. And if he is disturbed again, he will not be so polite. Lin Feng doesn't believe he's defeated. If it were another person, he wouldn't have tried so hard. But this is Johnson. He can't stop it. He's interested in him, with his indifference and lust for murder. Pink steam comes out of his mouth. He understands that Michael is a natural-born killer. He was born one, and he will die one, whether he knows it or not. Johnson realizes that everyone notices him because with this sword he attracts a lot of attention, but at the same time it scares off ordinary people. He thinks about what's going on. The sword is fine, so why is the stone glowing? Michael accidentally finds himself in the graveyard of reincarnations again. Now there is a dragon flying around. He doesn't believe it, but he understands that this is all because of the dragon blade he has. Michael thinks that the cemetery likes such strong auras. He didn't think that the stone could withstand such a spirit. Johnson awakens and discusses how the very essence of a cemetery is to contain powerful spiritual artifacts. Michael gets a call from Leslie. He says that he spotted a whole ship from the island nation. It seems that it is Akita sailing for Johnson's soul. Michael thinks that there is no point in making a fuss about it. Clinton says she will continue to keep an eye on them, and Michael should be more careful. Johnson quickly forgets about the Japanese. He is more interested in thinking about the Black Stone. He is terribly interested in learning everything about it. Leslie says he has found a target. Michael believes him, so he gives him an interesting chance. Jessica asks where Michael is, because he is hanging with a fork in his mouth and a TV remote in his hands. He says that he is nowhere. He is not thinking about anything. Johnson wonders why there is still no news about Akita. Reports on them also need to be provided. But then Sid calls. Michael asks if he has already dealt with that ship, but he says that the operation has failed and Leslie is in serious trouble. Michael says he thought Leslie was reliable, but it seems he let him down. Here Mark finds himself with Johnson himself. He says that Leslie took 10 people, but all the chips implanted in their bodies simultaneously stopped sending a signal. Michael asks with displeasure what their latest coordinates are. Only today he wanted to give Leslie a chance, but it seems like this is some kind of joke. Sid says that the message about the game starting was sent from Leslie's phone, but then he disappeared. It seems he is captured by the enemy. Michael asks to track the message, but finds out that it is impossible. But looking at Leslie's photo, he realizes that he may no longer exist. A strange man in a mask answered from Leslie's number, saying hello and that they had finally met. He says he has prepared a gift for the occasion and shows Leslie Clinton tied up. The guy asks when Johnson will come to play with them. Michael tells him to let this guy go if he is not tired of living. Johnson says that he promises to spare his life if he lets Clinton go. But he says that such a tone will not do because those guests arrived without an invitation, which means that he, as the host, wants to entertain them. Leslie yells at Michael not to make any deals with the criminals. He can't fall for their tricks. He shouts at Johnson not to think about them. Every evil must eventually be punished. The man hits Clinton's head on the floor and says that he caught his men stealing. He still thinks they are joking. He heard that Johnson, the chief instructor, he says that more practice is needed. Otherwise, nothing can be achieved by training alone. The sooner they come, the better. The masked man says that Johnson wants to come to them, but that won't stop them from playing a little, and then sticks a kunai into Leslie's body. Sid orders him to be released, but he says he will do it from time to time. He playfully asks how many of them will miss, and then says the game is on. Johnson says he'll handle it himself. He just needs a speedboat from Sid, who quickly agrees. The masked man is bored and wonders why Michael hasn't come here yet, and Leslie says that when the time comes, Johnson will come and slit their throats. Mosca says Leslie seems to have a lot of trust in his instructor, but he certainly doesn't criticize him for it. A man runs in and says that the radar has just detected a boat that is approaching them at high speed. He asks how many people are there. The clerk says that there is only Johnson there. The gentleman says that the others should gather and prepare to welcome the new guest. The subordinate asks what to do with Leslie, but the boss says that the fish has already been caught, so he can already be killed. Michael climbed onto the ship. The militants were looking at him. He was looking at them too. They were saying that they had to remain calm. They definitely wouldn't let him through. One asks if Johnson is really such a good teacher, and the other says that he is, because the soldiers he trained had a strength that not every instructor has. But here everything is done to get rid of him, so that they will have his head. From behind him, Michael asks if he will be lucky enough to survive today. And then he knocks off the masks and heads of all three criminals, and then says that Lady Luck herself should favor them. He is noticed by other killers, who head in his direction using machine guns. Michael is delighted by their hospitality, his face expressing a thirst for murder, and he himself is simply blazing with flames. Johnson calmly deals with a crowd of heavily armed militants, scattering them across the deck. The remaining fighters realize they can't do anything against this guy. They're not sure Johnson is even human. Michael steps up and lands one punch on each of his new opponents. One of them is still breathing. Michael is going to finish him off, but he asks not to kill him because he will tell everything. He emotionlessly asks where that muscle man with the scar and pink hair is. Another masked man says that he is very glad that the famous commander of the dragon spirit fell into his hands because his guys killed many of his people, and now they have a chance to get even. And Leslie only notes that villains who talk a lot die first. Michael is in another warehouse and asks where his man is. He is told that he is in the third warehouse. He silently crushes his opponent's head. The chief of Akita's men went outside to meet him. However, Michael notes that this did not stop him from sending thugs after him first. That man only says that he can have real fun only with Johnson, all in the name of Akita. The man notes that the deaths of the people were not in vain. All were done to catch Johnson. He says that now it is his turn to act and bursts into purple flame. The masked man begins to resurrect his people from the dead. Michael understands why they came here to die, and spirits inhabit the former bodies of terrorists. The masked man begins using some kind of special technique, continuing to resurrect bodies. He says that the Akita members who were killed by Michael will never leave him. They will show Johnson that running is good for him. The protagonist, fighting off the spirits, says that he did not expect such a move and praises his opponent, who says that even his vanity cannot withstand it. Johnson says that insulted souls are excellent food for his sword. The masked man asks where he got this sword from, breaking out in a cold sweat. The shaman orders the spirits to eat Johnson, but he attacks and asks what the noise is. He points his blade and commands his blade to devour the spirit. Now the sword is full to the brim. Johnson is satisfied. Now it's the little bastard's turn. The clown suggests discussing everything, that there was some misunderstanding because he wants to know where to look for Leslie. Michael starts to say something, but Leslie appears behind him. Johnson asks how he escaped if he's injured. He says he's fine, he's strong, and that clown left some idiots to look after him when they were distracted by the noise, and that's when he finished them off. The main character offers him a pill to help him recover. He's very grateful, and the Akita fighter is sweating profusely at the same time. Johnson flexes his fists, saying it's time to start a new round of their game. Here the guy in the mask starts making excuses. He asks to discuss the information that he can give them. But Michael says that it's not worth it, because after the game, he will tell everything anyway. Akita's boss finds out that Johnson actually came, and he's furious. He thinks that if it is one of the top 10 masters, then it will be the end for him. But since the American Martial Arts Bureau sent a strong master, they signed a non-interference agreement. A servant comes running and shouts that the young man with the sword killed almost all of the Akita members. The boss runs along with the servant and asks about the fact that there was only one guy. He confirms this information, but says that he had a terrible and unusual sword. They go out into the street. There is only a sea of corpses of mafia members around. Even the leader is in shock and does not understand what is happening. Michael says that the restored dragon blade is truly amazing, so he will cut off the heads of the strongest enemies with it. Kitano asks why Johnson wants to destroy Akita, and he replies that he ignored his warning and sent his subordinate to America. The boss says that if this is the case, he will stay here forever and begins a magical attack. Johnson says that the boss can't handle his strength, but at the same time, the guy's strength is much higher than his. But it's too late to run away, so he must stand firm. Bei thinks this guy is only a few kingdoms ahead of him, but he still completely destroyed his kingdom without much effort. Michael says that he understands why this boss became an idol for these people. He is perhaps the strongest man in Japan, and in the rankings he was somewhere in 30th place. Kitano admits that he is strong. The guy stands out among his peers. He is considered a genius, but he has been practicing martial arts since he was 3 years old. He is not American, but he knows everything about America. The boss says they were supposed to send someone from the top 30, but they sent him, and therefore he will soon die. The masters swing their weapons at each other, preparing to deliver the most powerful blows. After the clash, the boss's katana cracked, and Michael was thrown back hard by the opponent's force. Kitano can't believe that his sword is of a lower level. It's completely broken. The boss furiously rushes into the attack and says that this brat is not worthy of such a weapon. Kitano screams that it will be his, but Michael throws his shuriken at him, hitting his opponent. The mafioso gets even more enraged, losing concentration, but their fists meet. Michael parries all the blows. Kitano doesn't understand what this kid is doing. The fight promises to be difficult, but he won't give up. Johnson sits at a table with an unknown man, asking how he ended up in the cemetery with his powers. The man says that Michael will know when his strength reaches the required level. Then everything will be explained to him. He says that no one should know about the cemetery, much less enter it, and if anyone finds out, Johnson should immediately kill him, not giving him a chance to become a slave. The man says that in his lifetime he was the patriarch of the fire sect. He had thousands of disciples. But in that era, there was no person with absolute power. There were certain rights. He says that he is sorry that the Great War ended. Countless sects scattered throughout the world and has disappeared. They practiced all their lives and could not bear to lose. It was the burden of their generation. He asks if Johnson wants to become his only disciple and accept his inheritance of the higher path. The man says that his education, pedigree, and strength are mediocre. Michael thinks that the old man in Appalachia said that he was quite talented, but this guy is an order of magnitude stronger. The man says that Michael has a graveyard of reincarnation. He has an entire army of spirits behind him. He is destined to crush all living beings on earth, so does he accept him as his second teacher? Johnson gets up from the table and says that he acknowledges him as his teacher. The man beams, raising his hand upwards, saying that at this point in time, Michael is only able to accept part of his inheritance. The higher the level of development becomes, the more knowledge will be revealed. A giant magical hand strokes Johnson's head. He hopes that Michael will be skilled enough once he has mastered all of his knowledge, but he hopes that the boy will remember to enter the cemetery afterwards. The master disappears and says that Michael is the hope of 100 warriors, and he is sad that he cannot repay the teacher with kindness. Is this really the curse of the cemetery? Johnson doesn't understand how he can be a hope for such strong masters. Michael returns from the vision. He meditates. Blue lights disappear from the air. He thinks that training at night will help him reach the 5th level of the kingdom of movement. This speed, an unthinkable process. Every time he summons the graveyard, his cultivation base will increase by several levels. This is his advantage, no matter how many techniques and skills he masters. But Dale Thompson is still stronger than Claude Crank? I wonder how strong the third master will be, because there is not even any mention of him. Kitano appears and asks if Johnson has finished yet. He asks to arrange a plane to America for him. He has an important meeting. The servant says that he understands. Michael says that he will also fly with him. Johnson says he doesn't like the name Kitano, so from now on he will be called Loex. People gather to watch the upcoming fight between martial artists or cultivators. Mark asks how Leslie's wound is doing. He says that Johnson is a wonderful doctor. He can already move without pain. He will not forget his kindness, and then asks why Michael hasn't shown up yet. Ken says that if the boy doesn't come, he will be banned from the martial arts world. The soldiers fear that this means Michael will no longer be able to be an instructor and will never enter America again. All information about him will be erased. Sid asks if Leslie knows where Johnson is now. He says that he went to get rid of annoying flies, and this morning Akita announced that she was ceasing her activities for an indefinite period. Most likely he dealt with the mafia and then went after their leader. Evans says that their master chickened out of coming to the duel, and they think that he went to deal with terrorists. What nonsense. It turns out that the dragon spirit takes some scum as instructors. They can't stand up. Mark says that Ken can insult the dragon spirit, but he is forbidden to offend the master, who says that he doesn't care, and if their instructor doesn't show up in 30 seconds, there will be trouble. Michael walks through the door and wonders if he really wants to die so much. The dragon spirit soldiers shout that the instructor has appeared. He will bow to no one. Johnson says he will fulfill Ken's wish, and Leslie and Mark wonder who Michael came with. Johnson orders his new servant, Loex, to cover, but not to interfere unnecessarily, otherwise he will regret it. The judges appear. They want to read the rules before the battle begins, but Michael says that this is not necessary. Let them tell where they came from here. They say that their mission was entrusted to them 30 years ago. Justice comes first for them. Johnson says it's time to get started, wondering how impartial the judges will be if they're Ken's relatives. But he's actually prepared enough that it doesn't bother him. The master is indignant, and Ken says that this is Michael's last fight, so the referee will leave the platform. Evans starts to give a speech, but Michael appears and delivers a lightning-fast punch to his face. Ken, wiping his face in displeasure, says that it was a sneak attack. How dare he? You can't be so arrogant. But Johnson has already landed a crushing kick to his opponent's face, sending him flying. Michael continues to punch his defeated rival in the face, asking if he still plans to drive him out of the country, kill his friends, or desecrate his parents' tombstone. Johnson makes an attack. The opponent disappears. The judges move in to stop the killing. Mark, Seed, and Leslie are unsure about what is happening and whether this is still a fight or something else. Johnson says that he has already become Cole. They are too late. Ken was previously 2 kingdoms superior to him, so he decided to use the dragon blade against him, but there is nothing left of him. The soldiers don't understand how everything could end so quickly. The battle took less than a minute. It seems their instructor is much stronger than they thought. The judges ask if Michael understands the consequences of this murder. Now there is no turning back. Loex appears. He says that the rules encourage murder, so one more step towards Johnson, and the judges will regret it. Sid says the Bureau isn't exactly known for enforcing the rules, and that life and death matters are decided in duels, yet you're condemning him for murder. The judge remembers that they agreed not to let Michael out alive if they won, so ignoring the laws, he says it's time for him to die and goes on the attack. Law attacks the aggressor, easily killing him with magic. He asks why not listen to his opinion. The dragon spirit doesn't understand how this man could kill such a powerful master, ranked in the top 100 with one blow. But what's even more frightening is that he listens to Johnson without question. He's a real madman. Leslie and Sid think that his movements are terribly similar to Kitano's style. Mark thought about it, but Michael couldn't subjugate him. Sid understands that now they will want revenge, which means he will have to call the first person in the ranking for help. The boards are discussing the fact that even though the master took Derek as an apprentice, he still doesn't side with their family, but took the young master into the house, as if he wanted to teach him something. The son of the board family appears and he looks completely different. He is blazing with magical energy and bragging. The father notices how much his son has changed. He is extremely surprised. Magic is all around even now during the conversation. Derek says that the master seemed to open his eyes. The guy has been involved in martial arts since childhood, but compared to him, he is complete crap. The son says that he is now ready to fight even with 100 masters, and the father laughs, realizing that his family will soon be reborn. The master says to prepare the plane, he needs to take the student to one place and also look at the rest of their family heirlooms. Michael comes to the villa in the province and says that Lo X will now live here. He agrees without any questions, and Johnson thinks that this was supposed to be a refuge for Locke's people, but they refused. Johnson returns to the house where Sarah appears, jumping on him and asking if he missed her. He notices that she returned early, and she says that her grandmother's business finished early, which is why she is here. The girl talks about how her grandmother's doing and then goes to take a shower. She says he can join in, but he says there's not room for two in the bath, and the guy notices that Walsh's jokes are getting more and more daring and wonders if she learned that from Jessica. Michael takes the stone given to him by his father and begins to meditate. Bureau of Martial Arts of America, some man is meditating and thinking about how damn this Johnson. Not only can, but also 3 judges were sent to the next world in a duel. The man doesn't understand where he even came from. This is Kyle Reed. He is ranked 7th. An employee appears and says that it was not Johnson who killed the judges, but a man close to him, a certain Lo X, whose strength is enough to enter the top 100 masters. The man looks at the photo and says that he knows all the masters from 50th to 100th place, but he doesn't know this. However, doesn't matter. They signed their own death warrant. The servant says that the rules say that the fight will end in life or death, and besides, the guy has the entire spirit of the dragon behind him. Kyle says that he has made his decision. He will not back down and will challenge Johnson and X to a fight, make them bow before him. Howard shakes his son after learning that Johnson killed both Ken and the judges, but he corrects him, saying that the judges were killed by a man named Lo X. He says that this man is even much superior to him. He would certainly be in the top 30, and most importantly, he is Johnson's servant. Jesse tells them to call him a plane immediately. He intends to fly there and show everyone the power of the Howard family. The son says that his grandfather told him not to meet with him. He broke ties with the family. He says that he never intended to meet with him. Michael perfects the magic taught to him by his last mentor. Johnson understands that the skill has proven to be a force worthy of the second spirit. It is unknown what will happen to him if he trains it even more. Sarah comes into the room. She asks what Johnson is doing, noticing how he left a handprint on the wall. She wonders if he is really going to destroy the whole house. She is glad that at least Jessica is not here. She would be very scared. Michael says that he misjudged his strength and that she has a cool nightgown, and the girl, embarrassed, leaves. Johnson says Locke will send someone to repair the wall. He sincerely hopes she lives to see it. He sees that the 3rd tombstone is not yet open. He does not know who he will have to fight to open it, but he will definitely find a way out. Sarah thinks that Johnson doesn't know that she knows about his exploits, and that the rumors about his strength are true. And she has to deal with the boards, by the way. Nothing has been heard from them for a long time. They went to the mountain for the great master. It would not have worked out better for them. But then her phone rings. It turns out to be Derek. He tells the girl that he will return in a day and a half and expects Sarah to greet him in a dignified manner. And he also says that from now on he should be called Master Derek Board. Michael sits and thinks that today's TV shows are completely boring. Sarah says she has something for him, showing him the amulet, and he asks if he needs an amulet with its power. The girl feels the power of darkness and light from Michael. She wonders what's wrong with him. Johnson says that if something happens to the girl, she can always turn to him. He will take care of everything. Sarah wonders how strong Johnson really is now. Johnson says the girl may have heard of the American Masters rankings, and he recently killed the man ranked 90th. Sarah pretends that she is just interested out of curiosity, saying that he is very strong, and then says that she needs to go back home to get her things. Michael says goodbye to her. He calls Low X and tells him to protect Sarah Walsh. He is responsible for her with his head. The servant says that he understands everything. Michael remembers his main mission to protect Sarah, but does not understand what else can happen. At this moment, Mark Seed writes, he says that the first man in America wants to meet with him. If Johnson is ready, then his man will come for him. Military base. Sid asks Michael if he has any idea why such a person would want to see him. He says that he has important things to do and will not be able to come. A man appears on the screen. He says that he is glad to finally meet Johnson. He is a very dangerous and interesting person. He is immensely glad that Michael is on the side of the dragon spirit. The guy asks if they were looking for him just to say that, but the man asks what the guy did with Akita, because Low X is Kitano. Sid is very nervous because now the answer to the question that has been troubling him will be given. Michael calmly answers that yes. Mark is incredibly surprised because some people thought that Kitano was even more important than the president of Japan and that he played a significant role in politics. The man asks for permission to collaborate with Kitano. Michael says he can provide this without any problems, but the guy is waiting for an answer to his question about what happened at the villa 5 years ago. The man tenses up and says he can't answer because 3 of America's most powerful families are involved, and Johnson, let alone the country's top official, can't touch him. Sid's jaw simply drops in surprise. These people are the 3 pillars of America. The government listens to them. Even the Martial Arts Bureau is powerless against them. At their will, the whole country can suffer. The man also says that he must tell him that his parents are alive. Michael is in shock. The first man says that Johnson will soon find out where they are. The right people are already waiting for him, and the man should take his leave because a plane to China is waiting for him. He will return to Johnson when he arrives in America. He says that Michael needs to be very careful and not get involved with the 3 families until he is firmly on his feet. Johnson walks down the street and realizes that the only lead he has right now about the 3 families is the Howard family, because they are definitely connected to his mother. A huge car appears, and a master from the Martial Arts Bureau is sitting in it. He screams that Michael will die at his hands. Johnson puts his fist out and hits the car, sending it flying backwards. Michael says he doesn't have time. Let his enemies come out. He doesn't have time to play. 3 men jump out and surround Johnson from all sides, preparing to attack. The opponents spend a lot of time bragging, but Michael says that they are completely unworthy of his attention. The rivals are left in shock. The masters rush at Johnson in a furious attack, aiming to kill him. Michael uses his new move, incinerating 2 of the 3 opponents, leaving the last one in shock. Johnson looks at his hand and realizes that the full power of the heavenly palm is so destructive. He never even thought about it. It's just a gift of fate. But there is a downside to this. He used up all his energy on this blow. He understands that there is a tough fight ahead, so he takes the pill. And his opponent is already running away, thinking that he must immediately report to the Bureau administration about the capabilities of this boy. He is incredibly strong. Johnson, in his usual manner, appears at the fugitive's place and asks where he is going, as if he wasn't the one who wanted to do something to him. The man hits the boy with a whip and tells him to be generous this time and not to interfere where he is not wanted. The master, running away, shouts that the weapon will leave no living place for the guy if he gets into its net. The man catches Michael in a net, but the guy says the thing doesn't look strong. The master says something about his whip being magical and no one being able to escape from it, but Johnson cuts the whip with his sword without any problem. The man doesn't believe it, but he sees how the sword has completely absorbed the energy of the whip, leaving nothing of it. He asks if this is the sword from the legends. The guy answers that this is exactly the sword, frightening his opponent. The enemy tries to beg for mercy, but Michael cuts him down, ending the fight. Kyle Reed calls his masters. He asks if they have already dealt with Michael, if there is anything left of him, but Michael speaks on the phone. He says that he took care of his people, 2 burned, but he thinks that he will not be too upset by this news. Johnson says that he doesn't understand where he gets such people from, and that he's waiting for his father at his place, and if anyone else comes near him, he'll twist Reed's head off personally. The man explodes. He does not understand why Michael even dares to threaten him. He was told that he was experienced. That is why he took 7th place in the ranking. Johnson examines the stone with the Cemetery of Rebirth. He understands that with his power, neither the three families nor the Bureau nor Appalachia will stand against him. Everyone involved in the tragedy will be killed. He thinks that, as the old man said, his path was not originally aimed at creation, but was destined for destruction. His power will leave no one alive. Unbridled power sows chaos and death. His bloody dragon is a harbinger of the apocalypse. A third grave appeared in the cemetery, and it says that on the day of his return, the world will not allow enemies to escape. It seems that it was awakened by Michael's darkness. The first spirit said that in order for the grave to move, permission must be obtained or cultivation must be strengthened. Michael, with madness in his eyes, understands that to get this tombstone, he needs to commit the maximum number of murders.